Hmm. We'll see when people come in here. We do have our results from group one here for Conan's Wheel. So we'll go ahead and look at that real quick. First place in the Conan's Wheel goes to Pavlo Kordiaka with 742 degrees. Paul O'Dwyer, a second place finish. It's the first, I'd say, the first real event that Paul's had a decent showing in, and he managed to get 722 degrees, which is to be expected because he recently set a record in that. And then we got Bobby Thompson 649 degrees, Constantine 633, Eddie Williams with 614, and Tom with a last place finish, 598 degrees, 1 point. What this does is it takes Pavlo from that third place position and sticks him on top. Actually, it makes things pretty interesting. Good morning. We actually had some internet issues here, but at least it came back before we got into this thing really. Um, no, it takes about how long does it take to fix my hair? I think it takes approximately 3 seconds to fix my hair. So in any event, um, yeah, this actually does some pretty interesting things with the points for Group One because as I've talked about before, there's not a whole lot of guys who I really feel like you can count on that can win a stone off from that third position. Those same guys who can do it, if they're in the second position, it's all but over. Well, here's what's interesting about the Conan's Wheel, what's happened for Group 1. Now, again, we still have the kettlebell toss, and this could change up a little bit. But let's just look at what was to happen if we were doing a stone off right now. We come over here, we click this, boom. We see Pavlo, he sails into the finals because he's in that coveted top spot. On the other hand, Bobby Thompson is in the second place position. That's where you want to be, right? Unfortunately for Bobby, Tom Stoltman, one of the greatest stone lifters in the world, who can win a stone off from the third position, is right there in the third position. So I said yesterday that Bobby Thompson wants to avoid a stone off. That's the bottom line. Bobby Thompson wants to avoid a stone off. But if he does do a stone off, he wants to be in that second place position. He does, but he also doesn't want to see Tom Stoltman in the stone off against him. You know, if 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 you reverse Tom and Pavlo, I think Bobby would be a lot happier there. You don't want to see Tom Stoltman in the stone off, regardless of what position you're in, especially if you're Bobby Thompson. So I'll maintain again. Bobby wants to come up here to the top. He wants to pass Pavlo in the kettlebell toss. He wants to have a really good position there. This you just don't want to be Bobby Thompson and see Tom Stoltman in the stone off. So this is um, this is interesting. This is interesting, and it's going to be an interesting day. Um, yeah, more spreadsheet action. Anyway, so I would say, good morning, and you said good morning to me, but I don't actually think good morning is appropriate to you. Is it? What time is it? Oh wait, I think you're the only one here right now. Yeah, that's what I figured. Good afternoon to you. You missed the Group One's Conan win. Basically, we just did a quick review of that, so I'll go back through it again anyway. And you didn't really miss anything because we're just getting started. Had some internet issues here. I'll be honest, the internet might have come back 10 minutes before. I don't know. When I got it this morning, it was gone. So I went to the gym and snuck a workout in. So I came back and saw that the internet was back, and I was like, okay, well, I guess we'll kick this thing on then and turn it on. So I did, and we were 4/6 of the way through the Conan's wheel when that happened. So, anyway, um, okay, so if we look at this here, I gotta let one of the dogs in here in just a second. I'll do it now. Forget in a second. Stop wanting, Tina. Come on. All right. So Pavlo Kordiaka wins the Group 1 Conan's Wheel with 742 degrees. That means he's slightly best Paul O'Dwyer, who gets his first good performance so far of World's Strongest Man at 722. Bobby Thompson, 649 degrees. Konstantin Janasha, 633 degrees. Eddie Williams, 614 degrees. Tom Stoltman, a last place finish, 598. And yeah, so there we go. That's where we're at. So, should be a good day. Mr. Banana Hammock, you're going to be exposed to my comments uh, on the Group 1 Conan's Wheel again and where that leaves everybody once we get a little bit more people in here. Um, because I do think it sets things up pretty interesting. So you're going to have to listen to that whole spiel again. I apologize. That hurt. I guess it is time to start explaining that. I'm not picking on you, Morose. Uh, we have to explain this a lot. So, first place from the groups wins. If you win your group, you win. I'm going to move my photo out of the way to show you guys something here. Okay, so if you look here, the last event is called the Stone Off. So what happens is if you're in the second and third place positions, you go into a Stone Off. You have to win the Stone Off to go into the qualifier. The Stone Off is an interesting thing because basically the second guy has a pretty big advantage. So it's kind of like you can think about it this way. I've always trying. I don't feel like explain it the same way every time today, and I know it's going to come up several times, so I'm just going to change it up. You can think about the Stone Off second and third like this. In baseball, the tie goes to the runner. Now a tie is a tie, right? Nobody wins a tie, but sometimes people win ties. So in baseball, the tie goes to the runner. In a Stone Off, the tie goes to second place. If you tie, second place guy wins. So the third place position, he has to actually win outright in order to get a win. Uh, so the first place guy, if they we look at Group 1, if we were done right now, Pavlo moves on into the finals. Bobby Thompson and Tom Stoltman square off in the Stone Off, and the winner of that moves on to the World's Strongest Man final, which in this case would mean that Tom Stoltman would be moving on to the World's Strongest Man final. Even though he's in third place, he's one of the few guys that can win from the third place position. Bobby Thompson's not the greatest stone lifter. Tom Stoltman the greatest stone lifter. Uh, yeah. So, anyway, that's the answer to your question. Let's get some predictions in. Who wins Conan's Wheel in Group 2? Who wins the Conan's Wheel in Group 2? Let's hear your predictions. Dazzle me. Don't just tell me who wins. Complete the freaking board. Tell me 1 through 6. Uh, we can be quite calm about Tom moving forward. I guess by quite calm, you mean banking that it's going to happen. Well, I mean, something could still happen in the kettlebell toss. He looks pretty good. 16 halves. He's got a 4 point lead over Constant. Yeah, I would say your reigning defending champion probably gets to play this weekend. He's probably in the World's Strongest Man final. Um, I guess you can't. I guess you can't bank on it because stuff could happen. But uh, it's there's probably safer money that he's in the final than not. Banana Hammock says Novikov, Evans, and Luke 1, 2, 3. So he's taking a real risk here and keeping them in their overall rankings position on the Conan's wheel. To be kind of honest, I was leaning towards the same. I almost looked at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 and said, hey, they could finish just like that. Um, um, yeah, I'm not gonna disagree. I'll say Novikov Evans don't win as well. That's another thing. People asked for takeaways yesterday before I got out here, and I didn't give this to them. Um, One of the things that I did notice as far as takeaways yesterday, in most of these groups, there are some decent battles shaping up between the third and fourth spot. So the guy who's going to be in the handicap position in the stone off, he's going to have to fight to even have a chance to get to that position to lift extra stones. Um, but out, but outside of a couple groups like that, it's really a tale of two halves in the groups. The groups are positioned pretty strongly, but you've got basically three lead dogs in the pack and three trailing dogs in the pack, and um, I guess it is what it is. Mm. I just realized something after I got back from the gym and everything. Uh, I did not bring myself a drink in here. This isn't gonna do. I'll have to fix that. Draw your attention, guys, to this. He's still holding this pose over 24 hours straight now. I mean, I know he doesn't have any weights in his hands. No weights in his hands, right? But it's still pretty impressive. We should give the guy some props. Could you guys hold that position Could you guys hold that position for over 24 hours straight? I think it's kind of impressive. We give him props. And I didn't realize now, but the green screen is reacting to my Hulk shirt. Hey, I don't have any emojis that I can use, like, you know, in the flesh. It'd be cool if I could just make them pop up. I should actually do that. I should load some up here. Hmm. Future project. Future project. All right. Here come the first results for Group 2. Now we can see the Lebanesian does not like the Conan's wheel. He managed 70 degrees. I have seen people do worse, so I'm not going to mock him. Um, but he's had a last place finish, a tie for a last place finish, a last place finish. I think he's probably looking at another 1 point here, probably. Uh, I have a feeling that 70 degrees is probably not going to secure you very many points. I was about to go up and do another recap, but I don't want to do that while the results are coming in. So we'll go back and review Group 1 and Group 2 at the conclusion of Group 2. You want to hear what my you guys want to hear? Let me know if we're back because I think it should be working again. But I mean, the control panel on my side says we're back in business and all is well, but that doesn't mean it is. So you guys let me know if our technical difficulties, if our stream goblins and monsters are gone now, or if we're still in trouble. Sorry, I guess I guess I got some of that world's strongest man voodoo. You know, it's a WSM event, so things don't go smooth. It's just the way it is. They've got me infected. So what we missed while my stream went down, had to bring it back up. Christian Haraldson managed 524 degrees. So yeah, if El Masri was going to have any hope at all of not having a single point again, it had to come from Christian. I can't see anyone these other guys not essentially being able to pick it up and move. So I guess the poor guy is going to be stuck with another point. Um, them the breaks, kid. Oh, so I'll get back to what I was saying now. You guys, it went out 557 for Gav. All right. So what I was saying when the stream went down, I was asking you, do you guys want to hear what my douchebag brother told me last night? Who wants to hear what my douchebag brother told me last night? Because he really upset me. I'll wait, and I'll lay it on you guys. So here's what my douchebag brother told me last night. I was sitting there, and I was feeling kind of adrenaline rush from spreadsheet watching all day, big guys doing big things. I'm thinking, oh, I miss competing. I want to do it too. And then I was like, well, those days are over, Jace. You gotta accept that, man. You gotta accept it. And my brother said, I think you can still compete. And I was like, no, I can't. A, I was never that good anyway. B, no, I'm not at my best. There's no way I could compete. He said, yeah, you can. And I said, no, I can't. And then he reminded me that I could compete in the Masters division now. So, yeah, he's not getting a Christmas gift from me this year. What a jerk. Hey, come on. Come on, Tucker. Tucker, come on. All right. Well, in order for us to have our predictions right here, Stoltman has to best 557, and then Evans has to best Stoltman, and then Novikov has to best Evans. Yeah, there was a couple things there. I mentioned it in the thing that the range of motion wasn't good. Now, I will say this. I've gone back and watched it myself a few times, and I've recorded myself doing the same thing several times before. The first couple reps were not that great. After that, it was okay. Um, but it's the angle that doesn't really give the right impression. I've set that camera up and done those several times, um, like in succession, and then watch the recordings. And depending upon the angle of the camera, it really changes how deep it looks like I'm going. So I'm gonna have to come up with I'm gonna have to come up with something. I don't exactly know what I'm gonna do, but I have to come up with a good angle for that. That is interesting because I am a very, very good dipper. Um, Although I will say, um, I quit doing dips for a lot of years, and and my shoulders hurt an awful, awful, awful lot doing dips these days. So we're not going in overall order. We're going in how they finished in the previous event. So Alexi had a fourth place finish in the last event, or a third place finish in the last event. So he gets to go fourth this time. So he sets the bar. He sets the mark at 897 and tells Thomas Evans and Luke Stoltman to come get him. 897 is a big number. Basically, basically 2.5 revolutions. We need to. It'd be interesting. Ah, yeah, I totally had a stroke. It would be interesting to watch that and see. I mean, that's an exhausting thing. It's hard to imagine people had much more in them, but that's so close to 2.5 revolutions. It'd be interesting to watch that and see if he just put it down at that point, or or if he was exhausted and fell over. At 3 degrees, you basically think you've walked around 2.5 times. That's 3 degrees. 3 degrees. That's I wonder if he set it down or if he just fell over dead. Um, but that's a pretty incredible Conansville 897. So we're gonna click to view the event notes since we didn't do it yesterday. Uh, So again, the Conan's wheel is 200 kilograms. 200 kilograms. 440 pounds to us American folks. You got me curious now as far as your dip comment goes, though. I can go heavier than what you saw in that video. Does cause shoulder pain, but since you said that, we don't have any larger plates, and there's not enough chain to put more plates on there. So I have to figure out a system, which I have since figured out, and I ordered some carabiners. 545. So Gav beats Luke Stoltman um, to increase that. But you got me curious now. How much weight can you add to the dips? So now we wait to see if Thomas Evans can pass that monstrous number that Alexi put up there, or if he has to settle for less. Now there's no guarantee that he can walk around there more than that big group of guys there. You got everybody muddled together. That 5 1/4 to 550 range. But the good news is with everybody being so close there and such a big difference between 557 and 897, obviously, if Thomas Evans gets a hold of that thing, starts walking around there, and he should be able to realistically know, I don't have that in me. Um, he can just take the 2 points and be happy with it, set it down. Um, but um, but I kind of miss the old days too. We talked about the Wild West days where they didn't even know what to prepare for; they just went. I also kind of miss the old days in that when you had these big crowds around, and the strongmen realized that it was as much about show business and putting on a show for people as it was about the standing. So there was an element of give the people what they want to see, the pride of the event. It wasn't all about points. It was I'm going all out because the people are here for that. Um, I will show you Group 1 when Group 2 is finished, but not before then. I am not leaving one group's current run to go back and recap a previous group. We will do recaps when the group is finished. 60K. So I basically have to almost add a yeah. I'll have to get the carabiner in, and we'll put that up. What is define 4 reps? How many sets are we talking? How many reps are we talking? Fill in the blank for me. What's 4 reps? Three. Okay. All right. Well, I don't consider that 4 reps, but if you wanna smack me around for that range of motion that you saw and everything like that, you could say, well, if I was only going as low as you, uh, uh, maybe I could get 8, 10, 12 2Js. So we could play that game. And that would be fair. Again, I think the camera's kind of misleading and lying. Uh, but now that I know what you're working with, I'll make a commitment to you, no one else. I'll post the video publicly for just you. Uh, I'll get the I'll get an equal amount or more weight on there, and then and we'll do a comparison at that point. I wish I still worked out at a gym that had 100-pound plates. We don't see those much anymore. I miss those things. I'm glad to be doing dips again, period. It is far and away my favorite exercise, but for several years I had to stop. Just waiting on Mr. Thomas Evans here. Guess we'll just keep talking about dips while we're waiting. There we go, finally. Thomas Evans. I can't believe this. Look at this. Look at this. 69 degrees. If you are if you're Lebanesian right now, you are like you're you're throwing a party, right? You got a fifth place finish all to yourself. You don't have to split points for last or anything like that. You you have done it. You have beat someone in an event at the World's Strongest Man. You have defeated an opponent at the World's Strongest Man. 1 degree. Oh, Thomas. I didn't expect that. I didn't expect that. All right, so as we look at the Conan's Will Group 2 results now, Alexi with this crazy performance. He goes up there and drops down at 897, comfortably giving him max points. Gav Bilton takes second place with 557. Luke Stoltman, third place with 545. Christian Haraldson, fourth place, gives him 3 points at 524. I'm just going to call him the Lebanese because I'm tired of messing up his name. With a fifth place finish at 70 degrees, Thomas Evans, the poor man, could only manage 69 degrees and a single point. So either uh, something happened, doesn't like it, I don't know, whatever it is, not a good performance. That's the bottom line. So that changes the point totals quite a bit over here. We go over there now, we see that Alexi commanding lead, 6-point lead now, 22-point lead. Looking pretty good. Looking pretty good. You know, he goes up there in the kettlebell toss, and he manages to sling the thing an inch. He picks up a point, right? He can't be caught. So Luke could get 6 in the kettlebell toss, probably won't, but could. And he still is only in second place position. So basically, what Alexi just did was he locked his spot into the final, winning his group. So Alexi has won his group after 4 events. If I'm looking at the math correctly, he can't be caught. So there you go. Luke Stoltman is in 16. And I don't really know that it has been a phenomenal performance from Luke as much as inconsistency up and down from other guys as well. Thomas Evans has had some amazing events, and then, of course, it doesn't do good to finish last. It doesn't do good to finish last in an event. That can change things. So now Thomas Evans has third place with 15 points. Let's go back up and look at Group 1. We're going to get to revisit this whole it doesn't pay to finish last in an event because it comes into play here too. Luke Stoltman just benefited from an opponent finishing last. What about the other Stoltman? Well, Pavlo Kordiaka takes the most points here. And they do it differently, Banana Hammock. It depends on the event. They every year, and I don't know what they're doing this year. I don't know what they're doing this year as far as handling point ties. Someone in the comments, if you've heard, if someone's talk about, let me know. No, the first three are not promoted to the final. We'll go over that in a second. So Pavlo Cordiaco wins the Conan's Wheel in Group 1 with 742 degrees. Paul O'Dwyer picks up a second place finish, the first time he's been in the top three. Um, and he gets himself a 722 for 5 points. Bobby Thompson manages 649 degrees for a third place 4-point finish. Konstantin Janasha, fourth place, 633 degrees, gets him 3 points. Eddie Williams, 614 degrees, 2 points. Tom Stoltman, reigning, defending, undisputed. Okay, champion of the world, 598 degrees means 1 point. So he went from being up here to not necessarily being up here anymore. We go to the total points, and we see that Pavlo is back on top. And now he's got 19 points. Bobby Thompson at 18 points. Tom Stoltman at 16 and a half points. Now this is where you guys get to hear me talk about what I was talking about this morning, and you weren't here for it. So Banana Hammock, sit down because you've already been exposed to this. Okay. After the results of the Conan's Wheel, makes Group 1 very, very interesting and very, very exciting. So I said yesterday that Bobby Thompson, not one of the greatest stone lifters, not the best stone lifter. What Bobby really wants to do is he wants to win his group outright. He wants to be in first place once we finish with the kettlebell toss because he doesn't want to be in a stone off position. If Bobby Thompson is in the third place position, it's game over. He has zero chance. Bobby Thompson is one of the guys that can actually lose a stone off from the second place position if there's a good person in the third position. If you are Bobby Thompson and you're stuck in a stone off, again, you cannot be in the third place position. If you're in the second place position, you really want Pavlo to be in the third place position. If it finishes the way it is now, it's basically, you don't want to say that it's over before it's over, but if the standings look the exact same after the kettlebell toss that they do after the Conan's Wheel, Bobby Thompson has had himself a great qualifying round, but his world's strongest man is probably over because I think that Tom Stoltman in the third position smokes Bobby Thompson in the second position all day long, barring injury or something crazy going on. I mean, you just bet on Tom Stoltman against Bobby Thompson. I don't care which position, 2 or 3. Which goes back to someone's question and thing. First 3 guys move on? No. The only person that moves on to the final is the name that's at the top of the list. The second and third placed guys, they go into, move my little guy out of the way here, get my mug out of the way, I'm sexy. Second and third place go into a stone off. They will have to compete against one another in the stones to see who gets to compete in the world's strongest man final. Done. Go down to Group 3 and wait for that. Well, you guys don't want to make me rant too much, Banana Hammock, about stones. You know how I feel about them. I like stones as an event, but I think we place too much importance on stones, period, in all of these strongman competitions. Um, I don't think it should always be our finale. I don't think we should always look at it in terms of competing. This is not the world's greatest stone lifters. This is not. Uh, I've got nothing against stones. I really don't. But I don't like the fact that the event has become synonymous with strongman or vital or everything else. I want to see some variety. And if we want to have the stones in the competition, fine. Make it a second or a third. It doesn't always have to be our crescendo, and it doesn't always have to count for more than everything else. I'm not sure when, where, what, why, how we decided that stones is the ultimate test, or um, no, I'll just stick with test. When we decided that stones is the best litmus test to decide who's the best strongman who has showed up to compete today. Got a dog who's bothersome. Hold on. All right, you guys are gonna have to entertain yourselves. I gotta take some fur babies outside, so just sit there and insult each other in the chat. Maybe have some country disputes. Talk smack about each other's country and countrymen. Um, insult each other's politics and ideologies. Uh, explain to the others why their opinions are flat out wrong. Get along. Treat each other like family. Right. Who wants to come mow my lawn? It's in desperate need of a good mowing. I noticed that. And also I noticed in the chat that there's not a single rude, or disparaging comment made to anyone. I specifically said when I left to fight and treat each other like family. And I come back and no one has said anything hateful, rude, mean spirited to anyone. That's what's up with that. You guys need to act like you're on the internet a little bit. The internet is not a place for brotherhood and communion. We know that. So you guys got to remember the turf that you're on. So you're still picking Mateusz to put up a third place finish here, in spite of what we saw from Mateusz yesterday. I just think that is so crazy. 1 degree separating Thomas Evans and Fadi El Masri. 1 degree. That's just weird. I hope Mateus proves me wrong, and I hope he makes a lot of you happy this morning. I hope he gets to a great start and makes everyone happy. Um, I'm predicting a lot of you are going to start your morning being heartbroken the same way you were yesterday morning. Caesar, you need to lay down, pal. Good boy. Good boy. So Spencer Remick should be putting up our first number in Group Three's Conan wheel. I really should not wear Hulk shirts when I got my green screen going. So weird. Any moment now. Sorry, I can't shut up for that long. It just feels weird. Oh man. Spencer Rimick, 470 degrees. Okay, banana hammock. I thought it over. I think I know how they should handle point ties. What they should do if there's a point tie, they should give each of the guys swords and just say decide amongst yourselves. And that's probably how they should handle point ties, gladiator style. So Mateusz should give us our next number. Number. Excuse me. Guys aren't lighting up the chat today. You were much busier yesterday. Oh, I also forgot. It is time for a shameless plug. If you haven't already, make sure you like and subscribe. It feels so weird telling people to do that, but do it. So, there you go. 15 seconds from now, and we will have Mateusz's number. They got set up really quickly, and he attacked it and got after it. So, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Just like that, no number on the screen. Probably about 2 minutes from now. If the pace of the last heat is any indication. All right, Mateusz, 538. 538. We go up here and look at everyone else has doing. That would have been good for fourth in group two. Yeah. Uh, that would have beat Christian Harrelson, Thomas Evans, and Fadriel Masri. Um, and 538. In Group 1 would have been a last place finish. So these groups are all over the place in the Conan's wheel. Yeah, they're all over the place in the Conan's wheel. Very interesting. So there you go. I don't know what you guys are expecting to see there or how you're expecting everybody else to finish, but for the Mateusz fans, and we're expecting a rebound here, I said I think you're going to be disappointed. I'm still thinking that. But again, I don't know. Maybe we've got some 69 and 70 degrees in here. Uh, so who knows? But I think all of those guys can put up decent numbers. We'll know shortly. It won't matter what I think or what you think or what any of us think. They're going to do it. And then we'll know what the real results are outside of conjecture. But yeah. So the only person that Hooper does not have a greater than 6 point lead over currently is the Kiwi Matthew Ragg. And so when we look at this, basically what this means is he's up 4.5 points over Matthew Ragg. Um, as long as he finishes, uh, as long as he picks up, let's say he needs 3 points. I think as long as Hooper doesn't finish in the bottom um, three positions, I think he's guaranteed himself to walk through to the final, regardless of what happens in the next event, as the winner. Um, he'd be the Group 3 winner. So basically, just has to avoid fifth and sixth, and he can avoid fourth as long as Matthew, I think, doesn't win the Conan's wheel. If Matthew wins the Conan, then I think Hooper has to finish in the third. I think. Let's just add 6 points to Matthew here. That'd be 19.5. Two, no, actually, 2 points for Hooper still gets him 20. Yeah. So basically all Mitch has to do is not finish dead last. 575 for Ivars. So that takes Mateish down another position. Up next will be Graham Hicks. What is wrong with you? I just took you out, dude. I just took you out. So my big mutt, the large dog, he has started this weird habit lately, and I don't know what's caused it. It's only been about 2 months now, but he started this habit of like, take me out to go potty. I take him out to go potty, right? And then we come back in, and then he immediately wants to go back out and go potty again. It's like he has to go out 2 times in a row. Wait, wait. I'll take you again. You got about 4 or 5 minutes. Lay down. Graham Hicks. Lay down, Caesar. You let one of the cats in here, and you're not supposed to do that. You let one of the cats in here. No, you can't. You can't do that. You can't walk on my. No, I can't let you walk up there. You will turn the stream off. You will turn the stream off. No, you gotta get out of here. Graham Hicks, 425 degrees. So no matter what, this was Mateusz's best event. He's got fourth at worst now. These numbers are really all over the place between the groups so far. Conan's wheel. Conan's wheel. I want some kiwi fruit. I want some kiwi fruit. I don't want the kiwi's fruit, but I would like some kiwi fruit. Oh, Banop. What? So, are you like just scrolling around at random places in the video or whatever? Because because your trash talk doesn't really work since I addressed that when I was saying that. Um, Weak sauce, man, weak sauce. Points from elimination still count later in the finals, or are they zeroed? It's a brand new ball game. When we get to the final, it doesn't matter what happened on the way to the final. All right. Matthew Ragg, continuing to impress. Continuing to impress. 628 degrees. That's a good number. It's a good number. And he's guaranteed himself at least second place points again. Now, at this point, again, basically all Hooper has to do is not finish last, and you know, he guarantees himself that he can march right into the finals winning the group. So at this point, we talk about how smart Mitchell Hooper is and how his combat IQ is really high and all of these things. This is really just a case of what Mitchell Hooper decides he wants to do here and how he wants to play this. Does he want to attack it and, you know, put the gauntlet down, so to speak? This is mine. No one is taking this from me this year. Does he want to conserve some energy? What does he want to do? And of course, it's not just about what you want to do. You still have to go out there and do what you want to do, right? It's not just a mental game. You have to physically perform. Uh, but there is a question here. What does Mitchell Hooper want to do? I do think that Matthew Ragg, with that performance, he put some pressure. He put some pressure on Mitchell and took some of the decision making away from him. You know, if Matthew had went out there and fumbled and did really poor on this, then basically Mitchell could have did whatever the heck he wanted. So I don't know if he wants to conserve any energy here or not. But again, I miss the old days when you just went out and went balls to the wall for every event. I'd love to see Mitchell Hooper come out here, put down a big number, and have 4 victories in a row just to show that he can. I would love that. And it's not because I'm rooting for Mitchell Hooper. It's because I'm rooting for good performances. And I do like the old days when guys just went all out in every event. So Alexi's already wrapped up a group win for himself. Uh, Mitchell Hooper can do essentially the same thing right now. Matthew has there we go. Mitchell Hooper with a win. Perhaps exhaustion, perhaps calculated. 8 degrees. 6. So Mitchell Hooper stays flawless. 4 events up, 4 victories in the bag. Um, yeah, I heard Mitchell talk about that, but it's not exactly clear what that means. Uh, and it's also weird because you don't get disqualified if you don't do an event. You get disqualified if you do an event and don't try. That's kind of weird. It's like, okay, you're gonna tell me there's a bigger penalty for stepping up there and not trying than there is for just skipping. Why not just skip it then? I guess because they don't want to just give someone the 1 point. But what constitutes as an effort then? How can you say that? You can't you can't realistically say that that effort is worth nothing if they got up there and did something. To me, it's just a way to stave off that token free 1 point. Um, but a disqualification, that's pretty hard. That's a pretty harsh punishment. Considering if the guy doesn't do anything, which is what Mister also said, there's no disqualification. So that doesn't seem fair or right to me. That's weird. And I also, again, I don't know how you can get up there and say, "Oh, you didn't try." Now you're telling us you're mind readers. That doesn't work very well in court systems. I like to think it doesn't work very well in sporting competition. Um, anyway, I digress. Let's look at these points and do our recaps. All right. So, Mitchell Hooper wins the entire thing. I feel like I've said this before. I'm getting some sort of deja vu here. 6 points, Mitchell Hooper, Conan's wheel, 636 degrees, max points. The Kiwi, Matthew Ragg, keeping an awesome performance, an awesome 2023 World's Strongest Man going for him. 5 points, 628 degrees. Ivars, a third place finish here, 575 degrees. That's good for 4 points. Mateusz Kilishkovsky, 538 degrees. That's good for 3 points. If I can get my fingers in front of the camera properly. 3 points. And then Spencer Remick, 2 points at 470. Graham Hicks, 1 point at 425. We go over to the total points. And we basically see that Mitchell Hooper is running away with this thing. 24 points, 18 and a half for Matthew Ragg. Ivar's 14 and a half. Graham Hicks, 10 and a half. Spencer Remick, 8 and a half. Mateusz at the bottom with 8. So, what this means is if you take and you give Matthew Ragg 6 points, a kettlebell toss victory, that gives him 24 and a half. That's a half a point more than Mitchell Hooper. So Mitchell Hooper has to get out there and do something, right? Well, yeah, something. Again, he can get up there and toss that thing of 5 or 6 inches. I guess as long as he doesn't get DQ'd for not trying, and pick up 1 point. If you give him 1 point, that's 25, which means he's not catchable. So Mitchell Hooper has done what Alexi has done, which we'll see in a moment when we go back up. And he has basically won his group through 4 events. That's pretty impressive. They have won their events with 4 events. They basically can't be stopped. We go to group 2. In the kettlebell toss, if you missed it, basically what you saw was Alexi take the 6-point win. Gav Bilton get a second place with 5 points. I held up 2 fingers. It's 5 points. Luke Stoltman, a third place finish for 4 points. Thomas Evans, surprise miss here. If you've been watching his performance thus far, or watched what he's done in this recent last year, only managed 69 degrees, 1 degree behind Fadji El Masri, and had to take a big 1 here. Almost a scratch. And so that shook up the standings quite a bit. That put Alexi comfortably where he really already was at the top, but it gave him a lot more breathing room than he had before. Now he has a 6-point lead over second place. Luke Stoltman at 16. So again, if Alexi goes out there and gets 1 point, untouchable. Untouchable. Thomas Evans, 15 points for 3. And our final group to look at is Group 1. If you guys missed what happened on the Conan's wheel, Pavlo Kordiaka got up there and started the day putting the gauntlet down, more than 2 revolutions, and was a heck of a performance. World beating until Alexi got up there and did that 897 a few minutes later. But 6 points for him. Paul Dwyer, 5 points at 722. Bobby Thompson, 4 points at 649 degrees. Konstantin Janasha, 3 points at 633. Eddie Williams, 2 points at 614. Tom Stoltman, 1 point at 598. When you look at the numbers across the board, Group 1 was really the Conan's Wheel group. These are all good numbers. Group 1 was the Conan group. Over here, we sort them. Pavlo vaults up, takes that top position at 19 points. Not a big lead, though. He's got a 1-point lead over Bobby Thompson in the second place position, with the reigning, defending, undisputed champion of the world, Tom Stoltman, at 16.5 points in third place position. But again, that would mean if it was to go into the finals or the face-off, the stone-off, the way it is as now, that's Tom Stoltman versus Bobby Thompson in a stone-off. I'm not going to say more. If you're a fan of the sport, you probably already know what that means. So that's where we're at after 4 events. And now we wait Group 4's Conan Wheel. What do you guys think of this? If the difference between number 2 and 3 is 4 points or more, there should not be a stone off. I, I guess I don't not like the idea, right? I don't hate the idea. Let's put it that way. Uh, my only question, and I'm going to throw something else at you in just a second here. I'm going to throw an alternative at you. My question is why 4 points? What made you choose that specific number? It seems kind of arbitrary. In my mind, I don't hate the idea at all, but in my mind, you could make a logistic, realistic, reasonable argument right off the bat if you say 5 points because there's 5 events before you get to the stone off. So that would mean you've averaged beating your opponent by more than 1 position for every single event. You have nothing left to prove. You're basically saying there was someone between us. I dominated you so much that you could stick an entire person between us in every single event on average. So 5 plus would put that down. What made you choose the number 4? Not that it's a bad number. I don't hate it. I might even say 3. I don't know. I don't hate it at all. But I am positing it to you. I'm bringing it back to you and I'm asking, what made you settle on that number 4? I'm asking him the question. He may not even stuck around for it because we already know that he skips around from earlier. Takes a little bit of here, a little bit from there. He's just messing up my stream now. Wait for him to answer. He's not even there. Uh, uh, so anyway, I don't hate your suggestion. I'm not a huge fan of the stone off anyway, as we know. Um, I generally don't like the stone off. Um, And intuitively, but again, that it just seems arbitrary. It seems like a number just plucked out of thin air. I think 5 is pretty extreme. Um, I do, but again, logically, my number pulled that because there's 5 events before you get to the stone off. So 1 point, 1 point, 1 point, 1 point, 1 point. You kick someone's butt if you have a 5 point lead over them. There's no reason to get up there and say, "Hey, I'm better than you." The performance that week has proved that you're better than them. Um, but I kind of feel like 3 points or more is good. Of course, again, I would fish to get away from it anyway because, as I've already said, I don't like the stone off. I don't like it. Um, I just don't. I almost feel like you kind of go back to the point, your action question earlier. What if people are tied in points? To me, that's where something like a stone off should come into play. If you want to go ahead and give us an extra event, if you want 6 events for the qualifiers that don't include the stone off, so 6 events for everyone to do, not some of the guys to do, because the first place guy gets to sit back and watch, and those who aren't competing are get the phone at home and go back to the hotel or whatever. If you want to say that we're doing 6 events for the qualifier, that's fine. To me, that's what a stone off should be used for. In the event of a tie, you look at the scoreboard, you see everything as a match. You can't say who's better because the points can't say who is better. To me, that's when you have something like a stone off or come up with some kind of other competition. Stones, whatever. Make those 2 guys who have tied points battle it out to see who's moving on or in what position they move on. Maybe there's a 3-way tie. Okay, now you all have to compete and see where you finish or stack up. Um, but other than in a position of a tie, I don't know why someone who has already earned their position by beating you has to go out there and basically re-earn their position to beat you. It's almost like going out there and proving that their victory over you this week was not a fluke. I know you beat me, but can you do it again? I know you beat me, but can you do it again? If you give people enough second chances, eventually they're going to cash in. So I'm not a big fan of Stonewall for a million reasons. Never have, never will be. But if we were going to use it, that's how I think you actually should use it, is in the event of a tie. If there's not a tie, let the points be the points. That's what they're there for. Why are we why are we keeping points if they don't really matter? Just my 2 cents, which I know nobody asked for. All right. Group 4 predictions. What do you guys got for me? Who's taking Group 4 home in the Conan's one? Not overall. What do you guys think? Adam Bishop will be going first. Well, it's it's tough for Shaw to do just enough to stay in the top spot, unless you say that he's going to win the Conan's Wheel outright no matter what. It's a foregone conclusion. He's clearly head and shoulders above these guys in this event. And it's his to lose no matter what because he only has a 1 point lead over the first guy, and he's only at 1.5 over the third place. They're jumbled up in Group 4. This top of this field is stacked. You've got 1, 2, and 3 right there together. 4, 5, and 6 way below. So, um, it's almost like, of course, he's going to do just enough to win. It's to stay on top if he can, because that's all he can do, really. It's gonna be hard to do anything more than just enough to stay on top. Just enough to stay on top is kind of the best that you can do here. The only way to gain any breathing room is if you're the top, in this case, B Rain Chihuahua, and you get up there and you do get the best number, but then you basically need all of the lousy performers, 4, 5, and 6, to put big numbers up and leave the second and third place guys in the dust. Morning, morning, morning. No, no fears that Tom won't make it after this morning. Um, you could have a fear, I guess, but then if your fear that Tom would not make it to the finals is based on the belief that Tom Stoltman is not very good in the stones, which we know that's not the case, right? So he's fallen back to the third place position, but when he looks up ahead, the figure that he sees in front of him is Bobby Thompson. He can beat Bobby Thompson in the stones from the third place finish. So, not really a big fear. Now, again, I'm saying this not as a Bobby Thompson fan, and I do like Bobby, and I'm not saying this against Tom Stoltman. I'm saying because I don't like stone offs, and I don't really like this. So while we're waiting for these numbers, I'm going to detract and come back up here. I've been waxing on and on and on about how I don't like stone offs and stuff like that. Well, this is a prime example right here. I don't like the fact that if we were up to the stone off right now, I don't think it's fair to tell Bobby Thompson, okay, yes, you've beat Tom Stoltman this week. Now go out there and prove to us that you deserve to be in the finals. He just proved to you that he deserves to be in the finals. He proved that to you by performing and winning more events and having higher levels of consistency. That's how he proved it. He shouldn't need to go out there and reprove it. But it doesn't matter what I think, how it should work. But that is how it works. It doesn't matter what I think. It works with the stone off. And so Tom Stoltman, Bobby Thompson, stone off. Yeah, Tom Stoltman moves on. So I don't think it's fair. I don't think it's right. That's not a pro Bobby thing or an anti Tom Stoltman thing. It's just how I feel about the spirit of competition and what I think is not right about the stone off. Oh, what are we doing with off days, people? What are we doing with off days? probably be mowing the lawn on our off day. I don't really want to do that. These adult responsibilities get in the way of enjoyment sometimes. Bishop 292. I thought maybe that's all he could muster. I'm guessing it is. And going first, he didn't really, or maybe he just realized, hey, I'm 6 points behind third place. It's over for me. Um, but I kind of figured after a last place finish in the log ladder, Bish would want to get up here and drop a decent number down. So um, yes, Mitch Hooper and Alexei Novikov are both cruising. I in my recap earlier, I spoke about how basically they have both won their groups after 4 events. The math says not exactly. Someone could tie Alexei if Alexei scratches, or um, if um, if Mitchell scratches, he could be passed by a half a point. But basically, as long as they get up there and get 1 point, which you would realistically think they're capable of a point, right? All they have to do is not scratch. Uh, they're they've won their groups, so super impressive performances from them. The group 4 stones is for Bishop and Rayo. I'm not sure I actually understand the question. The group 4 stones is for yeah. I don't understand the question. I'm not sure that's fair to say that their groups are easier. I liked them. I liked the groups before they were announced. Um, things looked pretty good to me. Things looked pretty even, fair. I don't think you can retroactively go back and say someone had an easier road because these guys performed less than we were expecting. These guys performed better than we were expecting. This guy didn't show up. Mateusz is struggling or injured. I don't think you can really play that game. They are what they are, and you deal with the hand that you're dealt. Um, I I don't want to do that. Not only does it feel disrespectful, it feels disingenuous. It almost feels like hindsight, looking back and then retroactively ascribing or prescribing results based on things that we have seen since then. Um, I don't feel that's overly fair. I don't think their groups were any easier than anyone else's. I think they've just done well, and they deserve credit for that. We don't need to look for reasons to explain it away or not give them their props. They've done well. The Stones for second place. It's looking how it's shocking how Murphy has dominated his group, giving he is the I'm not sure what your comments really mean, Minotaur. Um, I don't know if you're trolling or if you're watching a different event or if you're seeing different numbers on your screen. Then I don't know what you're referring to because your comments make a whole lot of sense. If you're saying Atlas Stones, Bishop and Rayom for second place, that doesn't make much sense. Neither of them are anywhere close to second. Um, and to say that Mark Felix is dominating his group, I have no words. I assume you're trolling, but in these days, you just never know. 476 degrees for Gabriel. Ainla Rauno versus Jocko and Estonov. Who do you got? Uh, I would basically, I'd basically favor whoever's in the second place position. That's gonna be my answer in most cases. Whoever is in the second place position, that's who I'm gonna favor. Um, I'd probably say yeah, whoever's in the second place position. Yeah, I don't know. Um, like right now, these two groups, I haven't sorted them by uh, the Conan's Will points. So it's based on these two groups are based upon total points. So you've got Bishop and Rayom in fourth and sixth, and same kind of thing down here. These are sorted by total points in Group Five. So you've got Mark Felix in the fourth place position. Um, I don't know. I could change the sorting area by the events, which is what I do when the event is over. But if the event is results are in, it defaults to total points, and I leave it alone unless we're reviewing the current event. For anyone just tuning in and is curious, the weight of the Conan's wheel is 200 kilograms, or for us Americans, right around 440 pounds. So, just a little nugget if you're just tuning in. Well, to be honest, I would have thought that everything would be a little bit difficult for Brian, uh, given his injury, given the fact that not just injured, or I guess infection. I don't know if injury is right. The fact that he had to take a week plus off of training, the fact that it was so close. Uh, I don't know. Yeah, this could definitely be a tough one. It's going to require stamina. Now, something that Brian has going for him is moving out to Colorado, training at altitude. His stamina is better now than it's been in his whole career because of altitude training. So maybe that will help with the loss of stamina when your body is fighting off infection. Um, but big number for Kevin Ferris, 636 degrees. While I'm answering the question, I don't want to dismiss that. So he jumps into first place in Group 4. Um, and I think if there was an event where you could make, I mean, I thought that they would all be bad for Brian with his infection, all kinds of things, age, everything that we've talked about in the past, hundreds of times over. I don't know if there is an event that you're going to pluck out that could really be maybe extra devastating post infection. Could be this one. This is a test of stamina and willpower and all that stuff. Um, but Brian is having a phenomenal qualifier. He is headstrong and stubborn. He does have a tendency, when he can sit back from that bird's eye view, to see what he has to do. He's usually pretty good at doing that. He really struggles when he's forced to go from like an uncomfortable position, act first, and put the number down for people to go get it. He's not a good front runner in terms of an event. He's more of a good front runner from the point standings. Sit back, watch, see what you have to do, and do it. Um, so I don't know. I really don't know. The answer is watch and find out. Or watch the spreadsheet and find out because you can't watch and find out, right? It's more fun. I don't drink. It's still more fun to watch the guys toss kegs than it is kettlebells, but I digress. I think we have round O next. Should have a number for round O in a moment here. There we go. Right on call. 572 degrees. Now Jocko gets up there and he does whatever he does. He wants to pass 572 degrees faux show. He wants to beat Round since they're half a point separating those two. And again, I'm going to favor, and that's throwing off who's ever in the second position rather than the third. So, um, yeah. Obviously, he wants to do the best performance possible. They all want to have the best performance possible. Don't need to say that. But from a strategy standpoint or a must standpoint, if you're Jocko, you want to get up there and best 572 for sure. Too early in the day to be yawning. That's post breakfast, post workout, post shower, and I'm yawning still. That's not good. It's gonna be a low energy day, guys. The stream's gonna suck. All my fault. Oh, I totally screwed up earlier too. I said we're gonna see what B Rain Shawa manages, but I forgot. Brian called B Rain and said, "Hey kid, step back. You've done a good job after day one being on the top. It's time for me to take over." So yeah, I forgot about that. B Rain is not competing. Brian is back now. So whew, there's another yawn. Yucky, yucky, yucky. Say it's time for a number here. Seems like it's been about the right amount of time. I'm gonna go give a peek over here real quick. Okay, if you look at the World's Strongest Man official site, they're not listing it in degrees, or you could say revolutions, I guess, even though it'd be point at that point. They're listing it as reps. So apparently, Kevin Ferris lifted the Conan wheel 636 times. All right. Jaco Schoonwinkel puts down a big number, 713 degrees. So when I said he needs or really, really wants to pass Rauno, he did that. And Kevin Ferris too. So he put some distance between him and Rauno. Uh, and now he's given Brian Shaw a really, really big number to shoot for here. There's only a point and a half between Jaco and Brian. So um, guess this is your question here. This has really put you to the test. You know, Brian now knows what he has to do. Can he do it? Can he do it after coming from infection? This is the ultimate test, really. This is the ultimate test. We're gonna find out a lot about this weekend right now. I think. So we'll see here. But that's a big, big, impressive number. from Jaco, and props to him. He's had a very, very, very good and very, very consistent qualifier. And this Group 4 has been pretty fun to watch, even though we don't get to watch it. One number away from another big recap, because I know people are trickling in at various times. So we will go back and do a review after each round. Boom. Okay, I'm gonna go back and mock this and make fun of this again. I do. I like how the World's Strongest Man is listing this as reps, not degrees, but reps. So let's go back while we're doing this then, and let's marvel at Alexei Novikov. Nearly 900 reps. 897 times he picked the Conan's wheel up. Now, I know they don't have to pick it up, from the floor and all that, but I mean that's impressive. To get up there, it's only 440 pounds. It's only 200 kilograms, right? It's not like the heaviest weight in the world. But to get up there and pick it up 900 times, it's incredible. No doubt. All right. And speaking of degrees, we now have Brian's effort here, 411. So he called information. And information said, dude, 2 points is all you're going to get here. So once we shuffle the deck up, this is where we come out. Jocko Schoonwinkel takes first place in the Conan's wheel, which also gives him first place overall in Group 4. Kevin Ferris gets a second place finish, the first position where he's actually done, I guess you would say, really, really well. 5 points, 636 degrees. Rauno gets 4 points, third place, 572. Gabriel gets 3 points at 476. Brian Shaw, only 2 points at 411. I think that kind of answers the question we were talking about, whether or not he'd have the endurance, whether or not the infection would take something out of him, whether or not that would hurt the stamina, and all of those things. Seems like it did pay a price here. And then Adam Bishop, a single point at 292. So when we go back here and we look at the total points now for Group 4, we see that Jaco has now hit the top of the leaderboards. He's in 20 points with a 1.5 lead over Rauno. Rauno is now in second at 18.5, and Brian Shaw is at 17.5. Now, here's the good news, again, for our Brian Shaw fans, which is basically either anywhere between 50% to two-thirds, 50% to 66% of people who care about strongman at all only care about whether or not Brian Shaw wins or how Brian Shaw does. Uh, I would think a lot of people aren't really fans of strongman. They're fans of a guy or the guy they know, the guy they've heard of, or whatever. That's Brian Shaw in our sport. And so for those people, I will say the good news here is that Ferris, Bishop, Rayom, they're eliminated. They're gone. Brian can go out there and probably can and will win the kettlebell toss, so that's going to shake this up. But it really doesn't matter. The bottom line is that puts Brian Shaw into a stone off, and he's one of, like I said, 3 or 4 guys in the world that you can argue realistically, as long as they're not competing against one another. Tom Stoltman, Trey Mitchell, Brian Shaw, maybe Martins Lises, depending upon different things, what kind of form he's in. But you got 3 guys who are really stones, head and shoulders above the others. Tom Stoltman, Brian Shaw, Trey Mitchell. They're 3 guys that realistically, as long as they're not competing against one another, you can argue in a stone off, third place position, it's just as good as being in second position to them. They're just going to be really, really tough to beat. So Brian Shaw is probably still going on, even if he doesn't win. Even if he doesn't win the group, he probably still will go on. So that's what I would tell everyone who's and biting their nails here about Brian Shaw. All right. We'll go up and continue our review now that we had our little Brian Shaw diatribe and 30-minute speech there. All right. The group 3, the Conan's wheel shook up like this. 6th place for Mitchell Hooper. Basically, what this means to us is that every single event that Mitchell Hooper has competed in, he has decided that nothing less than first place will do. 4 up, 4 down, 24 points possible, 24 points to him. In 2nd place, Matthew Ragg, 5 points, 628 degrees. He's had a very good performance himself and very steady. Ivars, good performance for Ivars. 4 points, 575 degrees. And Mateusz, his best performance so far, but way too little, way too late. He's the only person in the group who has been mathematically eliminated, what they say, but he's only a half point over Spencer. It's over for him as well, basically. And Hicksey only got 1 point there. When you look at the total points again, boom. Mitchell Hooper's on top with a commanding 5.5 point lead over Matthew Ragg. Ivars is 4 points behind him. So Mitchell Hooper, big lead. Matthew Ragg, pretty big lead over Ivar. So it's 1 has clearly separated himself from 2. 2 has clearly separated himself from 3. You can kind of see the kings of the kings in group 3 this week. And again, this brings up to question the whole idea of the stone off and my thoughts on it, which you guys have heard enough of. So, all right. Group 2, Conan's wheel. Alexei Novikov, biggest number of the day, a monstrous 897 degrees. That's essentially a full 2.5 revolutions. 360, 720, add another 180 is 900. So he was basically at 2.5 revolutions with this thing. Pretty impressive stuff. Then you had Gav Bilton take a 2nd place, 557 degrees, 5 points. Luke Stoltman, 545 degrees, good enough for 4 points and a 3rd place finish. Once we go to the total points, we see that there have been a lot more competition in the 2, 3, 4 area in Group 2 than there was in Group 3. What this means is even though Mitchell Hooper has won every event, he still only has a 5.5 point lead, whereas Alexei has a full 6 point lead over Luke Stoltman. That's 2 firsts, or I guess 3 firsts now for Alexei, and 1 3rd place finish. So in spite of not being quite the level of performance overall as Mitchell Hooper, 3 firsts and a 3rd rather than 4 firsts, he still has a bigger lead over the 2nd place. He's got a full 6 point lead over Luke Stoltman here. And then Tom Evans faltered badly, only getting 1 point in the Conan's wheel, 69 degrees, taking him from boom up there. Now he's in that 3rd place position where he does not want to be. All right. Group 1, kicking it off for the day. Pavlo, 742 degrees, which I believe is the 2nd best. I'm going to go back down here and check again just to make sure. Yeah, 713. Okay. So the two Ukrainians have the best Conan's will. One group to go. Uh, Alexei, 897. Pavlo Kordiakis, 742. So the Ukrainians take the Conan's wheel. Paul O'Dwyer, 722. In most groups, that's a win. Not in this one. And as a matter of fact, Paul has been eliminated from the competition, mathematically speaking. So he gets his best performance, gets rewarded with 5 points, and also gets rewarded with being told you're out of the competition. You can't get enough points to catch up, boys. And I'll get myself out of the way to show you that Paul has been eliminated. All right. Uh, 5 points for him there. Bobby Thompson, 649 degrees, 4 points. We go over to the total points, and the standings look like this. Pavlo's at the top of the leaderboard, 19. Bobby Thompson in that coveted second place position, sometimes coveted, with 18 points. I say sometimes because bad news for Bobby Thompson. In third place, Tom Stoltman. If we were going to the Stone Off right now, that's who you'd be facing. Congratulations for finishing second in the qualifier at the World's Strongest Man. Your prize is to take on Tom Stoltman in a Stone Off. Not much of a prize, right? So that's where we are in the standings as of now, looking for Group 5. Ryan just finished fifth in the Conan wheel in his group with 411 degrees. Go back and see if they're still saying reps over here. They are. They need to fix that. It looks very amateurish when it's you're the official uh you are the official producers of the event, and you still can't use the right labels. That's a lot of reps. You really would not have figured these guys to be endurance athletes. I guess Mitchell Hooper, runs marathons, but most of these guys, you wouldn't expect to go out there and do things for reps, let alone 800 reps and stuff like that. It's crazy. Short guys wouldn't enjoy it either, guys like me, because I could just walk underneath it. I'd basically have to set the wheel on my head like it was a fruit basket or something and walk with the wheel balanced on my head. That's basically what I would have to do. A lot of strain on the neck, you know what I'm saying? Not good for the neck. Not the heaviest weight in the world, but 440 pounds on your neck is a lot. You don't want that. When this group is over, I'm going to put some liquid in my glass because I need something to drink. I do. Someone put their group 5 will predictions into the chat. I don't necessarily think that calling the uh, I don't necessarily think that calling the kettlebell over the bar reps is that wrong. Um, I don't necessarily think that's that problematic. But calling it reps on the Conan's wheel is pretty wrong for sure. Kind of silly to be honest. Well, no one's answering. I guess I will make some predictions here. Um, hmm, hmm. Okay. Man, I don't like saying when I think Evan Singleton is going to win an event. It causes me some kind of heart palpitations and pain. Um, yeah, but I guess I'm going to say that Evan Singleton gets the best performance here on the Conan's wheel. Then I guess I'll say Gray Mitchell, Ethor, Paul Smith, Coco, Mark Felix at the bottom. It could be Evan first, then Melstead, then Trey. It could. If it was a typical like grip event or something, I'd probably do that even more so. But I feel like it depends upon where Trey gets that wheel set to start with. He's got such a big shelf, and for 40 pounds, 200 kilograms, it's so nothing to him. I feel like if he gets that nice and high, resting across that big, massive chest of his, I feel like he could probably carry that thing for a while. Um, but he has to make sure that he gets it placed nice and high, resting right across here. If he gets it kind of low and settles in here, that's probably not very good. Because again, his chest is so massive too, then the weight is really out in front of you, which makes it hard to carry. So he wants it up here, not here. It's probably a good 4 or 5 inches out in front of him from this position to this position. Go scout something out while we're waiting here. Excuse me. Excuse me. Excuse me. I tried to find a video of that there, and it appears to be taken down real quickly. So much for that. Back over here. Let's see here. He'll carry it all day with a tray of chicken wings on top in case he gets peckish. Well, if you put chicken wings on there, I would carry it until the chicken wings are gone. Then I'd set it down real quickly because why carry it on after that? But as long as you have enough wings up there, I think I could carry it basically to infinity. I think I'm gonna have wings tonight. Yeah, I'm gonna have wings tonight. Might be dangerous, but that's not gonna convince me that that would not make the world's strongest man do it. I'm under no disillusion that world's strongest man does things always thinking about athlete safety. They've done a lot of questionable slash stupid things over the years. Boom, 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 boom. Mark Felix will be giving us our first number. So the first number will be with Mark Felix. Okay, I just now figured out. For those who are still watching and stuff, we were wondering what Minotaur was talking about earlier. Like, where are you getting this information from? Your questions don't make a lot of sense with the numbers. I just now figured out what he was looking at. I just now figured it out. It's kind of funny. Okay, so when he was talking about Mark Felix dominating and Adam Bishop and Gabriel, he was looking at the points, not total points. He was looking at the points, aka where they finished, in really the last place, almost reverse of what they did before. So Adam Bishop's 1 point, he was looking at it like it was first place, not 1 point. Gabriel 2 points, like it was second place. And down here, the Mark Felix won. He was thinking that's why Mark was dominating. He had Mark as in first place, not that Mark got 1 point in the log ladder. That's what he was looking at. I've been sitting here this entire time going, what was he talking about? What? That's what he was talking about. I just now figured it out. All right. 470 degrees for Mark Felix. Funny. I don't think that's a world class number, but it's a pretty world class number from a 57-year-old man. I guess what I would chalk that up to is older, you may not have the stamina you once had, but also you've lived a long time. You're probably used to pain, and Conan's will is definitely a testament to how much pain you can endure. So, um, yeah, 470 degrees for Mark Felix. Ah, yawn, 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 yawn. Mm. 143 degrees for Coco. 143 degrees for Coco. Ah, not vanilla cocoa, French cocoa. Oh, I see why Kaz tore his bicep trying to bend bars early in the strongman because this straw is about taking it out of me. Done. Can't do it. I gave it my best. Father Time catches up with us all. I think so. I'll contribute to the conversation. I think Nick Best versus Mark Felix would be 100% dependent on what events were at stake. 100%. I can give you a list of events for each one that would strongly favor each guy. Some events that it'd be a sort of a toss up. We'd have to wait and see. But a competition heads up between Nick Best and Mark Felix, it would strongly be event dependent. Oh man. Next number to hit the screen will be for Paul Smith. And it will occupy this little area right here. $518. 518. And now we're getting to the big boy numbers. So Ethor, Evan, and Trey know what they have to do. Evan has not gotten injured or sick yet. There's no reports coming out of WSM as to how Evan woke up feeling. He might have a stomach ache. He might have a cold. He might have stubbed his toe on the bedpost last night. Uh, we don't know. We haven't heard anything about Evan Singleton yet. So we'll see how he does in the Conan's wheel. I gave him the victory here. You guys know how difficult it is for me. I called for an Evan Singleton win. That's not something you hear me do often. Because I have trouble getting those words out of my mouth. Not because I don't respect him as a strongman. Uh, but I did not take in the injury slash illness factor of the Evan Singleton story. So, uh, we don't know. He might have been up sneezing all night because someone put pepper in his pillowcase or something. We don't know. We shall see. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. It's time for an Ethor number in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. I'm wrong. Okay. Just checking. So make sure. We don't know if anything wrong with Evan. I was just I was just suggesting that there might be something wrong with Evan because well, it's Evan. So, there's been a whole lot of time between the end of competition yesterday and the start of competition today. Plenty of time. So, what's up? Taxes, inflation, barometric pressure, stuff. I think that's, a bit of hyperbole. He did not walk around the earth. He walked coast to coast, but not around the earth. Oceans did and would stop him. So let's not resort to hyperbole. 629 degrees, E. Thor Melstead. It's a big boy number there. 629 degrees. That's a big boy number. Another W for hoops. Remove 4 and you've got another whoops, which is what we're going to have when Evan Singleton drops it. Now, Evan is going to have to go and put up a big number here because all Trey has to do is sit back and see what he has to beat. Again, I did pick Evan to win, and it hurts me to do. But Trey gets the luxury of going last. But sometimes it doesn't matter. Sometimes it doesn't matter. The body has in it what it has in it. We'll see what Evan Singleton does. While we're waiting for Evan's number, let's do something real quick. I love to do this at least once a day. Let's just look at how happy Paul Smith looks. I just love this photo. That is a man who is not intense, not focused, having a great day, probably just proposed. That is a good look for Paul Smith. So someone said that I don't want to wish bad things on Brian or anyone else, but I was just thinking about something, uh, pre-competition. Someone said just a second ago that Brian stumbled and kind of tripped when he was carrying the Conan's wheel. I don't know. I haven't seen footage. Maybe true, maybe not. I don't know. But I was just thinking how it would be a bit of karma if that was the case, and how mean life can be sometimes. Because before competition on Brian's channel, he was having a bit of back and forth playful banter with Paul O'Dwyer. And Paul had mentioned how he broke his toe doing a Conan's wheel because his bag was in the way, and he tripped over the bag and broke his toe. And Brian said to him, "Well, it sounds like you deserve to break your toe. You should move stuff out of the way so that you got a clear walking path and you're not tripping beforehand. I mean, if you're not smart enough to get out of the way, it sounds to me like you deserve to break your toe." Now he wasn't being a jerk. He's just trying to be playful. But I was just thinking, if he was just basically heckling a fellow competitor for stumbling and hurting himself doing the wheel before the competition, and then he happened to stumble during the wheel himself, that's a bit of bad karma coming back to bite someone in the butt a little bit. So I don't know if that's true or not, but it would be it'd be kind of entertaining if he did stumble after just heckling someone for that. Why my mind just made me think back to Brian's little video and his interaction with Paul, and I just internally started to chuckle. So I thought I would share it with the stream for whatever reason. Hopefully, though, while we're talking about that, hopefully Brian is okay. Hopefully it was a stumble that didn't cause him any injury or cause him to go down or get hurt. Or hopefully he's fine going into the kettlebell toss. It was just bad luck, bad points, bad performance on that event. Um, but hopefully he's not injured or hurt. So when I'm chuckling and laughing at his misfortune, please in no way interpret that as me being like, Brian probably got hurt or I hope he did. No, 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 no. I think it's a bit funny he heckled someone for their misfortune on that event that has misfortune on it afterwards. But hopefully he's okay. Hopefully Brian is okay. I already know I'm a bad person, but anyway. Boom, boom, boom. 589 degrees for Evan Singleton. So he does not win the group event. This guy was wrong. Um, can't pretend I'm disappointed about that. But that means Ethor is up there. And so Trey can put it on that big shelf, like I talked about, get it nice and high. Um, and can probably put some distance between him and Evan here. Although, again, let's not make any mistake about it. 629 is a big number. It's not weak sauce. So it's not like Trey has a not like he gets to cruise here, take it easy, just to gingerly stroll walking across the beach. Um, but Evan did leave the door open here and give him some space to work with. So we'll see if Big Tex, the big country boy, can do something with this. I also will say this for Evan: 589 degrees. It's not, it's not Boom. Incredible number. It's also not boom bad number. It's a good enough number that probably means he's not injured, he's not sick. So he did make it from the end of competition yesterday to the start of competition today without something happening to him. And for that, I think we should probably give the man some sort of medal or trophy, at least a free t-shirt. You know, congratulations to making it 2 days of competition in a row without getting hurt. That's someone should do something for him. Yep. Joey Sachs. We'll go back and do a review when the event is over, but not before. We only break a review when the event's over. So you're gonna have to wait. You gotta wait for Trey Mitchell. When Trey Mitchell is done, we'll recap. That's the way this works here. Boom, boom, boom. Oh, now you guys are telling me what to do? Now you're bossing me around? Where's the word please? Or where's a question mark? Jeez. You give people a little bit of content and they just think they're your boss. Boom, boom, boom. Come on, Mr. Big Country. In a big country. I feel like this is it right here. This is it. We are 25 seconds away from knowing everything there is to know about the Conan's wheel. Now, I have not predicted when they're done correctly one time yet, so I should stop making predictions. I would not recommend getting a DWC. You do not want to drink while competing. Mitch has gotten a lot better on stones than he used to be. Uh, I guess used to be, meaning over the last year, because he's gotten to experience them. He's gotten to try them. He's gotten to do them. When he showed up last year, he'd never done the things. It's kind of incredible. Uh, he's still not, amazing at it. He's got some he's got some growing to do. I would say he's a good stone lifter, not an excellent stone lifter, but what he has been able to do in a year's time, he's going to go from being pretty damn good to probably one of the freaking best. I mean, everything he does, he gets better at, and he does it in a short period of time. So, but here's the thing: he doesn't even need to do that. I mean, if he keeps doing the way he's been doing so far, it won't matter. He's doing so freaking amazing that by the time you get around to the stones, he's probably gonna have some breathing room. And I'm talking finals. I'm not even talking about qualifier. He's cruised through. But you can't give enough superlatives for Trey or Mitchell Hooper. Uh, you just can't give him enough superlatives. The hype was warranted. The kid is good and getting better. Still waiting for that Trey Mitchell number. Still waiting. I'm not gonna judge. I've been walking in circles for 43 years now. He wasn't the rookie on Brian Shaw's group. He was the rookie who beat Brian Shaw and won his group. He was the rookie that put an end to the amazing streak of over a decade of performance of Brian Shaw winning his group outright and walking to the finals with a qualifying victory. He was the guy that put an end to that as the rookie. And there we go. Trey Mitchell, 523 degrees. So he did not put space between him and Evan. In fact, he gave up space to Evan. It's not what he wanted. But again, it doesn't matter. Because again, we've talked again about the whole stone offs. If your name is Brian Shaw, Trey Mitchell, or Tom Stoltman. Oh my gosh, it is what it is. If your last name is Stoltman and your first name is Tom, your last name is Shaw, or your last name is Mitchell, you're fine if you're going into a stone off. You don't want to have to do it, but it's time to review Group 5 in Conan's Wheel. Ethor Melstead actually picks up the win. I told you 629 is not a laughable number. That's a big number. Just because Evan didn't get up there. Sometimes we look at these names and how we think they're supposed to perform, how you're supposed to place, and we forget about the results. We're like, oh well, I wonder what this guy's going to get now. We think there's always going to be Billy. 629 is a good number. So when I saw that, I was like, there's no guarantees here. Evan got up there, couldn't best it. Trey got up there, couldn't best it. So Ethor picks up a well-deserved victory, 629 degrees, 6 points. Evan Singleton, 589 degrees, 5 points. Trey Mitchell, 4th place, 523 degrees. Paul Smith, 518 degrees, 3 points. Mark Felix, 470 degrees, 2 points. And Coco, 143 degrees, 1 point. Now, Group 5. Evan Singleton is at the top of the charts. His number one fan is happy about this. This is good. I'm so happy. I can't contain it. I just love to see Evan Singleton do well. It just it makes my heart feel so good. I'm so happy right now. He has a half a point lead over Trey Mitchell, who's in second with 20 points. And then Ethor Melstead, 17 and a half. Everybody else has been eliminated from competition. Doesn't matter what they do on the kettlebell toss. It doesn't mean anything. It's all about Singleton, Mitchell, Melstead right now. We're going to go up here and we're going to look at Group 1. Here's the results of your Conan's Wheel. Pavlo Kordiaka, 6 points, 742 degrees. That's how our day started. And it was pretty impressive, right? I guess technically our day started with Paul O'Dwyer going 722 out of the gates because he had 1 point in the log ladder. So your first Conan's Wheel was Paul O'Dwyer, and he went out there and walked 2 revolutions around that sucker. That's how the day actually began. Unfortunately, a second place 5-point finish for Paul wasn't enough. He has been mathematically eliminated. Doesn't matter what happens now for Paul. He's done. But 6 points first place finish for Pavlo, 5 points for Paul O'Dwyer, 4 points for Bobby Thompson, 3 points for Konstantin Janasha, 2 points for Eddie Williams, who has also been eliminated mathematically at this point, and 1 point, a last place finish in the Conan's Wheel for Tom Stoltman. Now, people are like, oh, what happened? Again, 598 degrees. There's nothing wrong with that. 600 degrees. That's good stuff. This was a tough Conan's Wheel. Group 1 was far and away the hardest Conan's Wheel group. I mean, it was a tough Conan's Wheel group. When we look at the total point shakeout, Tom finishing last did not help the total points for him. That allowed Pavlo Kordiaka to come up and take first place in the group overall. Bobby Thompson in second place, Tom Stoltman in third place, 16 and a half. Janasha is statistically still alive with Paul and Eddie gone. But here's the thing. We go back and we look at these guys right here. We look at Bobby Thompson and Tom Stoltman. I'm not a big fan of stone offs. We still have another event, the kettlebell toss, to come in here where this renders this point sort of moot. But if we look at it right now, if Tom Stoltman and Bobby Thompson go into a stone off, Tom Stoltman is in third place. In my opinion, if you finish in the top 2, you've earned your right to go to the finals. You shouldn't need to re-earn it. And that's the position that you put people in when this happens. And so even if this was the end, if there was no kettlebell toss here, Bobby Thompson has more points. He's done better overall than Tom. Doesn't matter. You're not going to convince me that Tom Stoltman is not going to beat Bobby Thompson in a stone off, even if Tom is in the third place position. Bobby gets his walking papers and doesn't get to go to the finals. I don't like these stone offs. Now, again, the kettlebell toss is probably going to shake these things up a little bit, and this is going to become a bit of a moot point. But that's where we're at right now. Pavlo 19, Bobby Thompson in second with 18, Tom Stoltman 16 and a half points. Okay, group 2, Alexei Novikov. He saw his countrymen get up there and do 740 plus degrees. And people were like, oh my gosh, how do you do something like that? And Alexei said, simple, like this. And he goes out there and gets 897 degrees, man. He decided, I'll stop walking whenever I feel like walking. 2.5 times he turned around that circle. 6 points, big win, much deserved. Alexei Novikov. Gav Bilton, 5 points, 557 degrees. Luke Stoltman, 4 points, 545 degrees. Christian Harrelson, 3 points, 524 degrees. El Masri, 2 points in the Conan's wheel, 70 degrees. He's the only person in Group 2 who has been mathematically eliminated thus far. He's not the only one that probably doesn't have a chance, but mathematically he's the only one who's been eliminated. And Thomas Evans, who went into the day in a fantastic position, much like Tom Stoltman in Group 1, Thomas Evans also had a 1-point finish here. 6th place. Didn't help his efforts out. So now when we go to the total points, Alexei is in a commanding lead. He has a 6-point lead over second place Luke Stoltman. 22 points for him, 16 for Stoltman. And now Thomas Evans has fallen behind Luke and is at 15 points. Gav Bilton is nipping at his heels right there at 14. Not 69 feet, 69 degrees. Degrees. It may or may not be a foot is a degree. I don't know. But let's just make sure that we're using the right terms unless someone comes in here and tells us that every foot is a degree. All right. Conan's wheel. Group 3. Do we really need to say anything about Group 3? I mean, this is basically your recap. Mitchell Hooper. Let's go on to Group 4. Let's move on. I mean, seriously, a little bit of hyperbole, but nothing much else needs to be said. This story here is all about Mitchell Hooper. I mean, some of you will say the story is Mateusz and the fact that he isn't performing. I think there's a couple stories here. Mateusz not performing, Matthew Ragg doing phenomenal and fantastic, but really, the story of Group 3 is Mitchell Hooper. He has competed in 4 events. He has won them all. He has won them all in enough fashion to say he's the beast. You know, he's not really finding a ton of challenge in this group where like people are making him step up and we don't see anything here. We don't see the contents of the video, but there's nothing in these numbers to make us suggest that he's struggling at all. He's sort of walking his way into the finals. So 24 points possible. They all belong to him. Matthew Ragg, the big Kiwi, 18 and a half points. So he's 5.5 behind Mitchell Hooper. He's had a great qualifier. Ivars is in 3rd place with 14 and a half points. And that's pretty much the reason I'm reading it that way is that's how they finished. The Conan's wheel was exactly basically the way they're placed. And then Mateusz, so far, he is the only one who has been eliminated. So all these the week started, everyone being, oh, Mateusz is gonna be on the podium. Mateusz has a chance to win. Mateusz he had a bad outing. People were still keeping. I don't know. Bottom line, this is not the year for Mateusz. He has been eliminated. There is nothing he can do to salvage a placement in the finals, let alone anything beyond that. So, and that's where we're at. So, boom, you can see there, Mateusz is at the bottom, Spencer 8.5 above, and then Hicksey is at 4th. All right, Group 4. Group 4 is Conan wheel. Jaco wins it. Jaco wins the Conan's wheel with 713 degrees. He was hoping to pick up a little bit of ground. He did that. You know, he was trailing Brian Shaw. He wanted to gain a little ground. He gained ground. He gained ground, all right. And he did it with a commanding wind of 713 degrees. Kevin Ferris finished second at 636 degrees. That's really, really a nice thing for Jocko, because with Ferris performing that well and Heinle, both Rauno and Brian not having the best of performances, it really made Jocko's good performance that much better points wise. It gave him breathing room. So Rauno gets 4 points at 572. Gabriel, 3 points at 476. Brian, 2 points at 411. Adam Bishop, 1 point for 292 degrees. When we look at the total point shakeout, we see that Jocko's on top with 20 points. Rauno is in second with 18.5 points. Brian Shaw is on the bubble at 17.5 points. Of course, just like I said earlier, Brian Shaw, Tom Stoltman, right? Trey Mitchell. If that's who you are, it doesn't really matter if you're second or third on the stone off. You like your odds. But in this case, the next event up is the kettlebell toss. It's hard to beat Brian when you're tossing weights up in the air for height. So Brian's probably going to pick up some ground here, right? He's probably going to move up the leaderboard, not stay in third or down. Even if he stays third, he's fine. He likes it in the stone off. He wants to save energy, but you got to think he's probably going to pick up a little bit of ground if you're a betting person, and he's not injured after falling down or stumbling or whatever it was. Ferris, Bishop, Rayom, all mathematically eliminated. They're done for. It's a 3-horse race in Group 4. Same kind of thing in Group 5. Won't even really talk about it too much. I'll just go straight to the people who are still in contention. Paul Smith, Mark Felix, Coco, they're all mathematically eliminated. So when we look at the people who are still there, we've got Ethor Melstead picking up 6-point first place finish in the Conan's Wheel with 629 degrees. Evan Singleton getting second place with 589 degrees. Trey Mitchell getting the third place position with 523 degrees. We go to the total points. The T-Rex, Evan Singleton, is on top of the Group 5 leaderboard. Trey Mitchell only a half a point behind. That's about as close as it gets. And Ethor Melstead at 17.5 for third. That's where we are after one event on day 2. What that means now is we've got at 1:20 Eastern time for the kettlebell. So we've got about 2 hours. We've got about 2 hours before anything happens. So there's your review. Now we can chill. Now we can hang out. Now we can talk about my love affair with Evan Singleton and where he's going to take me to prom, or whatever. Uh, or I could get something to drink because I've been wanting something to drink, right? Um, there's a lot of things that we could do here. So it's as much your stream as it is mine. Talk to me. Tell me what you want to do if you're still here. Excuse me. Nice of me to cough all over all of you like that. I probably just gave you a computer virus. As a Scotsman, there's only one man winning this year, Emo. Emo's is a fantastic pizza franchise in my hometown of St. Louis, Missouri. Anyway, he's Scottish and he's called Mitchell M. Chooper. M. Chooper. Mitchell M. Chooper. One man winning this here emo. He's Scottish. Mitchell M. Chooper. I'm a good reader. I got every one of those things correct. Don't even think about trying to correct me. The current website that I'm sitting on is strongmanarchives.com. It's a fantastic resource. They do great work. Um, I don't ask for money or really support for any of the stuff that I do. Um, but if you do want to contribute or support the community, I definitely would say go make a donation to the people that run Strongman Archives. They have a wealth of information for fans. You can look up not just World's Strongest Man information. You can look up basically every major competition on there. They keep tracks of records and all the athletes. And it's a painstaking effort that they put a lot of love and passion and hard work into. It's pretty good. It's an ad-free experience. So if you like the sport of strongman and you like data, you like to be informed. I'm not sponsored. I don't get anything out of this, but I would encourage you to go ahead and send them $5-10 just to say thank you. Buy them a beer or a cup of coffee or whatever your drink of choice is. Um, yeah. You can also follow along, just so you know, on the actual World's Strongest Man official site, the worldstrongestman.com/live scoring. But the main site that I use is strongmanarchives.com, and it's an excellent resource. I'm going to press pause and turn this off for a moment, and I'm going to go get myself some refreshments, and I'll be back in a moment. All right then. Nice stuff. Uh, who do I think will win this year? I've been riding the Mitchell Hooper prediction train since before the event started. I don't see anything that's happened thus far to make me really want to change that. Yeah, I go by. Yeah. What's up? No. I think uh I think the worst thing working against Mitchell Hooper is just the fact that the sport is so new to him. He still doesn't have experience doing a lot of the events, um, which to me makes it that much more remarkable about what he has been able to achieve in such a short time and how you see him improve competition to competition. Like sometimes the first time he does an event, um, it looks like what you would expect a first timer doing the event, right? But when he comes back to do the event a second time, the growth he has seen from time one to time two is it's unbelievable. And then by the time he has done something like three times or more, he looks like an old pro at it. Um, he learns so quickly to go along with his sheer athleticism. Obviously, he's a strong guy. These guys are all strong guys. But there's more to Mitchell Hooper than just strength. And with the rate that he is learning at, that's bad news to a to a lot of these guys. This kid, I've said before, I said it last year. I think it will be harder and harder. I said it this year. I said it yesterday. I think it will be harder and harder in modern day strongman to have sustained runs of dominance in this sport because the sport's growing and it's getting younger, and that means it's a lot harder to be the top dog and maintain the status as the top dog. There's a new crop of young talent coming on all the time. I stand by that, but I also look at it and go, if there's someone that can have a sustained run of dominance in modern strongman, um, it might be Mitchell Hooper. This this kid is not just supremely strong and supremely athletic, but he's learning at a crazy rate. Once his experience and knowledge catches up to his athletic gifts, which they haven't yet, that's the thing. He's doing this all with athleticism, strength, and sheer will. He hasn't even learned yet. Once his once his experience and knowledge catches up to his athleticism, once his technique has caught up there, he's going to be hard to beat. Very, very hard. Well, he's already hard to beat. He is already hard to beat, as evidenced by the fact that they usually don't beat him. Um, but he's still so raw. He's still so raw. His best days are ahead of him. Um, he's going to be a fun guy to watch for the next few years. Feel free to throw some questions at me. We got a lot of time to kill. I know there's not a lot of people still here, around 30 or so, but we can either sit here in silence and be bored while we wait, or we can chat it up. So, so the kettlebell toss won't be happening for quite some time. You can see the time listed on the screen there. You got a while to wait for it. We can do a recap of the first event, the Conan's Wheel, in a moment, and answer the question, what just happened to Tom only getting 1 point? I don't think it's a tactic. I don't think so. I think this is the fact that it's something I spoke about earlier. Um, I don't mind repeating myself. I know people come in and out constantly. But for people who were here earlier, you might hear me say something and repeat myself, and it could be redundant. I apologize. We have to deal with the fact that people do join us at various times. So here's what I would say. Could it have been a strategy? Could it have been a tactic? Yeah. I think that would be a bad strategy and a bad tactic to put yourself down in third place from first. Um, I don't think it was. I'm not Tom. Ask Tom. But here's what I think. I think a lot of times we have these guys in our mind. It's confirmation bias, which I talk about a lot. Not on strongman, but in general. I talk about this a lot. Social media and my daily life, the dangers of confirmation bias and stuff. But we get these preconceived ideas in our head. We tell ourselves that what we think will happen is what will happen or what is inevitable or what must happen. And anything that doesn't look the way that we already think that it will, we start to try to explain it away or come up with some kind of reasoning. We can't just tell ourselves that maybe we were wrong. We just believe, stuff that proves us right. Well, obviously. Told you guys. We love to be I told you so people. And when something conflicts with our worldview or what we think, then we like to be like, well, let's figure out what went wrong here. Because obviously it wasn't my knowledge, it wasn't what I thought. So we got to figure out what else is wrong or what's at stake. I think the fact of the matter is, Tom just could manage 1 point. It's a tough event, and he was in a very tough group. If we look at the Conan's Wheel here, Group 1 was the toughest group for the Conan's Wheel, period, by a large margin. Virtually everybody except Tom, and he was only 2 degrees shy, was over 600 degrees. That's not easy to do. That is not easy to do. This is very, very difficult. Group 1 had 2 guys over 720 degrees. 2 men walked that circle 2 full revolutions. And then we had 3 other guys over 600 degrees, and Tom was right there. I think what's with Tom getting 1 point? What's with Tom getting 1 point is the other guys had darn good performances. It is what it is. Um, I chalk it up to that. It's competition. There's nothing wrong with 598 degrees. That's a good Conan's Wheel. Unfortunately for Tom, there was some even better Conan wheels in his group. And so I think that's what's at play here. He got 1 point because he got 1 point. And then when you look at the total group standings, that cost Tom from being in the top to go down there to third place. Basically, Pavlo and Stoltman flip-flopped positions. So Pavlo Kordiak is now at 19. Bobby Thompson's at 18, a point and a half above Tom Stoltman, who's at 16 and a half. But as long as Tom Stoltman is in the top 3, he goes to the he probably goes to the finals because there's no one there that's going to beat him in a stone off unless their names are Brian Shaw or Trey Mitchell. Tom Stoltman's going to beat them in stone. He's probably the best stone lifter in the world. So in heads-up competition, he's probably going to beat anyone. But I do think that Brian Shaw and Trey Mitchell are good enough that even Tom's not going to beat them unless he's in that second position. Basically, what I'm saying is whoever's in the second position wins. But unless it's those three guys, Tom Stoltman can beat anyone in the world from that third place position. It doesn't matter. So right now, Pavlo is in the top spot. Assuming the kettlebell toss doesn't change that, he finishes the kettlebell toss still in first. He goes to the final because that's what happens when you're in first place. If Bobby Thompson and Tom Stoltman are in a stone off, Tom Stoltman goes to the finals. That makes me feel bad for Bobby Thompson. I don't like stone offs anyway. This is a clear indication of why I don't like stone offs. I don't think it's fair to basically tell the guy who finishes second that he hasn't done enough. And he has to prove that he deserves to be there by going out and doing it again, essentially. To me, it makes the entire events leading up to that point almost a waste. But it doesn't matter what I think. It doesn't matter what my opinions are. As long as Tom is in the top three positions, it's like being in the top position. He's going on. Same kind of thing with Brian Shaw. Same kind of thing with Trey Mitchell. When you're that good at stones, when the stone off exists, when we place such an importance on stones in the sport of strongman like we do today, if those three guys are in positions 1, 2, or 3, it's like being in position 1. It is what it is. All right. So, group 2, kettlebell toss up next. But before we do that, we got to look at what happened in the Conan's wheel. Alexei Novikov put down the mark of the day. I guess I should take this off while I'm doing this. So 897 degrees, the largest mark by a wide margin in the Conan's wheel goes to Alexei Novikov. 897 degrees, 6 points. That gives him 3 wins out of 4 events. Gav Bilton, 557 for 5. Luke Stoltman, 545 for 4 points. Christian Harrelson, 3 points. El Masri, 2 points. The big thing here, the big news, like Tom Stoltman in Group 1, finishing 6th and getting 1 point. Group 2 had the same kind of thing. You have a big contender up there at the top of the leaderboard, getting 1 point in the Conan's wheel. 6th place position for Tom Evans, and that shook the leaderboard up in Group 2 as well. Group 1 and 2 experienced a very similar phenomenon here. So Group 2 standings now, it's Alexei Novikov, 22 points overall, ahead of Luke Stoltman at 16. Tom Evans is now in that 3rd place position. And Novikov, his lead grew. He had I believe it was a 2-point lead today. I believe he went from 4 points to 2 points. They closed the gap, and then he was able to jump that back up to 6. So they shrunk his lead, and then he grew his lead. So he has now a big 6-point lead. Pretty nice. Pretty nice. Basically, he needs a point. He wins the thing. So you pretty much say him and Mitchell Hooper have won their groups after 4 events. The 5th event is basically irrelevant to them. They do have to go out there and get a point, but I mean, you guys do the math. A point, right? So they pretty much won their groups after 4 events. Which brings us to Mitchell Hooper's group now. We just talked about him. Let's talk about him. In the Conan's wheel, Mitchell Hooper wins it, and that's all this guy has done. First event, first place. Second event, first place. Third event, first place. Fourth event, first place. The guy has not shown that he knows how to finish in any other position other than first. Now, in the kettlebell toss, again, he doesn't have to. 1 point is all he needs to win the group. He gets 1 point. He's the group winner. So he can't just go over there and throw one bell over the thing and be like, I'm done. That's all he has to do. If I was him and I was doing, and the competitor in me wants to win and serve energy, I probably would do that. He might do that. Probably will do that because that's the way these guys work now, and he's a smart, strategic guy. Although I wish he wouldn't do that, and I wish he wouldn't do what I would do, and I wish it would be like the old days of strongman, where they went out there and they gave best effort on every event, regardless of whether they needed to or not, because fans want to see it and all. But again, it's changed. All kinds of things are there that change that. But in any event, he needs 1 point. But I hope he goes out there and acts like he needs 6. I'd love to see him go out there and just, you know, go 5 for 5. That'd be awesome. But in any event, 6 points for Mitchell on the Conan's wheel. 5 points for Matthew Ragg. 4 points for Ivars. Mateusz gets 3 points. That's a fourth place finish. That's his best. That's his best. That's his best finish so far, but he has been eliminated. Spencer Remick, 2 points. And then, of course, Hicksey gets 1 point. When you look at the scores for Group 3, Mitchell Hooper, 24 points. Matthew Ragg, 18.5. Ivars, 14.5. So, yeah, basically, this is what you're looking at pretty much. You've got Hooper, Ragg, Ivars. You basically got Ragg and Ivars in a stone off. And you kind of got to feel bad for Matthew Ragg here because, again, my detesting and displeasure of the stone offs. He's up 4 points on this guy. Matthew is up 4 points over Ivars. That's a big lead. You deserve to get credit for that. You deserve to be rewarded for what has happened before you get to that point. If he goes out there and puts another point over Ivars, maybe someone finishes between Ragg and Ivars, and Ragg beats Ivars by more than one position, he could make this lead even bigger. He could watch a 5 or plus point lead disappear from one event, from the stone off. I don't think Ivars will beat him from the third position, but it could happen. That's a possibility when we're doing these stone offs, and I don't think it's right. What's the motivation to go out there and do well? You might as well just, hang out and score enough points to be there. That's all that really matters. Why give it your best? You don't get kind of rewarded for finishing second, even when you dominate in second place, because that's basically what you're looking at. 4 points ahead. That's a big difference. There's been 4 events so far. There's been at least one person between Ragg and Ivars in every event if you look at it on average. And we can just erase that with one event? All right. Moving on. Group 4. Conan's wheel. We had another person put up 700 plus degrees. Jocko gets 713 to take the victory in Group 4. Kevin Ferris does him a favor to put some breathing room between him and Brian Shaw. He gets second place. That's good for 5 points. Ferris is eliminated from it, but him getting a lot of points there and doing really well is a big help to Jocko. A big help to Jocko. Because it gave him space to work with. And there was no space before. Those guys were all bunched up like a half a point between each other. Rauno gets 4 points for a third place finish. Gabe, 3 points. Brian Shaw, fifth place finish, 2 points. And Adam Bishop down there with 1 point. When you look at the total points there, you got Jocko in 20, then you got Rauno in second, and Brian in third. If you were here 2 minutes ago when I was rambling about Tom Stoltman, Trey Mitchell, Brian Shaw, what that means for them in a stone off, I don't need to repeat it here. Everything I said about Tom Stoltman in a stone off applies to Brian Shaw as well. So, Group 5, the final group. Ethor Melstead won Group 5 with 629 degrees. Evan Singleton, 589. This is a great thing here. Again, people are like, "What happened? What happened?" This is a great thing to go back to Group One real quick in terms of we're doing this recap because of several different ways. Catch people up, but also to ask the Tom Stoltman "What happened?" question. Why did he get one? I'll go back and say what I said before. Don't look at 598 degrees like that's not some impressive number from Tom Stoltman. Don't look at 598 degrees and ask, "Oh my gosh, what happened? How could he do so badly?" That's what 1 point causes you to think. You're focused on the point and not the achievement. There's nothing wrong with 598 degrees. You come down here and put him in group 5, that's 5 points. That's a second place finish. So that's a good number. It just, he happened to be paired with a bunch of people who had really good numbers. It happens sometimes. And so, anyway, Evan Singleton gets second place with 589. Trey Mitchell, third place with 523. Paul Smith with 518. Mark Felix, second place, or fifth place, 2 points, with 470. Coco, 1 point. Sixth place, 143. You go to the leaderboard, Evan Singleton is on top. Barely. He has 20.5. Trey Mitchell is right there with 20. And Ethor Melstead is at 17.5. Everyone else in Group 5 has been eliminated from competition. So it's a three-man race. Basically, you are looking at you're looking at your winner and your stone off people right there already, regardless of what happens in kettlebell toss. The only thing at play is who wins versus who's in the stone off. Um, so yeah, got the same thing for group 4 and 5 basically, and that's where we're at right now. Oh, let's see here. What did I train in the gym today? What did I do? I did some lat pull downs. Um, I did some overhead presses on machines. Both of these were machines. They weren't free weights. Uh, uh, I also did some dips, but I didn't do them regular. Once I was done doing the pull downs, I stood on the seat and did dips, pressing the lat pull down down. I did some curls for the girls. Uh, and I did some dumbbell squats. So I held the squats and I held the dumbbells and did some squats. And basically, I walked out of the gym. I wasn't there all that long. I only worked out because I got up and the electricity was out. And so I couldn't stream. Started late because of that. Wanted to kill time. I don't know how long it was out for, but I decided, well, I'm not going to sit around here and do nothing. So I went to the gym. I came back. When I came back, everything was back on. So I kicked the stream on and apologized for getting to a late start. I'll wait for questions to come in and I'll do a little bit of playing some games here. Um, play some little games on my phone while I wait for you guys to ask me something. Lars just subscribed to my channel. I don't know who Lars is, but good job. You made a good choice. And those of you who didn't subscribe to my channel yet, you probably should right now. You guys need to throw some questions out at me. You do, you do, you do. Otherwise, I'll just keep holding my phone. Let's try spray. You mean if we eliminated the groups, like if we just had all 30 people together, who's doing the best, who's doing the worst? Is that what you're asking? I mean, that's what you're asking. I don't have an answer for you yet. I will at the end of today. I'll do that. Last year I did it after each day of competition. What if there were no groups? I did that. This year I decided not to do that. I was pretty dead at the end of yesterday. So when we were done, I was done. Today with the qualifiers, I will do that. We'll go back and we'll remove the groups and we'll play a game of what if. We'll talk about if it was just heads up competition, 30 guys going at each other, where they would have finished. I didn't do that yesterday, and it's not something I can really do on the fly because we have to take and we have to look at what this time would have been with this time and this time and this time. And it's it's a it's an endeavor to do it just on the fly like that. I don't have the information. Um, I will give you a video like that this evening, but I'm not doing it on the fly right now. It's that requires a lot of work. So last year I did that after each day of competition, um, and I thought I was going to do it at the end of yesterday, but I was too wiped out. So we'll do it. We'll do it today, and we'll pretend that there were no groups, and we'll see who would have qualified. Which 10 guys would have been the 10 best through qualifier? We'll pretend that stone offs aren't real, stone offs don't exist, and we'll just see which 10 of the 30 had the most points if they were in heads up competition. Actually, I think Laws and Liz do that as well. I think they did last year. Maybe they're not doing it this year. I don't know. Uh, I don't want I don't want to put myself down after you just said thank you, but they might have actually beat me to it last year. They might have had that information up like 30 or 40 minutes before I did. I can't remember, but I'm almost positive that Laws and Liz also played the What If Groups Aren't Real game. Um, no, Coop. By Cooper you mean Hooper, right? I think you mean Hooper. Uh, so Mitchell, Mitchell, in two different events, he would have had the second best time or the second best uh, performance overall by the slightest margin. Like he almost won overall, but not quite. And the log was one of those. So like if we look right here, you'll see like in the first one is the loading race. Pavlo Kordiaka had 5 and 41.38. That was the best loading race. If you look at Mitchell Hooper, he got 5 and 42.05. So he was about a half a second slower than Pavlo in the loading race. Good for second overall. Similar in the log ladder, you'll see that Mitchell Hooper got 5 and 39.51. Very, very, very good to be sure, but not the best because Thomas Evans got 5 and 38.96. So in both the loading race and the log ladder, Mitchell Hooper had amazing performances, but there was someone in each event who was slightly more amazing in the other groups. Hopefully that answered your question and made sense. That's what's interesting about the sport right now. We have these young guys who, in a very short time ago, we basically never heard of, and now they're at the top of the game. Uh, this is happening more and more and more. Mitchell Hooper, Pavel Kordiaka, Thomas Evans. A couple years ago, I would have said those names and you wouldn't have known who I was talking about, any of those guys. What? Who? Huh? And now they're perennial contenders and perennial podium finishers at every competition they go to. So um, it's there's been a real youth infusion in the sport, and it's fun to see. You can go watching yesterday's video early on in it. I tell you who my top five is. Spoiler alert: they do not match Boom Shakalaka's top five, and they haven't changed. The same five names I said yesterday are the same five names I would say today. It's not those five names. There you go. Never heard of Jocko before. There you go. There are all kinds of instances we can point to right now where guys that you didn't know a year or 2 years ago are studs. So nope, I'm gonna try to drive hits back to my other videos. Go watch the first 5 or 10 minutes of it and help the algorithm help me get points. I'm gonna be a jerk. Or you could tune in for some videos I post tomorrow. I guess on the off day I'll post a little bit of content. And we'll go over again the top five going into the finals. Because I feel like that's something good to talk about then. And I'll do something I didn't do on day one. On day one, I said who was going to win, and I said the top five. I weaseled out and was a coward and a chicken and did not make a podium. So I said one. I didn't give you a second or third. I said, here's your top five. Here's your winner. I have no idea what order. Tomorrow, I'll repeat the top five and I'll give you the podium. And and then we'll see how much you get to laugh at me when the contest is over. Do I think more NFL players will transition to strongman like Thomas Evans? I feel like there's some defensive tackle beasts that could make it. You want? Do you want an honest answer? You want an honest answer to that question? I'll get to your other question in just a second, Warner. All right, here's your honest answer. No, no. Now ask me why. So there's your honest answer. No, I don't. Now give you say why in the chat. He sees on the right path here. I'll pretend Boom Shakalaka said why. It's coming. I can feel it. He just delayed. There we go. There we go. Uh, here you go. Here's the answer. Money. Money. There's a crap ton of money if you make it to the NFL. If you ride the bench, you get a lot of money. In strongman, the bottom line is there's not a lot of money in our sport, period. There's not a lot of money at the top unless you're at the top for a long, long time, like, Brian Shaw or something like that. But unless you're at the very top, there's not a lot of money, period. You don't get paid to compete, you get paid to dominate. Someone mentioned MMA a second ago. It's kind of like that. If you're a title holder, you get to share the pay per views, right? You can make millions and millions of dollars if you're in that coveted number one spot. But if you're not, you might be fighting for 5 to show and 5 to win. In strongman, maybe if you are the best for a couple years, you win a couple $50,000 competitions. That's $100K. It's good money for you and I. Good money for you and I. You get a sponsorship deal for another $100,000. That's $200,000. That's great. But to do that, you had to be that top dog. You're also having to pay to train. You're also having to pay to travel. That's coming out of that. They're not furnishing that. If you're on the NFL, you got $500,000 salary. You're going to turn that $500,000 salary over and give it up, knowing that in order to see that kind of money in strongman, you're going to have to kick butt and be the top dog for the next couple of years. Yeah, I don't see a lot of people doing that. It's not wise. It's not smart. It's not intelligent. I wouldn't do it. This is my sport. I love lifting. I'm much, much better at at strength sports than I am football. No way on earth would I do that if I had football talent. It doesn't make sense. Um. All right, great. Now, let's go back and see the other question. There's another one on there I missed. Oh, young power lifter. Okay. Uh, if you're 23 years old breaking records, stands to reason that you could probably do well. I do think height and size are a component. They've worked against me. I mean, I've only did, and again, I haven't competed in several years. But when I was doing these small regional shows, we didn't even have. It's kind of funny. The sport has grown enough now where like you can go up to squat racks and things like that, and they can actually move the implement. They can move the equipment around to accommodate people of different heights and things, and that's pretty cool. When I was doing stuff, you couldn't even do that. I literally had to take 0 points in some events because I couldn't fit into the thing, not in the way like I'm too big and bulky. I was too damn small to use it. The squat was about here. I couldn't get the thing on my shoulders. I was too dang short. That's not so much of an issue now, right? Especially at the big competitions. They can make it work for us people of shorter stature. Um, but size does matter. People who say it doesn't are wrong. Um, the best is the best. Could he make a dent? Could he do something? Yeah, probably if he's young enough. All young, strong, improve, experience, all these things. Um, but he would always be at a disadvantage. A disadvantage doesn't mean that you can't overcome it. It means the challenge is harder. So he would be at a disadvantage. That doesn't mean he couldn't do well. Hopefully, you understand what I'm saying. What do you mean by what went on with Tom? Yeah, but I agree with Werner's premise. I don't necessarily agree with Werner's um, landing or final position there. Build helps, but it's not like you can't transform that. I haven't seen any pictures. I'm going to submit a name to you real quick. Mitchell Hooper. I haven't seen any pictures of Mitchell Hooper when he was running marathons. Uh, I should look that up. That might actually be fun as a fun video for our channel to look back on where Mitchell Hooper began his athletic career. But I haven't seen any pictures of Mitchell Hooper running marathons. But if I was to guess, if I was to do nothing more than venture a guess, I would submit to you that if you're looking at a guy who runs marathons and looking at him, you're probably not looking at him going, that's a guy I bet could convert over to strongman and do really well. I bet you look at his build and you don't think strongman. Again, I'm guessing, I'm speculating, this is conjecture, but I'm betting that you don't look at it and think, wow, that guy's built for strongman. Um, so there is something to build, but you can also transform your build in some regards. Um, and you can change your training regimens to do things of that nature. So I don't necessarily think that you could just look at people on a basketball court or on a football field and go, I'll take you, I'll take you, I'll take you, I'll recruit you based on what you look like, and then build a winning strongman empire that way. I don't think that would be the most wise um strategy if I was to build a team and I was a strongman coach. I think here's a I think here's one of the truths that we have. Some people are athletically gifted and some aren't. Um, that doesn't mean that everyone who does good at some sports can do good at all sports. I'm not saying that. Don't pretend that's what came out of my mouth or what you heard. But I will say this. I do believe that oftentimes if you find someone who's really athletically gifted, they can probably carry those gifts into other sports and other athletic endeavors as well. So I do think, a lot of times if you're a supreme athlete, you're a supreme athlete. It is what it is. That doesn't mean you can go do everything. Take your pick. You're going to do well. Um, but if you're athletically gifted, you're athletically gifted. If you're not athletically gifted, you're not. And not being athletically gifted doesn't mean you can't win or perform either. It means you got to be willing to work your butt off. I didn't say anything differently than that. I'm aware that there's different types of athleticism and stuff. Didn't say anything differently than that. All I said, and again, I just said, don't pretend you heard something come out of my mouth. You didn't. Uh, all I am saying is that those who are athletically gifted are athletically gifted, and you can carry those gifts over to other things. I am not athletically gifted, not at all. I wished I was. I am not. I have been successful in several different sports, not on any kind of major level. I'm a, I'm not a primetime player. uh, I'm in the little league squad, but I don't have any natural tools or natural talents. All I really had working for me, from an athletic standpoint, was a great big chip on my shoulder. I don't know if I shared this last year or not, but I'll share it now. I think I might have. I'm not sure. I was actually born with a few physical deformities. The betting odds were against me ever walking. I'm supposed to be in a wheelchair my whole life. Then it was, well, he can get out of the wheelchair, but he'll need arm braces and leg braces to support himself. Then I kept fighting and kept fighting and kept fighting. He can get rid of the arm braces, but they tell my parents, you need to get ready to see your kid wearing leg braces forever. No leg braces. And I went on to be in the army and represent my country in the military and do really well in wrestling and weightlifting and other things, and no braces or anything like that. I have bad arthritis and I have tons and tons of surgeries and did wear the braces for a long time, and I'm in pain 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. It's never a matter of am I hurting, it's a matter of how much is this dude hurting. I don't say this for sympathy. I don't say it to brag. I say it to go back to, again, the athletic thing. I don't have those athletic gifts. All I had was a big chip on my shoulder that didn't like being told, you can't do something. This is all you're capable of. This is all you're ever going to be. That didn't sit well with me. So I had something here that said, I'll show you. And that's all I had going for me. Could you imagine the faces if all the competitors walked into an all you can eat buffet together? I'm reminded of the rotund comedian John Bennett who has a thing where he's making fun about going to a Chinese buffet, and the guy's like, he's like, well, I'm like, it says all you can eat, and he's like, not all, no, for you is some of you can eat, not all you can eat, no, not for you. I'd imagine it would be something like that. They'd walk in and they'd just close the buffet down. How did I overcome it? It's a good question. Overcome is a weird word. I don't know that I have overcome it because it almost makes it sound like that I've defeated it or that I've won. I believe it's a struggle every day. I haven't overcome it. I'm still trying to overcome it. And I think that's the answer to your question, though. How? because I approach it with that mindset. I'm not victorious. Every day is a battle, every day is a struggle. Let's put our work boots on and get to work. I think that's the answer. Fur baby duties. All right. We are about 40 minutes away from kickoff of the kettlebell toss, assuming they start on time, which is not a given. What else you guys got? Any other questions? I think for the kettlebell toss, I'm going to have to put my ugly mug somewhere else, or I'm going to be blocking the results. I think I know what I'll do. I'll put myself right in the middle of the screen above the contestants. That's what I'll do. But that's not going to work when I go to the World's Strongest Man. It's like, I don't know. I could just take myself off and then you guys will just hear a voice like a narrator. I don't know. Ooh, that's big. That is big. I kind of like it. I like that. All right. No other questions? No other questions, I guess. Well, those are the easiest ones to answer. I like Paul's built pretty well. He looks sufficiently jacked. Yep. 10 athletes in the final. I would really like to see us get away from groups eventually. As long as they do the TV format the way that they do it, as long as they stay away from making us happy, essentially. No live streams, no broadcasts like that. They're live, making it for a TV audience. Um, the format that it is, we'll probably always see this, but I'd love to see us get away from the groups. I'd love to see World Strongest Man be revamped and overhauled overall. Um, it is what it is. It is what it is. I'm still anti stone off. They will never change my mind about that. I have a feeling like if I made it to where you needed super chats and you had to pay to ask questions, for some strange reason, I bet I would get more questions if I had people pay to ask than if I just said ask them for free and throw out what you want. It's the way our minds work. It's weird. There's no paywall here. You're free to contribute, and I'll engage and interact with you for $0.00. But I bet if I said, "Hey, it's going to cost you $2 to ask a question," I probably have 30 questions in the queue. Uh, let's see here. There's 40 people watching. Okay, how about 30 compete against each other, but seed them out 10 people at the same? What do you mean by that? I'm not sure I understand what you mean by that. Early prelims, prelims, and main card. I'm not sure I follow. The events in the finals. Rather than just rattle them off to you, let's take a look at it. I'm pretty sure we can get this here. We'll go here. I think we can get this information up here like this. It's brought me right back. That's not gonna. Okay, we'll go back over to this page then. Let's give us more to talk about when we can actually visualize it. And this is probably just going to have. Here we go. This is what I was looking for. Okay, here you go. So I've been shoplifting these for our thumbnails for the streams. So there you go. So this is your qualifier day 1, your qualifier day 2. In the finals, you've got the fingers. You've got the Kanak deadlift. It seems so weird saying Kanak. I'm an American, see K and N. I'm like, hey, the K is silent. Okay. But the Kanak deadlift, you've got the Rain Total Body Fuel Shield Carry. Can you see where sponsorships are invading here? Kanak, the Rain Total Body. It's not just a shield carry. It's not just a deadlift. Okay. And then on final day 2, Saturday, we've got the Max Dumbbell. We got a vehicle pull. Gotta love those. And then, of course, as we always do, and as it seems like we're required to have, we've got the Atlas stones. So there's the answer to your question. Let's see here. Like a group, but it's all competing. I still don't know that I follow. I'm going to tell you what I think that you're saying, and I'm not confident in it at all. Otherwise, I would say I think I know what you're saying. I'll tell you what I think you're saying, and then you can say yes or no. That's not what you mean, because I'm really struggling. I think when you're saying we seed them out 10 people at a time, and then I also saw early prelims, main card. I think what you're saying is uh, all 30 are there, but and all 30 compete against each other, but maybe we do it in sort of like you take your top level guys, or you probably don't want to do that because nobody would watch. I say this because I saw early prelims, and main card. I think that probably wouldn't be very good either because nobody would watch the other stuff. I think you'd want to divide it up. But let's just say they have these groupings, so 10. So we have like a Brian Shaw and an Eddie Williams and a Bobby Thompson and a Paul Dwyer in the same group of 10. Now they're not competing for points amongst themselves, they're competing for everybody. But we have these 10 guys go through and do an event. We take a break, or these 10 guys go and do another event. And then we bring the other 10 guys in to do an event. And you don't really know who gets what points until all 30 people have done something. Is that what you're saying? I haven't seen it this year, Chris, in terms of what it's shaped like. Usually, Usually, and I emphasize usually because I've seen it done differently, but usually when they say shield carry, not always, it is more of that kite shape. I think that's the case here. I'm not 100% sure, but usually when they label it that way, you've kind of got that kite shape to it, that arrowhead. I believe it's another stone as well. I think it's stone this year. I could be wrong. Could be metal, but I actually think it's stone. More and more stones. We can't get away from rocks. We love to see rocks. Could be metal. I think it's stone. There's not enough transparency from WSM, and we all hate the fact that they don't expose it to us live, right? Well, I don't know about thoughts in terms of like why don't they, and for in terms of the answer of why it is the way it is, it's because they already have a contract. The deal's already licensed. It's not something that they can just snap their fingers and go, okay, we're gonna go live. They can't do that. They signed long-term exclusive broadcasting rights with the TV networks, and so they're locked in. They have to do it this way. Now that contract isn't infinite. It's not, forever. The question is, when the contract ends this time, will they go into an immediate one doing the same thing that they've always done, or will they decide to modernize things? Obviously, they've it's renewed before, and they've continued to do it the same way. So it seems like they're dead set on this. But there's also a growing contingent. The sport's getting bigger. There's more fans yelling and stuff than ever before. They see other groups who are making money doing live streaming and things. So they now know that you can. If I was a betting man, and I'm not, and I never bet World's Strongest Man to do anything that makes sense. But if I was a betting man, I would say that this will come to an end in the next few years. I would say within the 2 3 years, probably the higher side of that, probably not two. And I don't know how long the contract runs through. Maybe someone knows the deal structure can go. No, Jace, the current deal goes through 2028. And I go, well, there you go. But I would say that within the next few years, when that contract comes up, they probably will look at doing something a little different. That's probably wishful thinking on my part. Um, I hope they do, and I think they will. And the reason I think they will is you've got Rogue and Arnold's and several other big competitions now who are showing that this model, what you and I are doing here right now, not looking at spreadsheets, but broadcasting the world out on streaming services and making money from ad budgets and sponsors and other things other than just an exclusive rights deal and let the network go and sell ad dollars. Um, this works, and and there's also an upset contingent of your people who are like, we don't want to wait. And of course, ratings decline, and they've been showing decline over the years because people don't want to. People, they're not watching TV the way they used to. Bottom line, people don't watch TV the same way today that they used to. Number two, people don't want to tune in to see stuff that they already know the results of. So I think we'll see some changes. Might be wishful thinking on my part, but I do think we'll see some changes. If we could just be a little more patient and wait just a little bit longer. Because the partnership is with ESPN, by the way, at least here in the States, they got other broadcasting partners throughout, but I don't know why they couldn't have some kind of thing with ESPN Plus. They need live content. These people want to go live. I don't know why they couldn't do something like, make it live on ESPN Plus. ESPN doesn't really want all of their customers watching on the TV now because, again, people don't watch TV the way they used to. People aren't trying to sell cable TV subscriptions. They're trying to sell these a la carte. Buy our service, subscribe to our service. And so I don't know why we couldn't, in a few years, at least see W Strongest Man be like, if they're gonna stick with ESPN or something like that, why we couldn't just see it on ESPN Plus? You pay your $5 a month, and in doing so, one of the things that you get treated to every year is this competition. A question that I will answer, but not right now. I already played this game earlier. I never give teaser content, but I am now. As to who I think is going to be on the podium, tune in for a video that I publish tomorrow on our off day because you're going to get a whole lot of good content then, and I don't want to ruin it. Like, subscribe, come back and see the video tomorrow. You'll get answers to that question and a whole lot more. But if you go back and watch yesterday's video, or stream rather, you'll see who my pick is and who my top 5 are. Nothing has changed. All right, we are 20 minutes away. What are we 20 minutes away from, Jace? We're 20 minutes away from getting to sit and wait some more because the event starts, but we won't get to watch it. This is like I was talking about yesterday. We get excited when numbers hit the screen because they're results, but we also get excited when the events start. And I have no idea why we get excited when the event starts because we still don't get to watch it. The kettlebell toss kicks off at 120. We're not going to know anything for another 10, 15 minutes at the very, very least. So I shouldn't get happy at 120. I should get happy about 135, 140. Um, yeah, there'll be an off day tomorrow. If I understand your question, you're asking why I just asked, or why it's. I think you misinterpreted what I was saying. I don't know this for sure, Marco. But if I understand, you're saying why is there a delay to the start time? Well, there could be delays like there was yesterday, weather induced or something. But I think what you're asking is if it says 120, why am I saying we don't know anything until 135 or 140? And that's not that there's a delay to the start time. It's that there's a delay until the results are posted. Because we're not watching it live, we get the information when they give us the information. And first of all, they're not in a hurry. Just because they say it starts at 120, it may not. It may be 125, 130. But then you have to wait for the burly athletes to get up there. You got to wait for them to reset the implementation and get everything ready. You got to wait for the refs to be in the right spot, judges to get out of the way, all this stuff. There's just delays. And then we have to ultimately wait for them to say, this is what happened. And so, and by this is what happened, there's someone reporting this information to us. You got the official people reporting it on the World's Strongest Man website. And then for this, you've actually got people who are in the know who are reporting it back so that they can let the Strongman archive folks know. So the bottom line is we're just waiting for what has already happened. We're not watching it, right? We're just finding out what happened, and it takes a few minutes for that information to trickle in. I think that's what you were asking. I hope that's what you were asking. If not, enjoy the answer to the question that you didn't ask. Yeah, and I agree, Marco, that that's made it interesting with rookies doing well. And I would say look for that trend to continue. The sport is growing and it's getting younger and younger and younger. And I think that's a trend that will continue. How did I get interested in strongman? Um, hmm. Strongman specifically? I'm not sure. So I think I have an answer, but I'm not really 100% sure. I will say this: I've always been interested in strength in general. My father passed away on my birthday year before last. Um, we didn't really have a very close relationship or a good relationship, but my father was a super super strong guy. And most of my childhood, my father was a bouncer at bars, and a lot of times pro wrestlers would come there to the bars, and my dad knew a lot of the pro wrestlers and hung out with them. And of course, pro wrestlers we typically think, especially in the '80s, before now when it's a lot of gymnastics, little guys doing stuff. But back in the '80s and stuff like that, these were big, big, strong guys, right? And those my dad would hang out with them and lift with them, and I got to meet a lot of them and stuff like that. And so I think my dad being a lifter, um, me being a kid who you know had physical disabilities. Um, kids are kids are like we adult males anyway. We like strength, but kids, wow, oh neat. And so I think there was an element of that, an element of daddy worship, an element of getting to meet the wrestler. So I liked strength and stuff like that. Um, and then I think basically what happened was I was in front of ESPN. Didn't know these things weren't live or anything like that. But I think I remember watching Bill Kazmaier on TV one Sunday morning, and Jeff Capes and Reinhout, and I just remember watching that stuff come on TV, being bored at the house on Sundays after church, or Sundays before church, or Saturday afternoons, or whatever. And I think I was just captivated by it. And so I think again, I liked big, strong guys. And then I happened to see strongman as a young guy, and my attention never waned. A little over 10 minutes. So keep those questions coming. This is kind of nice. Moose and T Rex. It's a good podium. It's a good pick. Um, Animal and Hawk. I'm assuming now we're talking about the Road Warriors, aka the Legion of Doom, because I was just talking about '80s wrestling and stuff. I'm guessing that's why we have Animal and Hawk on the screen. Um, but if we're going to talk about '80s wrestling, Mateusz has been the talk of the town because of the fact they didn't do well. I'll talk about the original Polish power, Ivan Putski. Um, yes, I have very, very bad arthritis. I've basically had it my whole life. I don't remember a time when I didn't have because I had, I believe the count that I was told, I believe I had 22 leg surgeries before my first day of kindergarten. Um, and that's not good for the body. Uh, so as a result of that, residual effects, yeah, I've been battling arthritis my whole life. So, Marco, when you say that your podium is Tom, Moose, and T Rex, is that in any order, or is that your prediction, first, second, third? Bet you I don't wear a green shirt anymore during the competition. I actually met Joe Laurinaitis at I mean, oh well, a lot of you don't care, but I don't hide it. My faith has already been made known here. Anyway, I met Joe Laurinaitis at a men's conference, a Christian conference, uh, a few years before he passed away. Seemed pretty nice. Yeah, arthritis sucks. Um, Good luck with your battle and enjoy the gym. Um, from my experience, the gym and arthritis are not good partners. They do not go well together. But I think lifting for me is as much about my mental health as it is my physical health. When I'm not working out, when I'm not lifting, I just don't like life very much. Not not very happy. Feel very blah. Uh, so lifting to me is sanctuary. It's painful sanctuary. It hurts. It hurts bad, but the physical pain is worth the mental boost for me personally. I speak on behalf of nobody else. Really, a pretty big fan of Eddie's hair. I mean, that is some dang nice hair. Love it. Going back. Mm. I'm hungry. When the kettlebell toss is over, I'm gonna scarf. Yeah, I always wondered if his son would give pro wrestling a try once his NFL days were over. Um, I guess he decided not to. Um, but I always wondered if he might. I do think his son was a much better NFL football player than he gets credit for as well. 5 minutes remaining, and then we get to wait more. It's like the army. Hurry up and wait. Hurry up and wait. Before the event starts, I will probably take tinkle time again because I have drank 44 ounces of Diet Dr. Pepper in the last few minutes. So I have to get rid of some of that. I drink entirely too much soda. Does anyone else have a soda addiction? I know I have a bad soda addiction. I don't know if I'm alone or not, though. The most number of people online at one time today was 77. That's down. I think we were up to 100 something yesterday. Last year, we actually had a time where we had over 400 people on at once. That was pretty cool. Doesn't look like we're going to have that happen this year. I drink way more Diet Dr. Pepper than any human being should. If I thought you could mainline it, I'd probably get an IV and keep Diet Dr. Pepper flowing 24/7. Better never find out that you can do that because it would be bad for me. All right, Marco, I'm going to appoint you the official hall monitor while I'm gone. I'm going to go use the restroom. You're in charge until I get back. Treat this honor with the respect that it deserves. I have returned. I hope you were all well behaved in my absence. It's time. It's time. It's kettlebell time. This is another one of the events. Most of them are favor the taller fellas over the shorter fellas. I say most because not all, but this is definitely one of those events where it behooves you to not be built the way that I am. To be built in a way that tends to make ladies on dating apps a lot happier. To be, shall we say, able to look down on Papa Smurf rather than up at him. It is what it is. Myrtle Beach Earth Cam. Interesting. Interesting. Cool. That's pretty cool. It's actually really cool. Um, hmm. It's a pretty terrible view, to be honest. And by terrible, I mean really, really, really terrible. Otherwise, I'd kind of like stick that up there in a small window, but I don't think there's much worth sharing. I don't think there's anything of useful information there, but it's cool. It's cool. I don't really feel like it does anything for you, but it's neat. I guess I could provide a link if anyone wants it. You can't really see anything, but if anyone wants it, let me know and I'll drop the link into this thing so that you can leave us and go watch it there. But it's cool. It's cool. I uh, I didn't know about this, so I appreciate the heads up. But it doesn't do much. It does show that there's a lot more spectators and people there watching than I thought there was, so that's kind of cool. That's kind of cool. A lot more people than I thought, but that's about all you can see is that there's people there. Very interesting. I guess it's time to get rid of this. Did my mic die? No, it's going. Thought my mic died. It did not. I'm just really quiet. Yes, everyone does the first 5 events. The only thing that really everyone doesn't do is the stone off. And in fact, only 2 people from each group will do the stone off. The person at the top doesn't have to do it. The people in second and third do it to find out who moves on. So the stone off is the only thing that everyone doesn't do. And in fact, only 2 people from each group do it. We've got our first result in. Eddie Williams, 6 in 36.4. We expand this out a little bit. I guess I'll make myself a little smaller so I can bring this on here. Whoopee, whoopee, whoopee. Whoopee, whoopee, whoopee. I'm going to do some more whoopies. There we go. 7 implements. That's what I was looking for. So if you guys can see that on the screen. So Eddie got through 6 of the 7. He couldn't get the 7th over. He completed 6 in 36.4 seconds. Well, Chantel, that's an interesting question. Is there a lot of athletes added to make it more international? Yes, in my opinion. But when you say Eddie Williams shouldn't be there, that's interesting because every year, there are quite a few guys that you could make an argument. Maybe they don't deserve to be there. But there's also every single year you can make an argument. There's guys who should be there who aren't there. So if you subtract the guys who we would make an argument maybe don't deserve to be there, you still have to slot in the guys that you think do deserve to be there and who got snubbed for one reason or another. It still winds up being quite a few guys. I would like to see the field, I think, trimmed back to maybe about 24. But it is what it is. Yeah, so if Brian was to win, he would be the second guy to get 5 titles. That's not going to happen. I know you want it to happen. Uh, it's not going to happen. Um, Brian's not going to win. Now, if I'm wrong, I'll smile. I'll give him a big congratulations. I'll be happy. We'll probably do some kind of stream party and to celebrate Brian's 5th world title together. It's not going to happen. But I'm not against it happening. I have nothing against Brian Shaw. I like Brian Shaw a lot. But it's not going to happen. And yeah, I do think that Bill Kazmaier probably could have won five. I think you're right. I think Brian could have won five during certain things, although he's been consistent in going there. You got Big Z. Big Z could have won five. The biggest thing that Big Z and Brian Shaw had working against them from five titles is each other. Uh, in in Bill Kazmaier's day, he didn't really have anyone. He didn't have any great rival. He didn't really have anyone to push him like that. Uh, Same kind of thing for Marius, really. Guys come and guys go. Didn't really have a great rival at the time, and the sport had changed a lot to really feature certain things that he was super, super good at. Um, but the biggest thing that Big Z and Brian Shaw had going against each other was each other. If you remove either one of those guys from the things, they they probably have a lot more titles apiece, each one of them. They stood in each other's way. But that's a fun thing, and that's a cool thing, and it probably made each one better because sometimes they say you're only as good as your competition. When you've got someone who can push you the way that they had each other to push, it's going to make you have to up your game. And so they kept each other from winning probably more titles, but in doing so, they probably made each other much better strongmen. Chantel, I'm the world's biggest Bill Kazmaier fan. The world's biggest. I don't disagree with what you just said. I do think the victories of guys like uh, Shaw and Big Z, and these guys, modern guys, basically, I do think that their wins are quote unquote more impressive because of the fact that the fields were a lot more stacked. On the other hand, something I said yesterday, so I'll rewind. In my opinion, something that does make Kazmaier impressive. It's impressive from a different standpoint. Maybe not the same level of competition, but if you look at what Bill did to his competition, that's impressive from a different point of view. Like I said yesterday, what one of the things we talk about Babe Ruth so much for. Would Babe Ruth still be the same quality of player if he was playing in today's game and hitting the same pitching? Probably not. But he hit as many home runs in a season as teams did. That's kind of what Bill Kazmaier did in Strongman. He was so much ahead of light years of everybody. What I talked about again, and again, Paul Dwyer, 6 and 31. Sorry, I want to pull that while I'm waxing about this. 6 and 31.71 for Paul. Um, so again, not the seventh implement, but what made Kazmaier's reign so awesome, and I think why he didn't get invited back, was he had no contemporaries. There was no one to push him. And so, while it may have made his victories less impressive because he didn't really have the competition, I also said what made Brian and Z better strongmen was each other. They had someone to push them. Bill Kazmaier didn't have anyone to push him. So, if you put Bill Kazmaier against another Bill Kazmaier, you could ask yourself, how good could he have been? And these are all hypothetical questions that we ask, and we will never know the answer to. Does that make any sense or no? I'll let you guys be the judge if it made sense what I said. Up next should be, let's see here. Well, that's kind of weird. I get so that's so weird. They did the Conan's wheel based upon how they finished in the log ladder. Now it looks like they're back to going in the kettlebell toss in the order of the overall points. Again, nothing is consistent about the way that World's Strongest Man does anything. They ignored overall points for the Conan's wheel and went based on how they finished in the log ladder. Now we're ignoring how they finished in the Conan's wheel and we're going in the order of based on their overall points. What? What? Based on that, I guess Constantine is up next. Yes, agreed. If Bobby goes into a stone off with Tom, it will take a miracle for Bobby to beat him. Agreed. Agreed. Uh, and and I have nothing against Tom Stoltman. I have nothing against Tom Stoltman. But I don't think the way they do these stone offs is fair at all. It basically robs someone of an incentive to finish second. Like you can go out. I mean, you could literally go out there and say someone blows away like Mitchell Hooper, and you could have like the guy in your heat finishing first every single event, and you could finish second to that guy every single time. So he's got 6 times 5 events. After 5 events, he's got 30 points. You go out there and get 5 seconds. That's 25 points. And then everyone else jostles around, and maybe they average 3 points, 15 there. You've basically more than doubled or right at doubled them, close to double them, and you still have to go out there and beat the third guy, even though you kicked their butt all week long just to go to the final because of one freaking event. I don't think that is fair. I don't like it. Someone was talking about someone was talking about Gabby Dixon. Yes, impressive. 6 for Constantine. Yes, so he didn't get 7 either, but he did a very very fast time 19. Uh, I agree. Gabby Dixon's Hercules hold is impressive. I'm gonna give the lady some props again too. The most impressive feat of strength I have seen in the last couple years was Chloe Brennan picking up the Denny stones. I talked about it last year. I'll still talk about it again this year. That's one of the most impressive things I've seen. There's a ton of strong males, who can't pick those things off the ground. A ton of them. This girl did it, and she weighs next to nothing. Chloe Brennan picking up the Denny stones blew my mind. So 6 bells for Konstantin Janasha in less than 20 seconds. So he was moving, he was motoring, but he still couldn't get the 7th. See how much I'm in the way here. I could probably position this where I'm not in the way. Yeah, we can do this. It's a good spot for my little head. Ooh. I think it's about time to start washing some of this Diet Dr. Pepper through with some water. Yeah, they're quite heavy. It's not just their weight either. Those handles are very non-user friendly, really thin, kind of sharp. They're not. They don't weigh the same. That they're about as awkward as anything. I mean, that's one of the things that makes them. It's not just their weight. Their weight is enough, but there's more than just the mass to the challenge of the Denny Stones. So that combined, they're 733 pounds or 332 and a half kilograms. The larger Denny Stone is 188 kilograms. For us Americans, that's 414 pounds. And the smaller stone is 144 and a half kilograms or 318 and a half pounds. So there's basically almost, not quite, but there's almost 100 pounds difference between them. Go to the gym and just do some curls. Grab like a 45-pound dumbbell and a 35-pound dumbbell and curl them and see how weird it feels. So Stoltman only got six as well. This is a bit of a surprise to me. Slower than Constantine. Like I said, Constantine was motoring. 21.99 is a good time, but it is a bit of a surprise to me that Tom did not get seven. He's usually really good at these vertical tosses. He's got plenty of height. He's okay on that front. We talked about how the shorter guys are disadvantaged here. I'm a little bit surprised that Tom couldn't get all seven over the bar. Uh, that's good news for Bobby Thompson. It's good news for Pavlo Kordiaka as well. But a bit of a surprise. But it's good news for Bobby Thompson for sure. That 21.99 is not good news for Bobby Thompson. I'm not sure that Bobby can get seven if Tom Stoltman couldn't. And assuming he can't, I'm not sure that Bobby can get six in that short of a time. So six for Bobby it's good news. Maybe if he can get the seventh over, awesome, awesome, good news for Bobby Thompson. Uh, and if I was him, I wouldn't race really. I'd probably take my time and try to worry about getting all seven over if possible, because I don't see him getting through six faster than 21.99. So I'd probably go slow and steady wins the race if I'm Bobby Thompson. Rams suck. Well, no spoilers if you've already seen the results, but put it in the chat right now, real quick, before it pops out. Does Bobby get 7 or not? Thumbs up, thumbs down, yes or no? Bobby Thompson, 7. Well, there's the spoiler I said we didn't want. um, 6 in 35.67. So that's good for next to last so far. And probably really that. I can't imagine Pavlo doesn't do it faster. Even if he doesn't get 7, I can't imagine he doesn't do it faster. So probably a 5th point finish for Bobby Thompson. Um, and uh, and that's really, really bad news for Bobby Thompson. Because I didn't think he had a prayer really to beat Tom Stoltman in a stone off, even if Bobby was in second and Tom was in third. Um, very, very, very bad news. I saw Bobby practicing his vertical throws not long ago, and he looked pretty dang good at them. But the game of inches, there's not a lot of room for error in this event. Hmm. I see Pavlo throwing now. There's number 5. It's one more. One more. And he's holding his hands up like he did it. I didn't see it go over, but I guess it did. If what I'm seeing is right, I'm guessing Pavlo got them all. It's kind of hard to see on that teeny tiny screen and everything, but I didn't see it fly over. I did see him doing this. So I'm guessing Pavlo threw them all over. We'll see in a minute for sure, officially. I didn't see it go over. It didn't look like it, but it looked like a victory celebration. It might have just been because he did a fast time and he knew he was moving on. I don't know. They were definitely going fast. There we go. 6 and 18. So I guess that's what it was. I guess it was just celebration that he did well. So there we go. Pavlo wins Group 1. Let's start with the points because that's what we do here, right? They're not giving us the points. We can do it ourselves. We don't need them. So I guess it doesn't matter because of qualified, not qualified. We're going to assign the points. That's what we're going to do. So Pavlo gets 6 points. There we go. Now they're popping in there. Constantine with 5 points. Tom Stoltman with 4 points. Paul Dwyer with 3. Bobby Thompson with 2. Eddie Williams with 1. We look at our total point shakedown. Pavlo wins the group, 25 points. Tom Stoltman, 20.5 points. Bobby Thompson, 20. Now, again, didn't expect the performance that we got there from either of these guys in this event. This event is just a total surprise, to be completely honest. But I did think that Tom would probably do better than Bobby in the kettlebell toss. That could not happen for Bobby. Bobby Thompson in second place, Tom Stoltman in third place, bad for Bobby. Tom Stoltman in second place, Bobby Thompson in third place, devastating for Bobby. Bobby has no chance of beating Tom Stoltman in a stone off in the third position unless Tom breaks his leg, snaps a finger, steps on his shoelaces, um, gets a hernia. It's going to take some kind of weird thing to happen. So basically, your your defending champion is going into the finals, but he finishes second in his heat. Pavlo gets to compete this weekend. Tom is going to get to compete this weekend more than likely. I'm calling it. Feels safe. Um, and then Bobby Thompson will be on the outside looking in. It was a good qualifier for Bobby. He did well, um, but I'm sure he's going to be disappointed in how it ended. Um, my thoughts on Jocko is he's doing amazing. There's I don't know what else you can think. He's doing amazing. He's putting on a great performance. He's impressive. He's turned some heads this week. He's impressed. That's all you can really say about him. Um, so someone was asking, what does third position mean for Stone? So let's not talk about Bobby and Tom because let's just talk about in general what third. So in a Stone off, now there's different ways they can do it, and I think they're doing it the same way now that they have been doing it recently. Basically, what's going to happen is they're each going to pick up a stone, and the third place guy picks up a stone, drops it over. the second place guy picks up the stone, drops it back over. Third place guy picks up the stone, drops it over. Second place guy answers. That's basically it. The third place guy goes, the second place guy answers. The third place guy has to do one more than the second place guy. As long as the second place guy answers the challenge, he wins. So if Bobby goes up there and does 17, all Tom has to do is 17. Now I'm choosing an outlandish number on purpose. Tom does not have to do more than Bobby. Bobby has to do more than Tom. Third place has to do more than second place. We need another potty break. Apologies. Sometimes you go to do a nature break thinking you only have to do a number one, and nature says no. You're here to do some math. You got to do a one and a two. So you have to do a three, and it takes a little bit longer to get back to the stream. It's just the way it is. We did know that, Sean. We've been talking about it. We didn't know it until recently, but we did know it. Um, we could actually do something really stupid here. Um, we're gonna, um, yeah, we're gonna do something really stupid here. Um, I'm gonna move this over here. I'm gonna add another viewing. This is gonna be really stupid. Uh, this is we're probably gonna get rid of this. Because I don't think we're gonna be able to see anything, but it's okay. Um, this is so dumb. We're just gonna put this right here. Um, there you go. You guys can see what I see now. It's ridiculous and stupid, but there you go. Enjoy trying to make that out. Oh boy, that's funny. That is funny. As good as we can go. Um, so stupid. So ridiculously stupid. Oh, man. Get it together, world's strongest man. Get it together. Oh, oh man. Good stuff. I have no words. I mean, look, you guys got this now. Can't. I hate the stupid mirroring images of this. You got this now, so I mean that's more than you had before. Uh, enjoy the kettlebell toss. That's good stuff, man. Good stuff. I could actually make another scene where we have it like that, uh, and then put myself on top of that, and maybe blow that up. It might, for those of you who don't know where it's at, it might work. Okay, I don't know. Let me try something real quick. We're just gonna have a little bit of fun. This is gonna make my stream look black for a second. Just deal with it. Um, that's stupid. So ridiculously stupid. There you go. And then we'll go back and forth. And we'll go back and forth between the results and here. This is terrible. This is terrible. Oh man. Aren't you guys happy that you tuned in for this? There you go. There's your results. This is world class entertainment, right? Exactly. We're watching everything and nothing at the same time. That is the perfect description for this. I love this and hate it at the same time. And this makes this the coolest live stream on YouTube right now and the stupidest, most lame live stream on YouTube right now. Oh man. It's good stuff. Oh. Gavin Belton. Hold on, I got something for you guys. Let's hear it for Gavin Bilton. The number should be up here in just a second for you. Oh. I'm sorry, I can't stop. This is awesome. Oh, he blew your time out of the water, man. 19-9. Oh. Oh. Am I nervous for Brian Shaw? Nervous in what? Like, do I think he doesn't make it to the final? No, because I think that he can make it to the final even from the third. I think he can win Stoneoffs from the third position. Um, we're gonna scroll down just a little bit here before the next guy pops up there. Yeah, I think that Brian can make it. Um, to the stone off from the third position, unlike a lot of guys. But I also think this is an event that Brian should do really, really, really well at. So he should pick up a space over Rauno, I would suspect, which would mean he'd be in second position at worst. And no, he should be fine. That's my suspicion. One, that's two. Oh, the third one didn't go over. That's three. That's four. That's five. Just cleared. Doesn't look like six is going over for him. He's done. He got five. I don't know if you guys noticed it, but Waldo took a little walk there. Yeah, there you go. 5 and 28.68. Oh man. But what this means, though, we do have something to talk about here. What that means is because Thomas Evans did worse than Gav Bilton there, and he only had a 1 point lead. Basically, Thomas Evans has just been. Basically, Thomas Evans is not going on to your. He's not going on because Bilton beat him. Yeah, Thomas Evans is he's done. Luke Stoltman. If he's in the second place position, I like his odds. Otherwise, no. Whoever's in the second place position, I like in the stone off. That's one for Luke. That's two for Luke. Three, four, five. Still five. He got it. He got the sixth. It snuck over. It snuck over. Did you see it? Kind of rested on the top and fell. I think he was behind Gav on time there, so he needed that sixth one. So that automatically secures him the second position, basically. He's ahead of Bilton. He just got one over. So he'll be going into the stone off in position two. Bilton will be in the third position. I like Luke Stoltman. Which, if I can be honest, I said yesterday, what's a success? If Luke makes the finals, in my opinion, that's a successful 2023 World's Strongest Man for Luke. Making the finals. Luke has done that. He has made the finals. So, I mean, I could be wrong. Obviously, I'm giving you the results of the stone off before it takes place, right? But I feel like Luke will win the stone off from that second place position. Therefore, Luke is going to go on to the final in the World's Strongest Man, and I think that's a success. I think that's a win for Luke Stoltman. My opinion. My opinion. My opinion. So, what do you guys think? You like our setup? You like our setup? Is this pretty good? Um, it's a good stream, right? I mean, you can't ask for much more than this. At least not from me. I mean, maybe you can ask for more from Colin Bryce, but you can't ask for more than this from me. Can't hear for toffee. I could zoom in more, but I think I've got it so zoomed in now. If I make it larger or bigger part of the action, it's going to be so distorted and so pixelated. We really won't. We'll be able to see less with it bigger, strangely, than we can see with it being small right now. So I think I kind of have to leave it about where it is. Unfortunately, I'm already zoomed in quite a bit. Yes, stone off between second and third in each group. He phoned it home. Alexi threw one and stopped. I don't know if you guys saw that's what happened there, but that's what he did. Alexi did one, said, "Hey, I don't need to do more than this. You boys can chase me later." With him having done it that way, I assume Mitchell Hooper might do the same thing. I don't know that, but uh, that's what I suggested he do to start with. Um, but well, you get disqualified if you don't try. If you don't try. Again, I don't know how in the heck they can make that thing. He threw it over. He tried. I mean, I don't know how you can. It's like a lot of the things World's Strongest Man does. It's so arbitrary and so opinion based. It's very much subjective rather than objective. They need to get their act together, to be honest. Exactly. You put try in quotes the right way. But how do you define try? It's a stupid rule. It's a non existent rule, and you can't enforce it. You can't say whether someone tried or not. You can claim, you can get there and run your mouth all day, and then 100 people can go, well, everybody would do that, because that's what we all do, the court of public opinion. Everyone knows, but you don't know. It's all just bunch of people running their mouths and guessing. You can't enforce effort. That's even the dumber part, from my understanding. Banana hammock. No, if he doesn't show up, he's not disqualified. It's even dumber from what it was explained to us, which I don't know if it's accurate or not. But if you don't do an event, if you scratch, if you don't do an event, you're not disqualified. You just get zero. But if you do an event and don't try, then you get disqualified. So somehow it's a bigger problem and a bigger sin if you walk up there and basically touch it than if you just say, hey, I'm not attending. It makes no sense whatsoever. I, I would assume yes. I don't think that's a dumb question. I mean, some might think it's a dumb question. I don't know. I don't think it's a dumb question. I also can't answer it for you because I can't speak on behalf of anyone. But I would assume the answer is yes. He didn't do more because he didn't need to do more. Might as well save the energy. Which I guess now we can actually go up here and look at this. We didn't do that before, so I guess we can look at the results here. Got distracted by our awesome live streaming of the event. Kettlebell toss. There you go. Gav Bilton wins the kettlebell in Group 2. 6 points. Luke Stoltman with a second place finish for 5. Christian Haraldson, third place 4. Thomas Evans, fourth place, 3. He falls out of contention with this performance. Fadri, fifth place. Alexi takes the last place position because he chose to. When we go to the total points, it means Alexi wins it all. Luke and Gav will battle it out in the stone off, which, you've got to believe that second place is a nice feather to have in the cap. So I have predicted that Luke Stoltman will make the finals of the 2023 World's Strongest Man, and I consider that a successful event for him. I consider that a very successful trip to the World's Strongest Man for Luke. And now we wait for Group 3. Questions, comments, concerns? Hooper would have done great no matter which group he was in. It would not be 4 wins. Again, we're doing conjecture, assuming that he's done max effort and not max effort in his group to win the points. Um, so we can't say maybe if he was in any other group, maybe he would have put up even better numbers in some cases. We can't say. That's just guesswork. But what we can say is the performance that he's put on and everything. It doesn't matter which group he was in. He would have done well, very, very well in any group. It would have been really cool to have seen him and Alexi in the same group, or him, Alexi, and Pavlo in the same group. Uh, it would have been pretty cool to see that. But I guess that's what this weekend is for. We're going to get to see that anyway. Nope. I need to order myself some food and have my brother go pick it up. All right, I need some food. I'll be right back. Okay, guys, I apologize. You know how passionate I am about strongman, but there is one thing that I'm even more passionate about, and that's food. There we go. There we go. Seven and 32.44. Not too shabby. Two, 3, 4, He's got 5. Spencer Remick.
Hey, don't do that. Was I? Was I?
Are you back with food? Yep.
Sweet.
It's just like, yep. Okay, come back. Huh? Shows it come back. Yep. Thank you. You're welcome. Check it.
That wasn't all that impressive. Stoltman is in second place in his group. How's everyone doing? How is everyone doing? Chili cheese dog and tater tots. I had barbecue last night for anyone that's wondering, so I decided the chili dog should happen for lunch. I'll give you a summary when the heat is over. We'll do a recap. Right now, I'm going to enjoy my food. I think I heard them say 6. I only counted 5, so I wasn't paying attention. I heard him say 6, but I only counted 5. So that means they can't get too upset that we're cropping this in like this, because even when we're watching it, we still can't watch it. I just proved that because I only counted 5. Oh no. They didn't give me a fork. I gotta get a fork. You guys enjoy the show. Matthew Flair. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 it's going to be. That didn't look like it had nowhere near enough steam for me to believe he has a chance. Yeah, 6. That'll give us some time. I think this Myrtle Beach cam needs to be 4K and have optical zoom. User controlled. I just wanted to zoom in for a second so you guys could see the bird who came to watch. I think in order to get Brian in the frame of view, we're actually going to have to zoom out because that dude is big. All right, let's see if the moose does what Novikov did, throw one and call it a day. That's one. That's two. That's three. That's four. That's five. That's six. And he banged that seventh off the bottom of it. So much for him saving energy. So Hooper went after it. Didn't play it safe. Got six. I think that was really a message to the field to say, you can argue about what group I'm in, you can argue about whatever you want, but wherever you place me, whoever you put me against, I'm still here to compete and I'm still here to do well. Let me finish this. And we'll do a recap. I gotta mute that so I can talk to you. They're talking about Mateus right now. Okay. So we're gonna go ahead and do a a review here, waiting for the points to come in. I guess we'll start at the top and work our way back down to group 3 so they can get the points and everything in here. So basically what this means. Kettlebell toss. Pavlo Kordiaka, max points. Konstantin Janasha, 5 points. Tom Stoltman, 4 points. That takes us over to the total points, and that means Pavlo Kordiaka wins Group 1 in the 2023 World's Strongest Man Qualifier. Tom Stoltman and Bobby Thompson were square off in a stone off with Tom Stoltman, the reigning champion, in the second place position. Bobby didn't have much of a chance to beat Tom Stoltman, to be honest. If Bobby was in second and Stoltman was in third, I put his chances somewhere between 0 and none at beating Tom Stoltman in a stone off with Bobby in third and Tom in second. Good luck to Bobby. Good luck to Bobby. I just wrote him off. I told you earlier about what I've been able to do with a chip on my shoulder when people say I can't do something. Hopefully Bobby does the same thing. Count him out. He goes out there and smashes it. Love to see that. But more than likely, you've got Pavlo and Tom Stoltman moving on from Group 1. All right, moving on down here. Group 2. Kettlebell. 6 points for Bilton. 5 for Luke Stoltman. 4 for Christian. 3 for Thomas Evans, which knocked him out of contention. That leaves Alexi at the top with 23. Luke Stoltman and Gav Bilton squaring off in the stone off at 2 and 3 respectively. Group 3. Mateusz Kiliaskowski, 6 points, and the only man so far to do all 7 bells. He gets 6 points for that. Mitchell Hooper managed 6 in 17 seconds. That is nuts speed. 5 points. Matthew Ragg, 6 in 21.96, which is nutso speed until you see 6 in 17.18. That brings us over to the total points. Of course, Mitchell Hooper's at the tops of the leaderboard with 29. Matthew Ragg's 22 and a half. That puts him 5 points over Ivars, going into a stone off with Ivars. And again, I don't like these stone offs. This guy has 5-point advantage over Ivars. That means he has beat him by an average of 1 position in every single event. He'll be favored because he only has to tie him. But theoretically, Ivars could be in your final and not Matthew Ragg. That does not seem right or fair. No one will convince me that that is right or fair. That's bogus. That's stupid. Let's get these rules changed. And now we'll be ready for Group 4. Talk to me, people. Talk to me. Give me some feedback. Give me some questions. Give me something. Talk to me. My thoughts on Jocko are the same they have been the other times I've asked, which you weren't here for, probably, or maybe you were. I don't know. He's been impressive. I don't think anybody thought that after 5 events, or 4 events going into, I guess, the 5th event, I don't think anybody thought you'd see him at the top of the leaderboard in Group 4. Um, so props to him. Group 4, there's like several stories out of Group 4. It's been interesting. Of course, the injury to Adam Bishop not coming in full form. Sure, that factors in here. There's all kinds of stuff that we could talk about with this group, but but you've got to be impressed with Jaco. I don't know anything about the tacky. Yeah, I don't know anything about tacky rules in this or any other competition, really. Uh, Controversial opinion. This isn't going to be very well liked. No one's going to appreciate it here, but I would like to see us do away with it. I don't really look at it as being tough luck that Brian didn't win his groups. He's still going to the final, but not only that, it's like to me this should be. I mean, it's not going. Brian's diehard fans are never going to listen. Uh, so there's never going to be a wake up call, really. But to me, not winning it, not winning his group 2 years in a row after having won it like 10 years in a row, it should tell the rest of the people what most of us have already figured out. The sport has caught up to him. That's not disrespectful to Brian to say it. Brian's been saying it for years now himself. It's not disrespectful to point out the truth. The sport has caught up to him. It is what it is. I'm actually out of both water and soda, so I'm going to have to remedy that in a minute. I'll tinkle on my way to get refills, but I never heard anything about whether or not Brian got hurt when he stumbled on the wheel. Since he's still in the competition, I'm assuming if he did, it's a very minor thing or that he's fine and didn't get hurt. But we know how good Brian is at keg toss, kettlebell toss, basically throwing things high in the air. We know how good Brian Shaw is at this. So I feel like what we can safely say is if Brian does not get all seven, if he's not the second man to do all seven, or anything like that, um, I think we probably can assume that there might have been something old man. It happens to me. I'm an old man. Maybe tweaked or twinged or something when he stumbled on the wheel. I'm not wishing that on him. Do not pretend I said that. I'm not wishing anything on him. No injuries. I want injury free competition for all these fellas. But Brian is so freaking good at this event that if they don't all go over, you have to ask why. You have to. First after four events should be qualified. The rest battles out in the fifth event at recalculating scores. I am not wearing a rash guard, but the next question, do I play Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu? I do not currently do any sort of grappling, but I have done BJJ as well as judo in the past, and I am a wrestler. So I've done a lot of grappling, but no, this is not a rash guard. This is just a compression shirt. Um, it would serve much of the same purpose, but um, I haven't grappled in quite a bit. I didn't. I see a question I didn't answer. I'm sorry. How is Jocko doing on stones? Um, I honestly don't know anything about his stone ability. I know nothing about his stone ability. Zero. So I don't know. He might be amazing. He may not be. I don't know. The good news for him is that unless he does really poorly here, he probably won't have to worry about it, at least until we get to, the finals, and the Atlas stones themselves. Unless he does really poor here, we probably won't have to worry about it. He's in a good position right now. Drew Bryan did just have staff. I suppose that could uh, I suppose that could affect him here. It could have affected him a lot of things that he seems to have done well so far. But I just think that Brian is so good at throwing things vertically. I almost feel like you could chop his legs off and send him out there with staff, and he'd still probably be able to throw them over the thing. This is something that he's really, really, really good at. Really good at. He's still a human being. Infections still suck. We were not designed to carry infection in our body. Uh, it caused, him to stop training, take something out of you just recovering from infection anyway. So I'm definitely not saying that he'll be he'll be the same Brian he would be if he never got staff, but I just expect him to be so good at this that it won't matter too much. You can search Google for Earth Cam. I'm not going to post a link because I'm not 100% sure we're supposed to be doing this. Um, so I'm not going to post a link just because, again, I don't know that we're okay. I think we are because it's not World's Strongest Man's footage here. It's Earth Cam. They chose to set up out there in front of this. We're sharing theirs. Um, it's probably fine, I'm guessing, but I don't know that for sure. So you can do a Google search for Earth Cam. Seems like they're taking their good time getting this group 4 going. Oh, that one? That's Strongman Archives, and yeah, I can post a link for that. Because I've done that a bunch, so I don't mind sharing that. There's actually 2 sites. Site 1, which I have to actually... Ah, darn it. Hold on. Boom. You're going to get people mad at me now. Uh, we're just we're basically just cheering for people now. So I say let's finish up this pump and circumstance stuff, and let's throw some stuff in the air. This has been a little bit too long of a break between groups 3 and 4. I'll step away and take the dogs out. As soon as I do that, they'll start the competition. So this will be good for everyone. Here you go. So I guess I missed Gabe getting 3 in 14 seconds. Is that what I missed? Is that all I missed while I was away, Gabriel? Yes, so because they just announced Adam Bishop. So that one went way over. Nice. Not on the 7th. That one ain't going over. But he made the first 6 look really, really easy. Didn't have enough to get the 7th over, but those he made the 6 look really, really easy. Look at me shake my head to the correct answer for you, Ryan. Yeah, Kevin Ferris should be next, and then Brian. Representing the United States, Kevin Ferris. Yay. That's not really a fair question to answer. I can't tell you Brian Shaw's fastest kettlebell time because they may not have the same weights at every competition and contest. In fact, they don't. So, so you'd have to talk about what the weights are to really give an accurate answer. On the other hand, Brian's not a speed demon, and Brian's speed doesn't usually change based upon how heavy anything is. Brian kind of goes at Brian's pace. Good, bad, or otherwise, Brian's pace is Brian's pace. He's liable to throw the heaviest kettlebell as fast as he threw the lightest kettlebell. For again, you can debate. You can answer whether that's a good thing or a bad thing. But he doesn't exactly get in a hurry. So don't worry, I'll put it back up there when it's time for the throws to start. Don't crucify me. I'll make sure that you guys can watch Brian Shaw. He has an infection he's recovering from. He's got other things working against him. But all things being equal, he should do well here because this is one of his best events and is an event really that most of the field struggles with. So he should do well. Yes, I'm sure it was only 5 for Kevin. Here we go. It's Brian's turn. This is what 8 out of 10 of you have been waiting for. He did not get the 7th. He's going to take another shot. He got it. Second attempt, he got it. All 7 for Brian. All 7 for Brian. Took him 2 attempts, but he got it. Seven and 48.45. So that's 16 seconds behind Mateusz. The only other person who's managed 7 so far. 16 seconds behind Mateusz. So even if it had been 1 try on the 7th, and there's no way he was touching that. Now we await Rauno. I don't see Rauno getting 7. So he could. I mean, I'm not saying he can't, but I don't see Rauno getting 7. Period. So if I'm right, it's irrelevant because it doesn't matter how fast he does 6. I don't see Rauno getting 7. If he does, he could conceivably do it faster than 48.45. Because, the double hitch, the fact that Brian had to do it twice, as long as Rauno gets 7 up, 7 down and doesn't stumble, it'll probably beat that time. I just don't see Rauno throwing 7 over. Time. Let's see what happens. Either he gets 6, and then it's a shoe in for Shaw. I mean, again, I think Shaw can beat just about anyone in that position. But if he doesn't get it 7, yeah. That's 1. Having a lot of trouble seeing these for some reason. I'm not gonna lie, I had a lot of trouble seeing that. There you go. I'm doing this like you guys can hear. You guys can't hear that. So anyway, basically what that means is, uh, Brian is going to another World's Strongest Man final. That's basically what that means. I didn't think he would get 7. Wasn't sure about 6, but I didn't think he would get 7. Didn't think he had much of a chance, to be honest. Um, and he didn't. So that means that Shaw and Hainla are going to flip spots. Yeah, Shaw picked up at least 2 spots there. Let's see. Bishop beat him. Bishop beat Hainla, and Ferris beat Hainla because of time. So that means Shaw has climbed above Hainla no matter what happens. Um, Brian Brian is definitely safe. He can do no worse than second, which is essentially, again, he's not losing a stone off. He's not losing many stone offs from the third position. He's not losing any stone offs from the second position. Brian is safe. So what Jaco needs to do to keep first, he's above Shaw and 2.5. So that means he's got to do more than 3. So if we look, uh, Brian Shaw, let's see, he needs 6, 32, 39. Basically, Jaco needs to do at least 5 in a faster time than Kevin Ferris. Yeah, Sean's got it right. To keep first place, Jaco needs to do 5 faster than Kevin or 6 at any speed. 6 or more, 6 kettlebells over is a group 4 win for Jaco. 5 and faster than 34 seconds is also a group 4 victory for Jaco. let's see, how many guys have actually done 6 so far? 6 plus. Obviously, no Brian because he got 7, right? Adam Bishop got 6. Kilikowski, Ivars, Matthew, Hooper, all 6 plus. Gav Bilton, Luke Stoltman, and basically everyone in the first group got 6, but no 7. So it looks like most of the guys are managing 6. So Jocko's been performing much better than the average guy out here. That's why he's sitting on the top of his group. So got a good chance here of getting 6 over, and if he does that, he wins. That's not true. If he gets 3 points, that's 23. Shaw gets 6, that's 23 and a half. Of course, they're half points. Dan, look over here. Rauno has 18 and a half points. Brian Shaw has 17 and a half points. It doesn't matter because Jocko got 6 over. So Jocko wins. Six and 47.32. That gives him a third place finish, 4 points. 20 plus 4 is 24. That gives him a half a point better than Brian Shaw. So we'll do the review right here. There you go. Shaw wins it. Adam Bishop takes 5. Schoonwinkle gets 4. Like I said, if he had only gotten 3, that would not have been good. That would have given him 23 to Brian Shaw's 23 and a half. So Brian would have won. That's not what happened. Schoon got the 6 that he needed. That means he gets 24 points and wins the group. Brian Shaw 23 and a half. He'll go into the stone off against Hainla in the second position. So basically, he's going to move on. That's basically how that shakes out. Yes. Yes, if Shaw loses the stone off, he would be eliminated. He's not going to lose the stone off. But if he did lose it, he would be eliminated. He's not going to lose the stone off. We have one group left, folks. Yes, Jocko is directly through to the finals. Jocko Schoenwinkel. Jocko Schoenwinkel. Fun stuff, guys, right? That's what they just said on the thing. I've got the speaker up. I've been saying Jocko. Heard other people in the past before today say Jacko, but apparently it's Yako. Yako Schoenwinkel. Apparently. Unless they just butchered his name right in front of him on the PA system, which is possible. Yako Schoenwinkel. That's how I'll be saying it from now on. I like to get the guys' names right when I can. Yako Schoenwinkel. They just said it again, so. Probably. I missed Mitch Hooper's 10-minute talk with him, so I guess I'll have to look that up and watch it. Man, guys, I'm wiped out. Anyone else tired from all this spreadsheet and terrible cam watching? I already did this. Eastern Standard Time. Eastern Standard Time. Eastern Standard Time. Eastern Standard Time. That's enough of me playing alarm clock for the day. I'm too wiped out. I need an alarm clock myself because I'm basically asleep. Well, actually, this answered your question earlier. How is he in stones? If he gets six, or like I said, it won't matter. It doesn't matter. He gets to go to the final. So, um, yeah, I guess we got time here. Group 4, Kettlebell. Ryan Shaw wins it. Only guy to throw 7 over. It took him 2 tries. Then Adam Bishop got 6 in a very good time of 32:29. Jaakko Skoonvinkel got 6 in 47:32 for your third place finish, which was enough for him to seal the deal and win the group. Kevin Ferris 5 and 34. Rauno 5 and 44. And Gabriel 3 and 14 seconds. That's how your group 4 kettlebell went. And we're about to kick off group 5. Coco, John Steffen, ready to launch some kettlebells in the air. And we're ready to watch. Kind of. Kind of. That looked like that barely cleared. The third one looked better than the second one. That one didn't go. Nope. No reason to watch the guy continue to struggle forever there. It wasn't happening. What do you mean if Singleton wins the event, he is second overall? There's a half a point separating Singleton and Mitchell. And Singleton is on top. He's already on top. If he wins the event, he wins the group. You can't be in first, finish first, and go down. Do you mean second overall in terms of everybody going and you're looking at the points that way, like 26 and a half? Is that what you're talking about? Because that's not really fair. Um, I guess that's what you're talking about. Yeah. You're second to Hooper after 29 points. But you can't do that because he wouldn't have 26 and a half points if they were heads up. I guess that's what you mean. You can't look at their point totals and put them in that way and say, oh, he's got 26 and a half, so that's better than everybody else's points. He wouldn't have 26 and a half points if they were all together. It's time for Mark Felix. Give it up for Mark Felix. All right, here we go. He actually failed the second one. Must have been a timing issue, but he's got 4 now. Oh! That one was on top and rolled back the wrong way for him. And the whistle just blew. Mark Felix gets 4. A little bit of bad luck. You don't want to stumble on the second one. He did. That cost him time. And the fifth one was on top and fell back his way. So a little bit of tough luck for Mark Felix, but it is what it is. He gets 4. Good stuff, guys. This is really good stuff, right? I feel like this is really good stuff. I don't really know if this is good stuff or not, but I'm saying it's good stuff. It sounds good to say it's good. Yeah. We're way down here now. I gotta get this in the right spot. Fuller and 42.66. Fuller and 42.66. Hmm. Now we get to see one man from Great Britain hand off to another man from Great Britain and see what Paul Smith can do. Let's just all agree that Evan is lucky that I'm not there competing. Because if I was there competing, we know that Evan would not be on top. Put me in group 5. Yeah, I destroy Evan at every single event he does well in. Probably because I trip him on his way out there, hit him over the head with a couple crowbars, some other things, you know. Steel chairs at least, if not crowbars. We want tables. We want tables. We're almost ready. We're almost ready. Oh, Smith. Gotta wait. I'll put it up there when they announce them again. They gotta announce these guys twice every time for some reason. So weird. They've been doing this every time. They announce everyone twice. He failed the first one. and it went flying. It went pretty far away. He had to go chase that sucker. Failed it again. Uh-oh. He got it. Finally. It went over. It would have been kind of embarrassing to blink. I think that's it. If one's all he got. That's it. Just one. Just one. Unless something happened that I didn't see, unless I saw it wrong, but it looked like one to me. Which means earlier we talked about how group one was the Conan's Will group. They were unstoppable in the Conan's Will in group one. It looks like group five is definitely not the Kettlebell group. Group one, everyone was amazing at Conan's Will. So far, group five, these people hate the kettlebell toss. Yes, group one also did get all six over. This is true. Well, there's not all six. I read that, and the statement you made is factually correct. But the word all is a problem there because there's not all six. There are all seven kettlebells. So in order for us to say all, they had to have gotten seven, not six. They all managed to get six. And I guess that's what you mean. They all got six over. But it can read weird to people reading that. So everyone in group one managed to get six over. But none managed to get seven over. Now it's time for Aethor Melstead. Definitely more clear now. The inside of my nose itches. I think you guys might get to watch me pick my nose on camera. Wow, that went about 7,000 feet over the thing. Man, he's throwing these high. Wow. He might have burned himself out. I don't know. Man, he threw the first six of those into the stratosphere. Bordiaka, Tom Stoltman, Bobby Tompin, Tompapin, Bobby Thompson, Constantine Janasha, Paul O'Dwyer, Eddie Williams. They all came to play. They all came to play. That's probably the fastest time. I gotta check. 6 and 27.66. Is that the fastest for 6? Probably is the fastest. No, no. Oh my goodness. I'm an idiot. All of them were faster in Group 3 and incredible times. Gav Bilton got 6 and 19 as well. But oh my gosh. Mitchell Hooper, 6 and 17 seconds? That's not even right. That's not even right. That's not fair. That's like using a cheat code. Seems like an hour and a half or 2 hours ago. I forgot all about most of this stuff. All right. Time for Trey Mitchell. Assuming you guys want to watch Trey Mitchell, right? Whoa. I thought Ethor was throwing them high. Oh my gosh, Trey. Save something, buddy. Holy cow. That looks more human there. That's a little better. Gosh. 7. 7 for Trey Mitchell. He made that look easy. And I don't know if you guys could see it as well as I could or not, or what devices you're watching on, or how you can make this out or whatever. But those first 3, I'm not sure they've come down yet. I think the judges just allowed him to keep throwing without the kettlebells landing because it looked like it had cleared. I don't think any of the first 3 kettlebells have come down yet. That was crazy. He threw those things through the moon. Man. Good luck, Evan. Good luck, Evan. Basically, he just put it down to Evan. He said, if you want to win the group, you're gonna have to put on an otherworldly performance. You might as well just get used to the stone off, pal. Trey stepped up and made a statement. Now we'll see if the T Rex, who we know has a very, very loud bark, we'll see how that T Rex bites. That was impressive stuff from Trey Mitchell. It's put up or shut up time for Evan. Let's see what happens here. I think I can explain why Trey didn't do an amazing with, and I'll do it in a second. I kind of talked about what could happen there. Didn't get to watch it, don't know. But I'll address it after we see this. Not getting it. So Trey has won group 5. Trey has won group 5. Trey Mitchell was a man who would not be denied. He came out there and took group 5 away from Evan Singleton. Said, "This is mine." So props to Trey Mitchell for fighting to the end there and deciding, that he wanted it. He wanted it. Okay, so now for someone who said surprised that Trey's Conan's will wasn't that great, especially after what he did before. Well, again, Trey has this unique build. Not that unique for strongman, but even amongst strongmen, he has a very unique build. He is super, super thick up top. Thick meaning front to back. Of course, he's wide everywhere. He's a big boy, right? But he's really thick front to back. And anytime you get into these kind of implements with a build like Trey Mitchell, you need to have it close to your body. If it's out in front of you, it's hard to walk, balance. You start leaning and stuff like that. When he gets into these things, he needs to get this riding way high up on his chest, tucked in just under the chin so it can rest up here. If he doesn't start out with it high, or if he allows it to slip at all, he's so thick front to back, it pushes it out in front of you, which causes you to kind of lean forward. And even if you stay upright and don't strip or stumble, it's very hard to breathe when you're leaning forward. We could even look at like the crucifixion if we want to start talking about that. A lot of people think that the crucifixion, they don't know why people how people actually died. Crucifixion, what killed people was actually suffocation. And it's because it would force you with the nail, you're bent up like this, and it force you to stand up to take a breath because you can't breathe when you're hunched over like this. And so that's what happens when you're as big as Trey Mitchell. If you don't get this up high, it's going to be out in front of you, which just causes you to lean forward. Bad, bad juju. You don't want that. So we are good to go with that fantastic stuff there. Um yeah, guys, we have some fun stuff now. I'm not sure why they took. I guess they're gonna load the guys in for just the stone off guys. I guess they're gonna readjust this chart in a moment. I'm guessing. I don't know that. We'll wait. Um, we're gonna treat it like this though. Boom, boom. Then we'll go like this. Stone off there. I'll get my stupid face out of the way. And there you have it. All right, so let's talk. Let's talk. Let's chat. Good times. Good time. What time is it where I am? I'm an hour behind them. So it's 4:40 roughly where they're competing. It's 3:40 where I'm at. We have about an hour and a half until they do the thing. Quite some time actually. Yeah, we got some time to kill, guys. So this is where I prefer it when you guys actually chat and ask questions. Take us through my picks for the stone offs. It's pretty easy. Basically, I'll look just to verify in a second because I've kind of forgotten who is where. But basically, this won't take very long, James. My picks are whoever is in second place wins. Again, I think it's dumb that we do these stone offs. Even though what I'm complaining about usually is that I don't think it's fair that the third place guy can leap above the second place guy and go on. They do make it tougher for them because you have to do more in the second place last tie. That's fine. I get that. However, obviously we talk about, well, the first guys who get there, they get an advantage going in. They have to do less work than guys 2 and 3. I just don't like. I like nothing about the stone offs. I hate it all. Um, but I'll look and see. There's very few guys that I think can win the stone offs from the third position. I'll see if there's any of that at play. I'm not sure, but by and large, I think my picks are who's ever in second place wins. Now I have forgotten who is where, so let's do a little bit of investigative journalism, shall we? We'll go back here to the official Strongman page for this. While Strongman archives updates. All right. So, in the group one, the stone off will be Tom Stoltman, Bobby Thompson. What's interesting, I guess, I don't know if these were always did they always have 1 and 2 highlighted? I guess they did. It's kind of weird. I don't think they should. I think they should only make the light gray for the top guy, not for the second guy, because the second guy has to earn it, right? So in this tone off, you've got Tom Stoltman versus Bobby Thompson. I would favor Tom Stoltman if he was in the third position and Bobby Thompson was in the second. That's not the way it is, so this is a very, very easy call for me. Tom Stoltman. So your group one people, in my opinion, Pavlo, Tom. Group two, you've got they've got these in reverse order here. You've got Alexi moving on automatically. And then again, they've got Gavin up here in two, even though Luke has more points. Again, that's kind of weird. So Luke is in second position. Gav is actually in third position. Luke has 21. Gav has 20. So I favor Luke Stoltman, which I think is great for Luke. I think he should be happy going to the finals. So yeah, I have Luke Stoltman. So I have both Stoltmans competing in the final. Group three, obviously you've got Mitchell Hooper there, right? And then in second place, you've got Matthew Ragg versus Ivars. Now, this one really, really does upset me. I'm still going to favor Matthew Ragg. He's done an amazing event, and he has shown why he deserves this. But this upsets me. He's got a 5-point lead over Ivars. 5 points. They've done 5 events. That means there's 1 point different in every single one. There's a full person between him and Ivars. And Ivars has the chance in one event to go out and erase 2 days of competition and come into the finals. I don't think that's fair. I don't think that's right. I don't think that should be at play. I think Matthew Ragg wins because he's in the second place position, and so I do think you have Mitchell Hooper and Matthew Ragg going to the final from Group 3. But it shouldn't even be a question. Dude's got a 5-point lead. Why does he have to go out there and compete for that? Um, all right, so in Group 4, obviously, Jaakko Schoenwinkel is going automatically. You've got Brian Shaw versus Rauno in the stone off. Brian Shaw's in the second position. Brian Shaw can beat most people if he's in third position. He's not in third position. He's in second position. That means you have to take it away from him. Rauno's not going to do that. So Group 4, you've got Jaakko and Brian Shaw going into the World's Strongest Man final. Which brings us to Group 5. Group 5, Trey Mitchell wins it there at the end. The stone off is going to be Evan Singleton versus Ethor Melstead. Evan is in second place position. That's more than sufficient. He's a darn good stone guy in his own right. Your Group 5 final is Evan Singleton. So, what this means is we still have to do the stone off. But looking at it as I see, I don't see any upsets or surprises. If you're in second place now, you just have to go out there and not fumble, not screw up, and you get to go to the final. The closest one to watch will be Gav versus Luke. That'll be the closest one to watch. Can Gav do something against Luke? But I think Luke is fine in the second position. But I'm really not happy about this Group 3 thing. I am not happy that Matthew Ragg has a 5-point lead over Ivars and still has to go out there and prove that he deserves it. He deserves it. He's proved it in the last couple days. That's my thoughts. What do you guys think? Well, you're wrong, Renee. I love baseball. I am from St. Louis. We come out of the womb wearing Cardinals gear. You cannot be from St. Louis and not like baseball. It's like some sort of rule. Questions are coming in fast now. Brian is in the stone off. He'll be in second place. Brian won the kettlebell, but it was not enough to put him in the top position. Yako did well enough to keep the top spot. So Brian has to settle for second. He won the event, but Yako did it all he had to do to keep the top spot. How long till Tom Stone? Well, Tom was in Group 1, right? Yeah, Tom was in Group 1. So the time is on the screen, 6:13 p.m. That's an hour and a half from now, basically. He'll be in Group 1, so there you go. An hour and a half. Benjamin, this is very, very simple. The stone off is not something that everybody competes in. If you are in the lead position of your group after 5 events, you win your group. The stone off isn't something that everyone competes. It's not at the Atlas Stones, it's a stone off, like a face off, right? Mano y mano. It's between second and third place to see who goes to the finals. So if you're on top after 5 events, you have automatically qualified. You are your group's winner. So go back and look at this again. Avlo, 25 points through 5 events. He wins. He doesn't need to do anything else. Points don't matter in the next event. It's almost like there's 0 points for the next event. Pavlo has the most points after 5 events. He advances. Alexei Novikov, 23 points. It doesn't matter that it's less than 6 points. He will not do the next event. He doesn't compete in the next event. The only 2 people in Group 2 who will compete in the next event are Gav Bilton and Luke Stoltman. Alexei already goes on. Mitchell Hooper, 29 points to 22.5. Now this one is this is mathematically what it is. Mitch Hooper smashed this. He smashed it because he's got more than a 6-point lead. It's crazy. Um, this was not the only word you can use about Mitchell Hooper's performance is dominant. But he won't be competing in the stone off. Only Ivars and Matthew Ragg will be. In Group 4, Yako does not have to compete in the stone off. And this is a great example here. He only has a half a point lead, not even a full point. He barely has any edge over Brian Shaw at all. But that's all he needs. It's enough. In the stone off, Brian Shaw versus Roundup. Those are the only 2 guys competing. Yako's done enough already. His work is done. He goes on. Group 5, same thing. Trey Mitchell was behind Evan Singleton. The only way that Trey could have avoided the stone off, and he didn't need to because Trey is an amazing stone lifter, he would have been fine in second place. He made a statement. He went out there, won the kettlebell toss, took first place away from Evan Singleton. He doesn't have to worry about the stone off now. Evan and Ethor do. They've got to compete in the stone off. Trey gets to go home and get a little bit of rest. Or by home, the hotel. Hopefully that helps. Vanilla Cocoa, you are completely wrong. I've had plenty to drink, and I'm going to get more to drink in a moment. Now that I've explained the stone off, now ask me if I like the stone off. Spoiler alert, I don't. I don't. And if Ivar's pulls the upset and beats Matthew Ragg in the stone off, you guys are gonna, if you're following me, you're gonna unfollow me and unsubscribe, or you're gonna turn the video on just to give me unlikes. Because I'm probably gonna make an hour and a half long video ranting about how stupid the stone off is and about how unfair it is that a guy who beat his opponent by 5 points has to watch the finals from the sidelines as a spectator. Am I gonna wear a shirt and tie for the finals? Hmm. No. No. I'm not gonna do it. I'm not here for the flash. I'm here for the substance. I'm here for the substance. All right. You guys talk amongst yourselves, or even better yet, spam the chat with a bunch of questions so that I can come back and answer a crap ton of questions. I need to go get something to drink. So fill the chat up, blast it with a bunch of questions. I'll be right back. All right, I'm back, and I decided to be a little bit more responsible and make a healthy choice. I decided to replace my soda with some pop. So, I thought I've been drinking too much soda lately. I was like, yeah, we strong men are not known for like the best gas tanks, taking the best care of ourselves, having the best diets, or being the most fit fellas in the world. But I need to set a better example. We are talking about lifting and working out, and I need to set a better health example. So, too much soda, kick that out the window, got some pop instead. So, we'll see here. Questions? Catching up on the comments. Um, no, there's not a whole lot to catch up on, huh? All right, that was easy. That was easy. And I told you yesterday, Charlie, that I don't agree with your picks, and I still don't. Um, yeah, first of all, I don't hope T Rex does well, and I don't agree that Brian, Luke, and Tom are what the thing is going to look like. Um, yeah, need a nap. On this in this Myrtle Beach cam now, it looks like Robert Oberst is walking through there. It's not Robert Oberst, but it looks kind of like Oberst. I guess I could turn that stupid cam off now. If Brian wins the title, Charlie, hmm, what will I do? What did I tell you yesterday? What I gave you some sort of guarantee, wasn't it? An autographed jug or something like that. I don't know. What did I tell you yesterday? I want to make sure I keep my promise. But I'll probably up the ante, and I'm not gonna ask for you to bet anything in return. Uh, I'll tell you what. Here you go, Charlie. You're like most people, myself included, Brian Shaw fan. I'm just a realistic one. Um, Here you go, Charlie. Answer this, Charlie. Do you live in America? If you live in America, I got the perfect prize for you. If you don't live in America, we'll have to think of something else. Oh, well, sorry, man. You lose out then. What I was going to say is if Brian wins the title, I was planning on I was saying I want to go. I shouldn't say planning on going. I was wanting to go, thinking I probably would, but haven't said definitively for sure, that I was going to go see the Shaw Classic, Brian's final competition. If Brian won and you were in America, I would change it from I'm thinking of going to I'm definitively going, and I would have paid for your airfare and hotel. I would have paid your expenses to go sit with me at the Shaw Classic. But since you're not in America, I'm not swallowing that expenditure. so so we'll have to think of something else. I know. I know. This could be worth some money someday. If Brian Shaw wins the 2023 World's Strongest Man, I will have a shirt made that says, "I'm an idiot for picking against Brian Shaw" on the front side, and on the back it says, "And Evan Singleton is my hero" on the back. I'll take a picture of myself wearing it, send you autographed pictures of me wearing it, and autograph the shirt and send it to you too. So yeah, if Brian Shaw wins, you'll get an autographed shirt that humiliates me, signed pictures, shirt sent to you. Doesn't really compare to a free trip, does it? But um, yeah, I have a feeling getting you to the Shaw Classic would have been expensive. So Hooper was my pick before it started. Can't change it now. Um, I still maintain the biggest thing that Mitchell Hooper has going against him is just a lack of experience. So as good as he's doing now, I only think he's going to get better, and his best days are ahead of him, which is a scary thought. Um, but I started this week by saying Mitchell Hooper was my guy. I'm sticking with Mitchell Hooper as my guy. Um, but that doesn't mean that there aren't some other guys who could do it. And tomorrow, you'll get my podium picks. And when you hear the podium, I will preface how I think that it's possible that guys two or three wind up taking the trophy away. But my pick is my pick. Mitchell Hooper is my pick. Well, I can count Brian out, and I am counting Brian out. Yes, he's won 4 World's Strongest Man titles, but it's been a long time since he has won one. And now he didn't win his group this year. He didn't win his group last year. So it's been a while since he won a qualifier. Um, am I saying that Brian can't do it? No, because anyone who gets to play ball this weekend can do it. That's why they're in the finals. But for all intents and purposes, send the death threats my way. Send the angry letters. Call your congressman. Whatever you gotta do. I'm basically counting Brian Shaw out. I don't know, Benjamin. I think I heard, but that doesn't mean it's right. I'll see if I can get some more concrete information. But I think it is with the rope. And that's a very, very good question because vehicle pulls are incredibly different. Whether you've got the rope or you've got nothing and it's just your mass, it's like two entirely different events. So that's a very, very good question. I feel like we should not only give Ukraine credit for what these guys are doing and stuff, but we should give Ukraine also credit, and by Ukraine I mean the athletes there, Pavlo and Alexei. We should only give them credit for how great they are and how great they're doing and stuff, but we should give them credit for being the smallest guys in the competition and doing what they're doing. I mean, Kevin Ferris is up there. You know, obviously, I'm not necessarily saying they are the literally the two small, but they are smaller guys in the sport, and they're showing that you don't have to be a mass monster to do well. And and I think it just makes that what they're doing all that much more awesome. So props to Ukraine. They got some strong people there. Well, I can tell you what's not optimum. 5 feet 3. I might be 5'4", but I'm definitely no taller than that. Sometimes I go to the doc. It's weird. I go to the doctors. Occasionally, they make you get on that stupid thing and don't just check your weight, but check your height. You would think that you'd have consistent numbers. Like maybe sometimes you get out of the bed, you're a little quarter-inch taller or something, spine decompressed, compressed based on how you had the next day before. But mine changes crazy. I've been measured as short as 5'3". I've been measured as tall as 5'5". And it's a different number every time I go. So I must have terrible posture or very, very um, unqualified medical professionals who are in charge of my health because they never tell me the same number when I get measured. Well, you keep complimenting me, Vanilla Coco, so you would think that I want to agree with you, but I can't. I like Laws and Liz. I like them. Oh, that's right. 6 feet. 6 feet. I lost a lot of respect for Liz today. Um, hmm. I read the message there. Hmm. Hmm. I'm actually going to be writing a book about that topic. I'm actually not going to be writing. I'm already writing a book about that topic. Hope to release it this year. Um, I guess I don't have to like your policies to like you as a person, or to enjoy watching sports with you. Um, I guess that's about all I'll say on this channel. Um, I have another channel where we talk about politics and religion. Uh, if you want to seek it out, um, yeah, I'll leave that for a different discussion, though. Well, I'd like to start posting more content, both of me training, although, again, I don't ever plan to do a whole lot of training videos. I've had a lot of people ask. I think a few people have now seen some of my stuff, not a lot, but I think they've seen enough that to know that I'm not just some guy who's running his mouth. I think that's what it was for them. It was like, oh, you say you can do that, but everybody says whatever. So I think it was kind of like people just, we doubt everybody, right? And I told them I don't post the stuff because A, I have nothing to brag about. B, I don't care about that. Uh, I like the sport. I'm a fan of it. I want to cover it from the fan perspective. But I had a lot of people who were like, put up or shut up. So I've posted a few things. I'll continue to do that. I'll probably do that going forward. It'll be sporadic, few and far between, but occasionally I'll give you guys clips of me in the gym so that you can see that I actually work out. I actually lift. I'm a reasonably strong guy. Um, but that will never be the focus of this channel, even if I do start producing daily content like I'd like to. It'll always be about me covering the pros. I don't want to start talking about politics and religion here, but I think people should talk about them. This is the only thing I'll say about that topic here. Again, I have another place where I do that. As you guys know, I'm a preacher, so I'm not afraid to talk about religion, certainly, and usually preachers aren't afraid to talk about controversial topics, right? Here's what I will say. I'm not going to give you my opinions on these things in this channel, not because I'm afraid to, but because that's not what this is about. But I will say this. When people say you shouldn't talk about politics and religion because you don't know who you're going to offend, or people say just you shouldn't talk about those things, my personal opinion is this. Anything that people tell you not to talk about, those are probably things that you should talk about. Because I'm of the opinion that when people tell you you shouldn't talk about it, there's an agenda that they have. And I want to question, why shouldn't I talk about it? People want to keep some of us silent. If people say you should not, I say dare to do it. You keep saying that I've created a dark atmosphere, and I really hope I haven't. I think I'm about as friendly and nice a guy as you can be. I have a bit of a sarcastic sense of humor. I like to play back and forth. If people are critical of me, I like to bite back and not just take it on the chin and turn the other cheek. Mainly because there's a screen in between us and probably thousands of miles, and there's trolls everywhere. So I'll fight back. It's fun to be playful, banter, not very serious. But I don't think I'm dark. There's no way that you can really think that. There's no way you can truly think that. I'm too nice of a guy. Oh, stone off participation again. Why not? We got time. Hold on, Pooh. Give me a minute. All right, let's see here. Stone off. Group 1, Tom Stoltman, Bobby Thompson. You know who's going to win, right? Group 2. They've got these guys in the wrong order. They need to fix this. It is Gav Bilton versus Luke Stoltman, but Luke Stoltman has more points than Gav Bilton. And that is important, as we know, in the stone off. So they really need to fix this. Group 3 stone off. Same kind of thing here. They've got Ivars in the second spot and Matthew in the third. Big, huge lead for Matthew over Ivars. 22 to 17 and a half. 22 and a half to 17 and a half. That's your Group 3 stone off. Your Group 4 stone off is Brian Shaw versus Rauno Heinla. And Brian is in that second spot. You know who's going to win that one with Brian in the second spot, right? And then the Group 5 stone off is Evan Singleton versus Ethor Melstead. That's your stone off participants. Yep. Let's see here. Pretty much think that every single guy who is in second place right now, who has a natural advantage in the stone off because you only have to tie, I think they're going through. I don't see a single upset in the stone off. But I also think any upset is worth talking about. There are a couple that you could look at to go, maybe. But I feel like everyone who's in the second spot right now will probably win their little stone off. But man, I am gonna be flipping livid if Ivars beats Matthew Flagg after trailing him by 5 points. It's way too big of a lead to overcome on one freaking event like that to determine who goes to the finals. Let's see. What times are we checking in for the final? Hold on. Good night, Ben. I'm not sure where. I believe. Well, it's about bedtime here in Europe. Oh, I didn't even see that. Okay. Uh, you won't see us tomorrow night. I mean, depending on what time it is for you, but there's an off day tomorrow. I will post some content tomorrow. It won't be live, but you won't see me until the day after. So, but rest well. Um, yeah, I heard you. I heard you, Dan. Calm down, man. Calm down, dude. I got you. Uh, so when we talk about the format, I'm assuming you're talking about how are they running the stone off. And I believe the answer, they haven't explained it any differently. I believe they're doing the stone off the same way they did last year, essentially, where it's basically you got guys on opposite sides. One guy picks it up, has to lift the stone, the other guy has to answer back. And so essentially, uh, the third place position guy goes first. He does the first stone. The second place guy has to then do the same stone back. And it keeps going back until basically third Well, basically, if third fails, then second wins. That's basically how it is. Third has to get it up. Second can't answer. If second cannot answer, third wins. But if second answers, second wins. I feel like I always struggle explaining how it works, but mainly because it's stupid. It's so stupid. Gosh, I hate it so much. Yes, the second place person has advantage over the third place person. Not, yeah, sorta is the sorta is the best way to put that. Who fails first loses. Not really. Uh, see ya later. Uh, so essentially a tie is a win if you're in second place. A tie is a win. The only thing that's a win for third place is an outright win. So let's say, and they go one at a time. So it's not like you can build up a lead here and tell the guy to catch up. It's I do it, you do. I do it, you do. I do it, you do. So if let's just pick two guys from the stone off. Let's go back here. I don't know any other way to do this really, but this will be why the second guy has an advantage. Okay, I'm already in group 5. It's perfect. So it's Ethor versus Evan. If Ethor does it 7 times, and then Evan does it 7 times, so Ethor did 6, Evan did the 6. Ethor picks it up and does it a 7th time, and Evan does it a 7th time. Ethor tries an 8th and can't do it. It's over. Evan doesn't have to do 8. He did the same number that Ethor did. He wins. The only way that Ethor can win is to pick it up the 8th. Evan can't do the 8th. So if you're in second and you match the third place guy's effort, you win. If you're in third place, you have to outdo second place. It's not whoever can't answer. That's not really accurate either. Only one guy has to answer. Yeah, time doesn't matter. I don't. Well, maybe there's a time limit. I shouldn't say that. As far as I'm aware, there's no time limit. There probably is. I mean, I guess I can't just sit there and tell someone to hold it on his lap for the next 6 days. But I don't know. But it's not a speed. I'm not sure how they're doing it in terms of picking it up and putting it down. That's probably what I would do, to be honest. I don't know what they're doing or how they're doing it, and I've seen it done different in every freaking competition. There's no consistency in our sport. I hate it. But probably what I would do is, if you're doing Atlas stones and you drop the stone, you can pick the stone up and try again. If you drop it, you can pick it up and try again. I think in a stone off, like what I would do, and I think they've done this in certain competitions, is I'd say, okay, once you lap it, if you lap that stone and it hits the ground at that point, it's over. That's how I would do it. I wouldn't worry about time. If a guy wants to sit there and let it sit on his lap for 3 minutes, well, that's going to be excruciating. That's going to take a lot of energy out of him. So take all the time you want. But that's what I'd probably say is after you lap that sucker, it better not hit the ground. If it hits the ground, your attempt is over. Now, someone just said Ivar should have to outlift Matt by 6. I think I kind of like what you're saying there. That would be interesting if they did that, where they took the third place guy and basically every point he was behind was a 1 rep or 1 stone penalty. So if you're behind by 2, you have to lift it 2 to tie, and then there'd have to be some other sort of tiebreaker after that, or you have to do 3 or more to win. That might be interesting. That might be interesting. I don't know. Yeah, Dougie, that's essentially how it is. That's essentially how it is. They pass it back and forth. That's pretty much the way it works. But it's not until who can't go, and at least in this stone off in the World's Strongest Man. There are competitions where it is first to quit. That's not how it is at the World's Strongest Man. A tie is a win for second place. Why don't they publish the info? Do you mean like the rules and the implements and all of the nuances? Because if you do, I think the answer is just because they don't give a dang. They've been doing things their own way for so long. I think it's kind of one of those things where you get lazy. Uh, You know the old phrase saying it's good to be king? The problem is kings get lazy. And there's so many other people in strongman right now throwing amazing competitions and contests and doing things better, in my opinion, much better. That I think World's Strongest Man can't rest on its laurels forever. They're going to have to make some changes. Not just in not giving us live streams, not just that. They're going to have to make some changes, like with transparency, rule implementation, questions of fairness. WSM needs an overhaul, in my opinion. Let's see here. Yeah, this has been answered quite a few times. I've answered it quite a few times, Lance. I don't care that you're asking again. Why don't they have World's Strongest Man on live TV? Because that's not the deal they signed. It's that simple. They reached an exclusive broadcasting deal with ESPN. ESPN didn't want to do it live because of all the delays. I mean, I'm speaking about stuff I don't know. I wasn't in the negotiating room about why they didn't want it live. I speculate why ESPN doesn't want it live is because this is not a format that would be much fun to watch live unless you're a diehard person waiting in front of the TV. It's just not going to be fun. You'd have to have all kinds of filler content and things of that nature. These events take a long time. They take a long time to set up. There's a lot of downtime. There's tremendous time between the events. It's tough to do it and keep an audience engaged in a live environment like that. So I'm guessing this hasn't been said from ESPN, but I'm guessing it's because they didn't want it live because this would be tough to structure and keep people engaged for an entire event like that live. But why doesn't World's Strongest Man air it live? Well, it's because they're not allowed to. They sign these exclusive agreements with the TV networks. The TV networks set how they're going to air the content. They own the rights to the content, and World's Strongest Man can't air it or distribute it any other way. It's up to the networks. Preaching at the choir, Dan. Don't make me be the WSM apologist because I'm not. I don't think that's true. And I don't love American football, by the way. But I love a sport that's much slower than that. Baseball. Although baseball has been sped up this year because of all kinds of rule changes for it. We have pitch clocks and other kinds of things to make the game go quicker, quicker, quicker now because we're all in a dang hurry these days. Um, but anyway, he is behaving himself, Charlie. He said Euro football. He's being way nicer than I would have. You know what I would have said. It would not have been European football. This yank would have said soccer and made you get upset about it. So, by the way, my city, St. Louis, just got an expansion team in soccer this year. And I'll be going to my first game, even though you guys don't recognize MLS. It's not that high a quality game, but it's big stuff for us. But I'll be going to my first professional soccer or European football match very, very shortly. We've still got 40 freaking minutes, guys. So many jokes there. Can't make any of them. Darn it. You want to hear how pathetic I am? I'm still sitting here watching this stupid cam. There's no one doing anything. There's nothing going on. I'm still sitting here looking at this stupid beach. I'm still sitting here watching this. There's not going to be anything else there today, and I'm still watching it. What is wrong with me? What is wrong with me? And don't say your first thought is a lot. You don't have to be rude. I'm just watching the waves and the flags, watching the people walk up and down the street. I'm people watching on the internet. It's kind of creepy. I think during the last 2 days I've turned into a creep. I'm an old creep. Yeah, Sean. I asked, yesterday who would be the first person to have to withdraw due to injury. I guess that's not true though. I guess that's not true. Um, Iron Bibby withdrew before it even started, right? So, do we count that as the first one, or do we say that no one had to withdraw due to injury? You can answer that either way, I guess. Oh yeah, Waldo. Good point. He's gone now. You guys can sit here and watch with me. This is fascinating stuff. Wow. People walking up and down the street. Look at it. It's glorious, right? Glorious. Yeah, I don't know what's wrong with me. There's nothing to watch, and I'm still watching it. Oh, man. Every time I think about yoke injuries, I just see legs snapping in half. Ugh. Can't get some thoughts out of my head. Like I'd rather be in Myrtle Beach right now than at my own house, to be honest with you. You don't have a question mark at the end of that, nor do you have a period. So I don't know if that's a statement or a question. I don't know if you're saying that you think Mitch, Tom, and Alexi can handle whatever weight is thrown at them, or if you're saying, do I think? Mm. Oh, all right then. All right then. To be challenged. I don't feel like challenge it. I'll say the same thing I said last year, which a lot of you guys didn't like then. And I'm someone that has competed, and you still didn't like my thoughts on the matter. So I'll echo what I said last year. Do I like it when it's heavy? Yes. But I do think that so a lot of people are just like, well, there's no place for this speed stuff. It's the world's strongest man, not the world's fastest man. I don't know that I agree with that. And I suck at anything speed or endurance related, to be honest. But I do think that there is a testament of strength to how quickly can you move while carrying big, heavy things. Um, and and I also think there is a safety thing. Uh, to me, it's not just who is the strongest for a 1 rep max on everything. Um, there is strength, like in terms of endurance, is a test of strength itself. How long can your strength hold out? And so, I like to see heavy competitions. I do, I do. Um, but I'm not as bothered by lighter competitions as a lot of people are. And I think the numbers that a lot of these guys do, it's laughable that a lot of people complain about it. If the competitors want to complain, so be it. But I'm not saying that I'm world's strongest man level. I'm clearly not. That's sort of the point here. Um, most of the people who are complaining about the weights on when they have their lightest competitions, most people couldn't go in there and budget. You could find the strongest person at the local gym who's been training for 15 plus years. They're not going to go out there and budge the weights. on these guys' lightest days, they're still strong. They're still being tasked with doing something that 99% of people can't do, and we're acting like, oh, that's too light. Um, I don't know. I don't really complain about it that much. Now I kind of want to look through the cams myself and see what's there. Let's look at the Hall of Fame. There's a Hall of Fame section. Ooh, I think that might be close to me. I think there's a camera that's close to me if this is what I think it is. Nope, it is not what I think it is. So much for that. I see the Elvis Wedding Chapel. I see that. And I see some cool dreadlocks on my screen. I see a nice Muppet with a Willie Nelson headband. Don't see as many bikini girls on this Earth Cam as you would have thought. Would have thought you'd see a lot more bikinis. But I digress. I could check out Dublin. Oh, oh. Annoying thing with strongman. What is the part of PEDs? How much is it a battle of big farm? Annoying thing with what is the part of PEDs? I'm not sure I understand the question. I want to understand the question, but I'm not sure I do. I'm not sure. Perhaps. Uh, I should I should nominate someone to be a chat moderator for the finals, so that I don't have to kill the spam bots and stuff when they pop up. That doesn't make sense. I don't know. I don't know. Tell you what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna take a nap, and when the stone off starts, you guys just shout and wake me up. Be like, "Hey, Jace, get up!" 'Cause I need a nap. You guys wake me up. Okay, let's see here. And if now, how do they get them? Won't the international athletes need their brand or what they're used to? My my thought pattern is that they're like basically never off them. Um, that's what I think is that they're never off them. Um, mm, yeah, Sean, guess what? Anything can be argued. Anything can be argued, and that might be it. You might be on something. I pretty much think that they're cycles. They're cycles. I think they're year-round cycles now. Um, maybe different dosages, maybe different substances, maybe different levels of honesty about who's taking what or if they're taking anything. There's always different levels of honesty. Um, sure. Yeah, they do all the bloods and stuff. Yeah. One thing I've learned about pro sports and amateur sports for that matter is that every time they say they do testing, they do. And all test. The second thing I've learned is that all testing is authentic and if effective. And the third thing that I've learned is that it's always fair as well. If I ended the stream, I'll be honest with you. Absence probably wouldn't make it grow fonder for me. I probably wouldn't come back today. So I don't know about anybody else, but I probably wouldn't. Um, so it's probably in my best interest, or anyone else who actually wants to watch the stone off or find out what happens, for me to stay right here. I gotta see who's getting married. This is important stuff. Ooh, we have animals and zoo cams, including a tropical fish cam. That's pretty cool. Oh, nice. Look at the fishies. Look at the fishies. Nice. Hmm. I like Strongman for the variety of events and for the good humor they transpire. All the rest, including the reality of performances, I actually don't care. Hmm. Your cat probably wants to fish back then, right? Your cat probably wants to fish. There you go. For your cat. Fishy, fishy, fishy. Very funny for a clownfish. If we can't find something really cool and exciting. Something not YouTube safe. Yeah, let's see if we can find something not safe for YouTube to put on there. Wow, the New Orleans, Louisiana cam is very clear. They have a nice clear camera. Okay, yes, it's official. We have gotten a little bit too bored today. What is wrong with me? I was going to say us, but then I realized that would be rude. I can't say what's wrong with you guys. I can only say what's wrong with me. Um, no, a pet peeve. Someone gave me the Jace with an S. Ah, no. No. Not Jace with an S. Who won the kettle toss in Group 2? Which was Group 2? Group 2 was Alexi's group. Who did win the kettle in Group 2? My mind has gone blank. It's like stuff has happened today. Let's see. Yeah, Gav Bilton. Nobody in the group got 7, but he got 6, and he did it in less than 20 seconds, which was enough to win the kettlebell toss in Group 2. Yeah, there you go. I'd forgotten. uh, it's been a long day, fellas and ladies. Fellas and ladies. Well, here the event info doesn't tell us. 5 implements, 75-second time limit. I don't know. Does the official site tell us? I don't know. Let's find out. It probably won't. That doesn't look good. And I bet event information is still probably 2022 event information. I bet it's not 2023. Events. Here we go. Quick facts. It's kind of weird because these are weird, man. I don't necessarily know that this is going to give it to you. It doesn't. It doesn't. Event weights up to 164 kilograms. So, 5 objects, each weighing between 100 and 164 kilograms. Are so it tells us nothing basically. It's just giving you a history of the stuff. So the answer to your question is don't know. Don't No. They're approximately as heavy as they are. Approximately. Group 2 was won by Alexei Novikov. Let's see here. How do you go about getting TRT? I guess ask your doctor or go to one of those websites that allow you to take a blood test and pretend to tell you that you have low TRT. I'm guessing. Let's see. I appreciate you keeping us up to date on this wedding stuff, Sean. Oh, yawn. Yawn, yawn, yawn. That's pretty cool. There's a whole network of camps, and you can sort it by state if you're in the States. Ooh. This is just awesome. Oh, I'm seeing a guy limp down the street. This guy walks with almost as big a limp as I do. The Oyster Bar and Grill at Dirty Don's. Dirty Don's Oyster Bar and Grill. There you go. Okay, anyway, it's about time that we get some stuff going. Let's see, we've got another 10 minutes. 10 minutes until we get to wait some more. Are you guys ready to wait longer? Because in 10 minutes you get to wait. Oh, let's see here. Who is the fastest overall log ladder? Log ladder. Let's see. Pavlo did that. Let's see. Mitchell Hooper finished second to Pavlo in the loading race. And then log ladder, Mitchell Hooper finished second to. Who did Mitchell Hooper finish second to in the log ladder overall? Pavlo had the fastest loading race. The fastest log ladder. I better check. I don't want to be wrong. Fastest log ladder. Thomas Evans. That's it. Thomas Evans had the fastest log ladder of everybody. Mitchell Hooper was just a hair behind Thomas Evans in the log ladder and just a hair behind Pavlo Kordiaka in the loading race. I guess I'm kind of blocking that. 38.96. Yeah, this is crazy. Atlas Stones, arm over arm pull, car walk, deadlift. Deadlift covers a lot of ground there. the criticism that we give them. If the Stones has started, then they started early. There's no rationality to start at any certain time because they never start on time anyway. They do whatever they want whenever they want. So why they're posting very specific times like that, I don't have an answer for you. They're not covering it on their website yet or Strongman Archives. So either people are just talking because that's what people do. Twitter's always a source that can be trusted. Always. You can always trust Twitter. Or um or there should be some information coming in soon. Conan's will was early this morning. Conan's will was about 10 hours ago. They're not doing it on the beach, so I did check the cameras. Uh, they're not doing it there, so there was nothing to see. At least not on that camera. I think maybe you guys are just reading people posting stuff on Twitter, kind of like again, R.I.P. Joe Rogan. Um, that's I don't know that. I could be wrong, but I'm guessing people are just trolling because I don't see any kind of indication anywhere that anything's happening. Over here and take a peek real quick. Yeah, that just reloads here. Yeah, I don't see any sort of indication of that. Interesting. Well, I assume that someone will come back here and post something soon. Who are the, out of curiosity, uh, who are the people on Twitter who are sharing information?
We know the gap was in third place with that disadvantage, slight advantage there.
Your
Which is why everyone loves him so much. He's not afraid to show this as well. It's not,
great guys,
I don't know. I'm calling shenanigans. I'm calling shenanigans and bollocks, or whatever you guys say across the pond.
if you can't control them.
Well, considering that I've got it opening now, and yeah, I because you guys told me to. I don't see him talking about that. I certainly don't see him watching it. You say he's watching it. So, um, I'm not seeing any sort of evidence of this. But someone also said, hey, people on Twitter are posting these results. And that's my question. Who are the people on Twitter? I'll go scout it out. I'll do the research. I'll bring the information in here. But you got to give me something to work with.
That's Tom comfortably as well.
Do we know? No, so they haven't started yet.
Okay, they just said they haven't started yet. So
this could be a really good one to in shape for this.
I don't know. I don't know what to tell you. You won't be able to post a link, I don't think. You'd have to say that the name of the Twitter at whatever.
We're also realistic. Yeah. My Mitchell, sorry, thank you for the which have no commenting personally. I'm happy to see the my main worry is what he does about. He has one which says approved and not there literally.
Yeah, absolutely.
Wait. We'll go back over here and give this a peek again. Still don't have it on here. Very interesting. Oh. I'm just going to keep my resources here.
So I think it'll be belly in.
Hmm. They said Matthew Rag just now on there, but again, I don't know. I don't know where it's coming from. I mean, obviously, I guess they've got the insider connection information, but I don't like to say that anything is official until I see it official. I live by the moniker DTA. Don't trust anyone because I'm a cynical jerk.
The heaviest stone is 200 kilos that they would have to rep at the end. Yeah, I'm sure. Yeah.
Uh,
It's number 8. That's oh my goodness. We've not had any matches.
Matt gets it over. They're obviously watching it from somewhere. So they just say Ivers tried and failed, which again, he's the third place guy, so Matt doesn't have to do it. So Matt advances officially, according to them. According to them. Yeah, I hear what he's saying. I hear what he's saying, Sean. But I'm not going back to get results on a video that may not be official, especially when they're reading stuff now, and then I have to come back and search for that spot either. I'll I'll kind of listen in here to what they say now, and then we'll wait for the first result to be filled in. But according to Laws and Liz, Matthew Flagg just beat Ivars, which is really the only one I cared about because again, I think everyone from the second position should advance. Um, but I was very, very vested. Had a super not vested means nothing to me. I have a super keen interest on what happened between Ivars and Matthew because what a huge lead that Matthew had. It's just not fair if Ivars takes that spot from him. And according to them, he did not. They say, and there we go. 3-3. Bobby only got 3 stones. So all Tom had to do was 3. Again, the power of the tie. Tom moves on. They're slow in getting the second stuff off, so we won't get that for a while. They've already told you what the results are here. I'll wait until the numbers are official again before I report them. But according to them, there was a huge, huge battle between Ivars and Matthew. I guess we could do this to show both of those up there.
Retire now. I'm assuming that's a joke because he retired 2 years ago. Yeah.
Okay, so there we go. Finally. So again, the power of the tie. Bilton and Stoltman. Bilton did it 7. He couldn't do it more than that. Luke matched him. Luke goes on. There's what they were talking about a second ago. Huge battle. Ivars did it 8 times. Matthew matched him. Ivars couldn't do more. So Matthew moves on as he should have. And now we wait.
Alright, so you're 3 points behind Judge. This is 3 times before that guy. Maybe after a certain when there's a certain gap, like that is when he was 7 points ahead. Oh, my video. That was very nice.
We've had lots of discussions about this because it's nice to hear your ideas.
We'll see what happens now. Why do you keep telling me to go back? That's a weird question to ask. Yeah, Dan, we had those on the screen. Tom, Bobby, tie, 3. Tom moves on, 3 stones. Again, Bobby's not the greatest stone lifter. Proof there. Bobby pretty much needs to win groups outright to move on. The only person on earth who might hate stone offs more than me is probably Bobby Thompson. Luke Stoltman, Gav Bilton, 7 apiece. That means second place guy always, like usual, goes on. Group 3, Ivars, Matthew Ragg, 8 stones. Matthew's in second. He moves on.
On the next one because they're big Brian fans. I think the best thing about all this is that Browner has proven that he deserves to be a world strongest man and he's good enough for it. I fully expect he'll get invited again next year. And next year we won't have to worry about him doing Brian. We probably end up putting on top of them. Matthew, thank you for the chat. Love and this will be burned into my screen. How dare you imagine?
So anyway, I wonder how much money these guys make. As I'm peeking here, I wonder how much money Laws and Liz make with these super chats. I say I don't care about that stuff, and I don't want any sort of compensation. And even if I do this all the time, I don't really want to be paid for it because I just love the sport and stuff. But as I'm looking at this and seeing all of these questions, $5, $2, $3, $10, $7, $8, I feel like, man, I've answered like 60 questions today. If I had an average $3 a pop, that's a couple $100 I could have made today. Maybe I should care. Maybe I should care. Not really. I don't care. Well, don't tell me that, Sean. Then I will start caring. $100. Wow. That'd cover my gym fees for 2.5 months. What? Oh, I guess, yeah, YouTube takes 30%. Cover my gym fees for 2 months. Son of a cuss. Yes, if you were listening, I said son of a cuss. That's what I say. I hurt my lip with the straw. Yeah. Again, this is all a formality. Um, we're doing this because you have to see the entire day through. That's what we're doing, and stick with it. But there's no way you're beating Brian Shaw in a stone off, let alone Brian Shaw in a stone off when he's in second place. Yeah, yeah. Good luck, Rauno. Good luck. Well, I can't heckle her for that, Dan. That's how I was last year when I did this. I think I spoke for 11 hours every day without taking a breath. Apparently, if you guys want the play by play here, Rauno got the first stone over. But I don't think he's getting text. I mean, he keeps looking at this and saying, oh, almost. So it's almost like he's probably got someone there, like on a FaceTime or something, that are actually giving him a live video chat. That's what I'm guessing based upon how he keeps reacting, going, ooh. So I'm guessing they are actually watching it using like Terry Hollins or Eddie Hall or one of their buddies. Ryan gets the first stone over. We're on to stone two. I'll just regurgitate everything he says. I'm basically going to plagiarize his stream now. I hate this. I just wish they would post the stuff. Or a spy cam again. That would be great. Maybe next year I take drones and I just fly them over the world's strongest man. What do you guys think? Should I bring some drone coverage there and see if they shoot us down? Colin Price, shoot my drone down. I'll just hover it over there the entire time. Okay, so they've been doing the increasing weight stones, and we're up to the big boy now. Rauno gets it over. They're definitely watching it. They've got the hookup that we don't have. It helps to have friends in high places. Uh, Rauno got an eighth one. This is ridiculous. I don't like sitting here watching their stream to tell you what they're saying. This feels bogus. I almost feel like just saying, "Go watch them." This is
Rounded got it over. Yeah, nine.
so apparently Rauno has done it 9 times now.
Ryan got it over.
Ryan got it over. I guess they're just gonna lift these stones all day long. Rauno gets a 10th one. It sounds okay. Now it's high enough that when I say Brian has no shot in losing a stone off from the second position, Rauno Hainla's definitely not making it easy for him. Ryan gets it over. So again, for Brian Shaw fans, even if he goes on, Rauno got an 11th one. So here's the thing: Brian Shaw, he's going to be exhausted there. Either of these guys gets in, they're dead in the final. Brian gets it over. I almost feel like this is a good swan song for Brian, even if he doesn't win the World's Strongest Man, which again I've been saying he doesn't. To win a battle like this, it's a good way to end your World's Strongest Man, just to say that you lifted the freaking stone 700,000 times to get to the final. Rauno couldn't get it. Brian moves on. Brian moves on. But Rauno gave him everything he could ask for and then some. That's a run for your money. So, like I was saying, even if Brian doesn't go on and win, which I didn't think he would, now he can say he's super proud of this. It's a great thing to hang on his mantle. In addition to that, now he's not that Brian Shaw is an excuse machine, because he's not. But this will give his fans an excuse. Now they can say, well, the reason Brian didn't win is he had to freaking throw a stone over the thing 57,000 times to get to the finals. No one else had to do that. Um, so so anyway, Brian advances. So there you go. 11 freaking stones. Incredible. That means all we have left is Evan Singleton and Ethor Melstead. Charlie, if you think Brian got that, you're right. You're closer to your. But I already said he was going to the finals. You're closer to your T-shirt. But if you think Brian just did 11 stones and has enough left for the final, uh, um, you want that shirt bad. Hopefully, he wants that fifth title as bad as you want that shirt. No, I think they said the top stone earlier. I was listening. I think they said the top weighted stone is 200 kilograms. It was a big stone. I could be wrong, but I think they said the heaviest stone is 200 kilograms. Big stone. Big, 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 big stone. And they had like 5 to go through before that. I think that's the 6th one. So they had to work up to that. That means 6th rep, 7th rep, 8th rep, 9th rep, 10th rep, 11th rep. If I'm right, that means they lifted a 440-pound stone 6 times after working their way up to that weight. That's that's sick. They both deserve a hand clap, even though we're not there for them. Rauno uninvited from Shaw Classic. That that's a great comment. That's a great comment. Oh, I like it. I'm going to go ahead and give you 2 points for that comment. 2 points. Feel free to redeem them anytime you want.
Yeah, they show it. We didn't have it. Messaging us. What was
Okay, now they're claiming they don't. They're claiming their message. But again, I don't know if I believe them. I don't think they're being messaged. I think they're actually getting to watch it again via like FaceTime or something like that. Because they're literally going like this. I don't know why you would be watching with anticipation if you're just waiting on a text message. Ooh, what are they gonna text me back? Ooh, oh, they did get it. I feel like with the facial expressions you're watching and the fact that I think they're watching. Um, but anyway, we're almost done, guys. We are almost done. And then you got to sit with me, unless you choose not to, as I go over a recap for the day, set up the final, and then tomorrow I'll post a couple videos for you, which hopefully you'll check out. Don't just wait for me to live stream. Do a favor for me, guys. Come watch the videos that I upload tomorrow. If you do that, that will let me know that you care about this content, and that will give me incentive to say, okay, maybe I should post some stuff, pump it out to these guys because they actually do want to stick with me more than just a couple days a year. Show me that you want me to do content more than 4 days a year.
it was proud of you, Rounder, and we are all very, very that
Good stuff. Good, 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 good stuff.
not over.
I'm gonna have buffalo wings, and I will share them with TC. Get some for having the comment of the day. I'm gonna give a couple buffalo wings to I guess White Chocolate Bar, even though he bailed early because he's been trying to find me a wife, which I don't really want, and been saying how much better I am than Laws and Liz, which I'm not. And yeah, I'll give some people some buffalo wings. That was just an incredible stone off for sure. He didn't roll over and die for Brian. He's like, I don't care if this is your last world's strongest man. I'm gonna play the bad guy. I'm gonna be the villain. Um, Rauno tried to be the villain, but I guess Big Brian Shaw did the things that heroes do, and he answered the challenge. Hey, bud, let him out of here. You hear me? I think he wants to see you. That's not it. You're showing me coming up from OBT. SIDE. Because of your CLOTHGES. Okay, okay. Now we'll go put the rest out. Okay. Yeah, I think that's what I'm gonna do. Next year, I'm gonna get drones and I'm gonna fly them over World's Strongest Man, and we'll see if they get shot down or not. But we'll have we'll have footage of all the events. I'll just use drones. Wouldn't that be funny though if if I was told if I did do that, if I got drones and was told you can't do that. Now they're bragging. They're bragging. Laws is bragging that he got up to 6.3 thousand viewers today. Well, last year I had up to 400 at one time. 400 is way bigger than 6.3 thousand. Oh wait, no, it's not. I got up to 107, I think, today. So 107 is more than 6.3 thousand, right? Oh wait, no, it's not. Okay, he kicked my butt. I guess he can brag. Probably. It'll be zero for me too if they live stream it. I'd host a watch party and I'd be in it by myself. But I'm telling you, this I'm joking about the drones, but I'm not like completely joking. I actually think it's a good idea. I've used drone footage before for marketing business I own and run. Um, and I'm thinking, the question is, could I have could I have enough drones to have battery power to keep us in business all day long? That's a big ask, and it sounds like a very expensive ask. Maybe I would need some of those super chat donations for that kind of stuff because that sounds expensive. But man, it sounds like such a cool idea and funny and a way to game the system. Maybe a polite way to smack WSM upside the head and say, hey, you guys need to live stream your stuff or we're going to take action into our own hands. Oh, hotel party. That sounds like something completely different, TC. That doesn't sound like a strongman event. That sounds like something that's not YouTube safe. And probably something that I would have to really explain if I wanted to stay in ministry. Did you go to Jace's hotel party? I don't know about that. I don't know about that. I just think like what's really cool about Evan Singleton being in the last group here. Again, you guys know how big of an Evan Singleton fan I am. It's no secret how much I heart Evan Singleton. But what I think is really interesting about Evan is we all know the kind of game he talks, right? We all know it's not a secret how big of a game Evan talks. For him to be in the final group, in the last event, in the kettlebell toss, Trey Mitchell made Evan put up or shut up. He said, "Hey, Evan was in the lead. Trey came out there and took it from him. Evan had to answer." Now Evan finds himself in that position 2 events in a row to end the qualifier. He talks such a big game. He's going to have to back it up if he wants to go to the final. And you know what? Ethor can push him. Ethor's really good in stones. He can push him here. If he does this and Evan answers, even though he's in the second position, I can't take that from him, and you guys already know how I feel about stones anyway. But if Evan does this, if he answers the challenge, matches the game, it's not just talk, he walks the walk and gets to go to the final, I'll give him his props. I'll give him kudos. But this is 2 events in a row where he has to put up. He's got to answer for all the talking that he has done. And it would be a pretty big embarrassment for Evan if he gets bested in the kettlebell toss and then gets bested in the stone off, especially from the second place position. He'd have to eat an awful lot of crow. Lose the lead after 4 events, give it up in the 5th, lose the stone off from the second place position. That would humble him.
So he's the oldest man to make the final. Yeah, most consecutive final, and also the most time that it was ever lifted record with Brownlow on that. But we still got a group to go. You never know. Shane, Nan sure just gave a big shout out to Brownlow. That's nice. That is nice.
Let's see here. Couldn't they split the groups and switch between the stages so one finishes, the other one starts? Then switch events for the next day. So day 1 would be event 1, 3, and 5. Day 2 would be 2, 4, and 6.
No upsets for the first all the time.
I'm not sure I understand, Sean.
No one would have picked this lineup. Give me the instinct. Try to say this way, Brian. Said it won't be cruise through that tested. Yeah, 100%. Josh, thanks. Trey, Tom, and Brian from don't event. I don't think I'll it, but Brian still super dangerous in 3 event with group. There's only 13 credits, which has 0 points.
So half the groups do event 1, 3, and 5 on day 1. The other half do 2, 4, and 6. I think I understand what you're saying. So let's pretend this. So instead of saying everybody does loading race, log ladder, kettlebell toss, assuming those were 3 events and they're not separated. Half the people do those. While they're doing those, other people are doing Conan's wheel. Now my mind just went blank as to even what events we competed in. But you're basically saying some of the people do some of the events today while they're doing those events. The other half are doing the events that the first group is not doing. And then the next day, like a ping pong ball, if you did the events, whichever events you did yesterday, now you do the opposite, and the other group does your events.
Okay, we're not losing these far, but Effie was doing backwards last one. I'm sure for the show. I am that because he can be very, very proud of that.
Well, if I understand what you're saying,
We knew like Browno against
Yeah, the other thing that you could actually just stick another event in there, or because again, we don't like the stone off anyway. We just have 6 events that everybody does, and the top 2 move on. Let's get rid of the stone off. I'm fine with that. Uh, but another thing that you could do is maybe they don't do it live. Have the events going simultaneously, and the camera zoom back and forth. And live doesn't have to be live. You can have the footage here, and if an event or a rep is taking a little bit longer or whatever, once the guy is finished that you're viewing live now, and you're waiting for the next person and his heat to line up, you can then go flash the other heat if there's live coverage. If not, there's nothing stopping you from airing the footage that actually took place 30 seconds ago. So that basically, while you're delivering live action, when they're going back to setup, then you're either showing live action from the other group or the action that just happened moments before, like on a 20 or 30-second delay. They weren't reporting instantaneously there, but it looks like stones are done. Evan tied, so 8 stones. Evan moves on, which means it is time for us to do a day 2 recap. And not only do a day 2 recap, but talk about the qualifiers. Do a full qualifier recap. Let's do this, people. Let's do this. Bring me over here. It's a good spot. Sure, I like it. I'll be out of the way for the information. All right. So, day 2, group 1, started with what? The Conan's wheel. Pavlo Kordiaka came out there, won the event in group 1. This is an omen of how the day would go and how these groups would finish. He wins the first event, gets him 6 points. Paul Dwyer gets 5 in a losing effort because he's already gone. Bobby Thompson, 3rd place, 4. Konstantin Janasha, 3. Eddie Williams, 2. Tom Stoltman got himself into a bit of a hole. Had to play some catch up here. 1 point in the Conan's wheel. Then they go to the kettlebell toss. Well, when they do that, Pavlo gets back-to-back wins. He gets another 6 points. He's comfortably in the lead now. Konstantin Janasha gets a 2nd place, 5. Tom Stoltman with 4. Again, he's got some catching up to do. However, he's now in the 2nd place position. Paul Dwyer, 3. Bobby Thompson falls back 2. And then 1. So Bobby loses more ground. That set up the stone off with Tom Stoltman and Bobby, with Tom in the 2nd place position. That basically meant 3 stones apiece goes to the guy in the lead. That is Tom Stoltman. So your group 1 World's Strongest Man final qualifiers are Pavlo Kordiaka, Tom Stoltman. We go to group 2. Again, the day started with the Conan's wheel because they're not doing it Sean's way. They're not doing half the people in one event and half the people in the other event. So these guys are doing Conan's wheel too. Alexi comes out there as the group leader, and another group leader comes out here and says, hey, I'm going to go ahead and win this event. He gets 6 points. And that gave him a commanding lead. Basically, he had already won his group with that performance. He needed a point. For all intents and purposes, he had won. Gav Bilton picks up 5. Luke Stoltman gets 4. Christian Harrelson, 3. El Masri gets 2. Thomas Evans fell back, and this cost him big. He got a last place finish for 1 point here, and that took him way down. Now he had to fight. And that brought up the kettlebell toss, which I guess there wasn't a whole lot of fight left in him. because he did not have a top 3 performance here. Gav Bilton comes out there and wins the whole thing. So Gav picked up a second and a first. It's a good way to end this thing, to set him up for the stone off with Luke Stoltman, who was in second with 5 points. By this point, Alexei got his 1 point, you can see down there, and that was enough to make him go on. That stuck Luke and Gav in the stone off. Luke was in second place. All he had to do was match Gav. Gav did 7, Luke did 7. That's enough. Moving on to the World's Strongest Man final from Group 2's Alexei Novikov and Luke Stoltman. So both Stoltmans are in. Group 3. You had the Conan's Wheel again, because again, no one listens to Sean. All right. And so it starts out, Mitchell Hooper. Basically everything this man does, he wins. And so he comes out there, gets another first place finish. Again, he's basically in the same position that Alexei was in. He needed 1 point to win, so he had basically had it wrapped up. We'll talk about what he did in a minute. A minute ago, we noticed that Alexei needed 1 point. He went out there and got 1 point. There's different strategies we'll see. Matthew Rags had a fine performance. He comes out and gets a second. He's had a lot of those. Another 5 points here. Ivars gets 4. That basically sets up a final, a stone-off final between Matthew Rag and Ivars at that point. They had kind of locked it up. So we go to the kettlebell toss. And again, this is where Mitch Hooper only needed to come out here and get 1 point. He didn't do that. Mateusz has the first event in the entire qualifier where he does well. He comes out there and wins Group 3 to end it. He says, hey, if I'm going home, if the event's over, if I don't get to go to the final, at least I want to have one standout performance. At least I want to do something here to impress people and leave my name here where people are like, oh, Mateusz, wow, we can't wait to see him back. So he put up an impressive kettlebell toss, all 7 in 32.44. That got him the win. Mitchell Hooper said, I don't want 1 point. I want to give this my best effort. He couldn't get that 7th, but he did get 6, and he did it in a rocket ship, spaceship kind of time, 17.18 seconds for 6. That was good for 5 points. He cruises into the final, and you're looking at a stone off between Matthew Rag and Ivars. Matthew's in second place. All he has to do is answer. Ivars does a very, very, very respectable 8 stones. Matthew answers the 8 stones, which means your World's Strongest Man final from Group 3 is Mitchell Hooper and Matthew Rag, the big Kiwi. We go to Group 4 as I pretend I can breathe. Conan's Wheel, 6 points. Belongs to Jaco Schoonwinkel. And we learned how to say his name officially today. Jaco Schoonwinkel. All right. He gets 6 points. That made him say, hey, you know what? I might be new here. I might be discounted. People may not know. I'm not going away. He takes the lead away from Brian Shaw at that point. Kevin Ferris pops up and gets 5 points. Rauno Hainla gets 4. Gabe gets 3. Brian Shaw stumbles. We actually heard that he literally stumbled. Don't know. I haven't seen it. Some of you probably have. But we heard that Brian stumbled. Well, that stumble was a big stumble. It wasn't just in the event. It cost him some points. He was neck and neck. And there was a big tight way. Group 4 has been the tightest race the entire time. Now he puts himself in a hole. He goes from first down to, I believe, third after this. And now he had to fight. We go to the kettlebell toss. Brian needed points because now he went from first place to third place. He can still win a stone off in third, but he didn't want to. And Rauno may have proved us wrong that maybe Brian can't win from the third place position. Brian needed good points, and that's what he went out there and got. He got the only person in his heat to get 7. And it didn't come without effort there either. Brian failed the 7th on the first throw. He threw it up a second time. It cleared. See you, Dan. So he had to get 7. He got 7. Adam Bishop put up 5, which really helped him. Put a little bit of extra gaining ground on Schoonwinkel, who got 4. Rauno only picked up 2 points here. So that was nice. What that did, a win here for Brian and a 5th place finish for Rauno, meant that Brian and Rauno switched places yet again. Schoonwinkel stays on top. He moves on to the finals as the Group 4 winner. Now Brian passes Rauno in second place, Rauno's in third. That set up the stone off, where again, all the second place person has to do is tie. And it's a good thing, because Rauno did not fall over and die. He gave Brian Shaw a crazy battle, doing 11 stones. Brian answered every one of them. But man, would it have been interesting to see what would have happened if they stayed and if Brian Shaw had stayed in third place. Could Brian have got a 12th? We don't know, and we don't have to know. What that means is your finalists from Group 4 are Jaco Schoonwinkel, and Brian Shaw moves on to another World's Strongest Man final in his last appearance. And then our final group Conan's Wheel. Ethor Melstead goes out there and wins this in a group that really was not very good at the Conan's Wheel. Evan Singleton gets second with 5 points. Trey Mitchell only manages his third for 4. This kind of shook up the leaderboard. And Group 5's leaderboard between Evan Singleton and Trey Mitchell was up and down, up and down. So now Evan Singleton jumps into the lead. Looks like he's a half-point lead. Things are looking good. Go to the kettlebell toss. Trey Mitchell goes out there in the kettlebell toss. It's the only one in the group to do 7. He wants it. He went before Evan, immediately before Evan. He puts down 7. So now Evan knows what he has to do. He has to do 7, and he has to do it faster than 34.42. Unfortunately, for Dinosaurs, he didn't. He only managed 6, and he managed those 6 a half a second slower, really a full second slower than Ethor Melstead. So this meant Evan and Ethor go into the stone off. Evan still is in second place. All he has to do is answer. Ethor gets 8. Evan does his job this time around, answers back, which means Group 5, World's Strongest Man 2023 finalists are Trey Mitchell as your Group 5 winner and Evan Singleton moving on out of the stone off. That's what we're looking at this weekend. And tomorrow, you'll get to see me post videos explaining. You've already heard my top 5. You've already heard who I think is going to win. You'll hear me fill that podium out tomorrow. I'll make a few predictions as to how I think my guys might do. You'll also see what would have happened if we got rid of these groups, kicked them out the window, what the top 10 guys would have looked like, and Dan has been giving us hints about that all day long. But we're going to do an official video and kind of wax poetic about that, what it would have been like if we had no groups. You get to hear me talk more about wonderful stone-offs. Some great ideas that came from the chats about how we might broadcast this thing. We're going to talk about some things, but you might want to tune into the channel tomorrow and check for some pre-recorded footage that I'll work on tonight and tomorrow for you. For the next live coverage, we'll see you guys on Friday. You guys stay safe, healthy, happy,